Hi, what is going on? Holy frick! Wow. Man, you know what? I guess you wouldn't relate to this unless you stream yourself, right? But you know when you're gone for a long time, and then you do something again, and you're like, I forgot everything. How did? It's a weird feeling. How y'all doing? Man. So, you know, a lot as is now typical for rad streams. It's been a little while. A lot has happened since the last stream, once again. So I don't want to spend too long on this, but I kind of want to just briefly tell you what happened. So first of all, actually, for some reason, I can't pull up Twitter on my desktop right now. I don't know why this is happening. I wanted to show you this tweet that I made, but literally when I try to go to twitter.com, it's just like, sorry, we had trouble getting there. It's like, what the frick? It won't let me log in. I don't know why that's happening. I tried like 5 times. Anyway, but can't pull up Twitter. Blessing. Yeah, that's honestly true. Yeah. Holy frick. It's like noticeably better for your mental health. Anyway, basically all I was going to show you was I tweeted this picture that I took of my COVID test, right, which came back positive. I had COVID a second freaking time, as I'm sure many of you probably already know. That was fun. Thankfully, it wasn't. I would say it was a lot better than the first time I had it. I think the first time I had it, I had the Delta variant, right, which is considered to be like the worst kind because it lasted for literally almost like 2 months. Well, I should phrase it differently. It took about 2 months before I felt like I could do anything again. Like, not even exaggerating, it was freaking terrible. This new one that's going around, well, I don't know, last I heard anyway, is a different variant. It's called Omicron, right? And this one is like more contagious, but it's a lot less like severe, which is what I think I had this time because it only really lasted about a little over a week this time, maybe. It was still freaking miserable. First 2 days, it was just terrible, right? But it got better. Like, it didn't take too long, honestly. Sorry, I'm just I'm tired. First 2 days were really bad, but after that it was like not that bad, right? And then I got over it pretty quickly, actually, compared to the first time anyway. So you might be wondering, okay, so why, you know, what happened, right? Why didn't you start streaming again after that? Well, let me tell you what happened. So as I'm lying in bed getting over COVID, I noticed something's a little weird. My wrist. It's acting weird, right? Acting sus. It's like tingling, right? And it's like really numb. And it felt really weird, like it was hard to like move it and do anything with it. And so I'm like, okay, that's weird. But whatever, you know, I just assumed it was a symptom of COVID because COVID has a lot of weird crap. So I'm like, that'll probably go away on its own. Well, sorry, Chaz, I didn't know how else to describe it. Oh, you mean sus or tingling? Which one am I not supposed to say again? Anyway, it simply was like just didn't feel right, and I noticed that if I tried to hold anything, like at all, with my right hand, which is the one that was acting up, it would like really like tingle really like a lot, right? And then if I held it for more than like 30 seconds, it started hurting, like with this pain. That was really terrible, and I really couldn't use my hand. So I was like, okay, well, that'll probably go away on its own, I hope. It's probably just a COVID thing. So, a week or so passed, COVID completely gone. I'm fully better from that. And wrist is still the same, right? It's like getting worse, actually. I'm like, okay. That's not good. And so I tried I tried a bunch of stuff. I tried just like ignoring it at first, which was a terrible idea. I tried programming, right, with both hands. And oh my gosh, after 1 minute of typing, my right hand started burning. Like it literally felt like it was like, I don't know how to explain it. Like inside of my hand was like flaming. It was like, ah! Completely excruciating. So I couldn't use my right hand. I tried. And so I just was like coding with my left, and I'm like, I need to fix this, right? But I was dreading the idea of like, man, we can't afford another freaking doctor visit. I don't have insurance, it's a long story. And it's like, man, I can't do this right now. So I was just hoping it was gonna heal on its own. And I tried all these things to try to make it better. I tried this, like, these exercises you can do for like carpal tunnel related stuff. I thought maybe it was that. I tried, just resting it, obviously, for a while. I actually, we had, like, a splint that was, like, $15 or something that no one was using, and I was like, sure, so I wore that for a few days. I tried a bunch of stuff, and it wasn't getting better, so I'm like, okay. And I started asking people about it, and my friends were concerned, because when they were looking it up, of course, Google always gives you the worst-case scenario, and they were seeing that it's probably nerve damage is what was causing it, because it felt like electricity was like shooting in my hand, right? They were thinking it was like nerve damage. So they were saying, you need to get that checked out, because in the worst case scenario, that can actually not only not recover, but it can spread to your arm apparently, and you can get paralyzed forever on your arm. Who knew? I don't know if that's true or whatever, that's what they said. So they were really concerned, so I'm like, alright. So I went out, I got it looked at, and the doctor was amazing, I have to say, and completely checked over everything and figured out exactly what was going on and told me. So basically, here's what it is. This is gonna sound weird. So, your body has all these nerves, right? And they connect to, like, you know, they come from, like, your spine, basically. Like, they shoot from there out to the different parts of your body, okay? And in the neck is, like, where the nerves begin that go down to your, like, wrist, right? And so, my neck is, like, screwed up. Where it's, like, the bones in the neck are, like, pressing up against... I'm trying to make this brief, by the way, sorry, I'm gonna get into Mania, I just want to tell you what happened. It's, like, pressing against the nerve, like, it's, like, crushing the nerve, right? To where it's causing all these freaking problems. But it gets better, because the reason that my neck is screwed up, apparently, is because my lower back is screwed up, which, I don't know, somehow relates. It, like, the posture, I guess your body, like, compensates for it. It's like trying to bend the other way to deal with the fact that your back is bent in reverse. My lower back is really screwed up. It's, like, completely, it's, like, very rotated. They actually told me it was, like, how someone would be in their, like, 50s. And my back's like that, and I'm 22, so that's awesome. And the reason for that is two things. First of all, my posture is just bad. I've known that for a while. The second thing is that, and I knew this, but I forgot about it. I was actually born apparently with, like, a height discrepancy between my two legs. So, like, my right leg is actually about 2 inches shorter, apparently, than my left leg, which is quite a difference. And so, because of that, when I used to walk as a kid, I would kind of, like, I don't know, hobble around a little bit. But as I got older, that kind of went away on its own, right? And I just assumed it was like, oh, I had a growth spurt and it fixed it. But apparently what actually happened is my lower back, like, rotated to compensate for the fact that the leg was shorter. So it put my right leg closer to the ground, if that makes sense. Which made it so I could walk easier, but also screwed up everything. And so that's been a problem for a while now, and I didn't know about it. But it explains a lot, because I've had a lot of really weird fricking health stuff that's been terrible. And it all seems to be related to that. So I'm getting, like, you know, work done on my back. He actually recommended chiropractic, which I was like, okay. So I'm doing that, and I'm doing physical therapy, and I'm doing just a bunch of stuff like that. And I've been doing that for several weeks now. And I'm feeling a lot better. Like, I gotta say, the day that I first went in, my hand, it was swelling up, actually. And I literally couldn't, like, hold anything. It was, like, that bad. And I walked away that day, and I could use my hand again. Like, it still felt a little odd, but it was, like, it was, like, night and day, you know? It was, like, completely, you know, so I know this is working. And now it feels totally back to normal. Just sometimes it does, I'm sorry, but there's no other word, like, they tingle a tiny bit, but it's not really, it's, like, not bad at all. and I can use it, and I've been like programming again with it, and it's fine. So I'm still doing it, I'm still getting better, and I'm trying to improve other like lifestyle stuff. I'm trying to improve my posture a lot, and I'm trying to do more like, you know, working out and moving around more and that kind of stuff. And I'm also trying to, I did even like really stupid, weird like things that I don't have to do. Like, for a while now, I've actually been, this is weird, but I've been interested in Vim for a number of reasons. Have you ever heard of Vim? And I thought, sure, let's check it out, because I hear one thing that's really positive about it is that it's like designed to where it's actually healthy for your wrist, like to use it, compared to like just normal, like Visual Studio, for example, right? Because you have to like switch between the mouse and the keyboard all the time, and then you gotta like hit these shortcut keys where you have to stretch your fingers and everything, right? So you're constantly putting like stress on your wrist, which is like not good for it long term. So I'm trying to like, I learned Vim so that I, you know, could not have to worry so much about that, and I'm being more careful about how I'm typing and all this stuff. So I'm really working hard to get better. And I feel a lot better. Like, genuinely, I didn't know I could feel so much better. I didn't know how bad of a problem this was until now that it's getting fixed. I'm like, holy frick, I feel like I have energy, maybe? I didn't know that that was missing. It's been crazy. But yeah. So that's what happened. Good lord. So hopefully... hopefully I can just live for a while now, and, you know, that's what I say every time. Goodness gracious. So, let me read the chat. Hey, idiot, just simply be left-handed. Yeah, good point. No, it's funny, right? Because I'm not, obviously, like, but I can use my left hand for some things. Like, for some reason, if I use my, left hand with my phone, I'm totally comfortable with that, and it's fine. But when I use it to, like, write, or to, like, brush my teeth, or whatever, it's really awkward, and I can't do it correctly. It's really weird. But I like learned some of that because I was trying to use just my left for a while. And yeah, but I literally could not use like my right hand for like several weeks because it was just too painful. So that was really fun. I couldn't do anything. But I can use it again. Yay! So, was it nerve damage? Yeah, it wasn't nerve damage, from what I understood at least. It's just the nerves are compressed. So they were like being pressed against really hard, and it was like the analogy that was used was like, imagine a garden hose, right? Like that water shooting through, and now imagine that you've bent the hose halfway through, right? That's what it's like. It's like the nerve is being bent. So the like, I guess what, electricity or whatever doesn't get to where it's supposed to go, which is my hand in this case, and so it causes all these issues. Yeah. Who knew, right? I think the technical term is thoracic outlet syndrome, if you're interested. I believe that's what it is. Apparently it's common that people get it confused with carpal tunnel, which makes me feel better, because I thought it was carpal tunnel. But, it's not. You meant sus. Oh, okay. Yeah, so... It was bad. But it's getting better. Did you mean Emacs? Emacs is, I hear, terrible for your wrists, but I don't know. I've never used it. Isn't there like the control key thing? I've never actually used Emacs. Remember, it sounds awesome. Remember to stretch often. Assuming that's okay with the doctor. Yeah. No, yeah, he wants me to move and stuff, so I'm trying to do it more. He's actually, this is the best place I've ever been. Usually my medical experiences have been freaking terrible. But this guy actually, like, seems to know what he's doing and cares a lot. And I felt like immediately was like night and day. It was like, it wasn't just like, I think I feel better. It was like, oh my gosh, my hand works. So yeah, but then he also, he actually like studied the, like x-rays and such that he took, and he came up with exercises like specifically for my spine, that he's been telling me to do, which is freaking awesome. I love that. You know, so I'm honestly really lucky to be able to get this taken care of. But yeah, I had no idea. So they're also working on trying to, I don't know how the frick they're doing this, I didn't really ask, but they're trying to like stretch out the leg a little bit. Somehow. I don't freaking know how that's gonna work. But they're trying to make it so the height difference isn't as bad, so it doesn't have to compensate for that anymore. But man, it's been crazy. Anyway. So, I'm just joking about Emacs. I use Vim. Yeah, Vim gang. So yeah, so with that said, that's where I've been. So, but it's all good now. It's all good. It's getting better. And yeah, I've been able to do stuff again. So, one more thing before I get into Mania. I have been working on hedgelibs still a little bit, but barely at all because of all that, obviously. And somehow, I started editing some code right before I got COVID and the wrist thing happened. And then I, like, you know, was knocked out for, like, all that time because I was, like, dealing with COVID and then dealing with the wrist. And so when I came back to it, I was like, what the frick was I doing? And I didn't remember. And I just, like, finished, you know, typing and I got it to build again. And somehow I introduced a freaking Colors Ultimate-esque Caesar bug into HedgeEdit. So that's just great. So not only am I out, like, again, like, maybe, like, 2 months or whatever of dev time because of that, but also I now have to fix this. And I have no idea. I've been trying to figure out why that's happening, and I have no freaking idea. So I'm gonna come back to it, but I highly doubt I'm gonna meet my Frontiers goal that I set a long time ago, because all this stuff keeps getting in my freaking way. But yeah, well, it'll be done when it's done. Hopefully soon. I'm sorry how long this keeps taking. Good lord, I want this to be done like... Well, I wanted it to be done like 3 years ago, you know? But... hopefully someday. In-game accuracy for Colors Ultimate, let's go! We got proper emulation. Man, oh man. Alright, with all that said, let's get into it. I'm just gonna jump right in, I guess. So, yeah, so if you haven't been looking at my Twitter, I don't blame you. Twitter's a cesspool. I've been, so Rubber Ducky Cooley, I believe their name is, has been making all these amazing, like, retro NGV compilations for a while now, which are just incredible. And recently they posted a new one, the final one, a Sonic Mania decompilation, and it's all on GitHub. It's totally open source, and it's beautiful. It's so amazing. Like, as someone who's done reverse engineering a lot myself, right, I can't put into words how much work that is. Right? Like, how close to impossible it is to actually make something like this happen and make it work. And so the fact that they've been doing it multiple times for different of these games, it's incredible. It really amazing work from them. It's unbelievable to me. But yeah, and so because it's now like open source essentially, I thought, hey, it'd be cool to port it to something, right? And I thought, why not the freaking Wii U? Because I have a Wii U, I like it, and I think Mania would be fun to play on there. It'd just be a fun project to do, right? Why not? So I started working on that, and I got it to the point where, oh boy, well, I can show you, I guess is the thing. You can play it, I believe, from start to finish. I haven't actually playtested that yet, and I want to before I release it, obviously. But I got pretty far, so you definitely can play it. The blue spheres work, you know, special stages work, save data works now. It didn't at first. I had a lot of trouble getting that to work. It all functions well at this point, except for a few things, which is what I want to work on before I release this. Alright? So one of the big things, at least to me, actually the one that bothers me the most whenever I playtest it, is the special stages are laggy, right? So most of the game runs super smooth, actually. It, like, runs great. But the special stages are laggy, and I hate that. I want to fix it. They're definitely playable, but they're like not very fun because they're like probably like half the frame rate they should be, right? Which is not great. So I want to fix that. It looks like it's going to be pretty hard to fix that, not gonna lie, because I'm not entirely sure why it's lagging. I think I've narrowed it down, and I want to show you that a little bit. I think I know what the root cause of it is. But it doesn't look like it's going to be super easy to fix. It looks like I'm going to have to change a lot about how the game renders, maybe, to fix it. Which, you know, but I'd like to try it. I'd like to maybe go into that tonight a little bit. But yeah, that's the first thing. That to me, that's the biggest priority right now. The other thing is, so I actually wasn't, on my own, I was like not, I couldn't figure out how to get the cutscenes. Well, here's the thing. So the video cutscenes, like the MP4 files, basically. They're not actually MP4s, but you get the idea. They use something called, was it libtheora, which is like a library to to decode the video and play it. And there's no like port of that to the Wii U. You can compile it on the Wii U though. But I was like not quite sure how to do that, so I was just putting that off. Meanwhile, while I was doing that, let me see if I can pull it up. Someone who goes by Clownacy, who I've definitely heard of before. I don't know from where, but I think they were like a big Sonic Retro user or something. Yeah, looks like it. They've definitely done a lot of like classic Sonic stuff, I'm pretty sure, because I've heard that name a bunch. They started working on, it looks like their own port of Mania to the Wii U. And they actually got the cutscenes working. So I took a look at it because I was curious what they did, and they just simply here, hang on, I can show you. It's on GitHub. I'm just trying to pull it up real fast. They just got Theora to build, basically. And it just works. So I'm like, well, that was easier than I thought it was gonna be, apparently. But here we go, here it is. So they made this package build file here, and this is one of my shortcomings, right? I don't freaking understand, like, package build. I know that's a thing. I don't really understand it. It's like a Linux thing, right? I think, what is it, like Pac-Man uses that or something? The package manager, not the game character. But I don't know. I don't understand how these things work. So, but apparently, Clownacy does, because they wrote one, and so I did try it out of curiosity, and yes, it works perfectly. And using that, I was able to get the cutscenes to work as well. They are a little laggy though. They're not bad, but like the video plays a little slower than it's supposed to, and the audio plays at full speed. And so there's a desync where like the audio will finish playing about 30 seconds before the cutscene finishes playing, right? And so it's like, you know, it needs some optimization. But it does work. And so I'm in an awkward spot now because... So first of all, I literally just don't understand this, like, how a lot of this works. Okay, I get the idea of this. This is like a script, I guess, or whatever. I think Pac-Man reads this, or some tool that DevKit Pro uses reads this. And this party that says build is like a bunch of like bash commands, and it's just telling it like how to build the package. And then once build has succeeded, I believe it runs this package part down here, which then installs it into the like portlibs directory. And then from that point on, when you use CMake, it just finds it, right? Because it's in portlibs. So I get how it works, but what I'm getting at is, if I were to do this on my own, right? I don't know how I would make one of these myself. I'm extremely tempted to copy-paste this, but I don't want to like take something from somebody else. And so I was like, maybe I can contact them and ask, you know, for permission. But the only contact information I can find for Clownacy is this email address that's like a Yahoo email, and I don't know, maybe they check that. I highly doubt that I get like a timely response, because I mean, who checks their Yahoo emails in 2022, you know what I mean? I don't know. And so I'm like, frick. So I might just like copy this and put like a thing at top that's like credit to Clownacy for making this. But somehow, even though I'm giving credit, I feel bad copy-pasting something from someone else. Right? I don't know. Like, 'cause it's in a weird thing because, you know, usually you have like a license with code and you like include the license. But with this, it's kind of like the same license as the decomp, which... So I don't know. I just feel weird about it. But, I don't know. I guess if I do that, I'll just give credit. Yeah, the other thing is that I hate this, right? Because I don't want to like compete with someone else, right? If someone else, like, does it instead of me, that's fine, right? But I guess what I'm saying is, like, if I'm gonna do it myself, I'd like to, you know, do it, right? I just don't want to work on something and then have it go to waste. So if Clownacy would be down for, like, working on this together, I totally would love to do that, because I think it'd be better to have, like, one build that we're both working on, right? Rather than two competing builds. But I don't know if I can make that happen or not. So, so anyway, in the meantime, there's two versions. I wasn't able to get theirs to actually load on my Wii U. When I tried to load it, it was just a black screen, so I'm not sure if that's a bug in this version or if I just did something wrong. I probably did something wrong. Yeah, but it is very similar. It's funny, right? Because it's actually very similar to mine, even though I promise you, I coded mine before this was a thing. And so we both came to, like, the same solution for a lot of these problems. And so it's like, oh goody, right? It looks like someone copied from someone else, and that didn't happen. Like, none of us saw each other's code. So it's pretty funny. I mean, you can tell that it's not exactly the same because some things are different, but it's just funny. Like the big Endian part, where's it at? Okay, so this is different in theirs. This is probably better than what I did. They're just returning true. I guess I assumed that the compiler would optimize this anyway, because usually it does, but maybe not the Wii U compilers. Maybe it's not like... I just didn't care, really, because it wasn't, like, a performance issue. But, like, here's, like, my commit. So this one I added some Endian swapping logic, because the Wii U is big Endian, right? And you can see if you, like, look at this, it's actually really similar. Hang on, where's the retro engine HPP? Where's it at? No, it's in Reader. No, frick, where is it? I'm sorry, I'm being an idiot right now. It's an object. Well, I swear maybe it's another commit. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, so, like, look at this file, right? So this is, like, they changed all the read byte calls to instead be, like, read int 8, read 16, and so on and so forth. And I did the same freaking thing! Like, it's, like, incredible. Oh, well, no, not quite. It's like, a little different. Okay, so, like, they put, like, they have a read int 8 call here, whereas I didn't do that because it's not necessary, right? Because you're just reading one byte. So, like, Endianness isn't affected by that. So, like, our solutions are slightly different, but, like, look how similar this is. Like, holy frick. Also, like, I did the plus here, and they did, like, the array. Same thing, it's just different syntax. But, like, my gosh, man. So it's weird because it feels bad. But I freaking promise you I wrote this on my own. So I just wanted to address that in case anyone saw this and was like, hey! Because I think I committed mine later, even though I tweeted it first. Theirs was 7:35 a.m. Mine was 9 p.m. Yeah, so I committed mine after theirs, but the video that I showed of it running, which had this code in it, I just hadn't committed it yet, was from the 21st, which is before this commit. So, anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about this. Man, that's so weird to me. It doesn't help, right? Because, I don't know, I don't want to get, like, depressing on you all, but sometimes I feel kind of like I could be replaced. It feels kind of bad when, like, you work hard on something and then someone else does the same thing in a day and you're like, oh, wow, okay. But anyway, I don't know, so I don't freaking know, I'm just gonna keep working on this. And we're just gonna see where it goes. If it doesn't work out, then that's how it is, but I plan to release this soon. It looks like it's going well. But anyway, it's just kind of funny. Both of you copied the same Sec Overflow post. Yeah, exactly. I'm actually, hold up, let me show you something. Again, you can tell it's not the same. That part's like the same, which is just really funny to me. But most of it's different. Like the one thing that I find this amazing. So there's this part where the game does this like MD5 hash, and then it looks in these big RSTK files for matching MD5 hashes. But the problem is that because the Wii U is big Endian, which is every other console that Mania is on is little Endian. Alright? So basically the Wii U stores numbers in reverse order from how the other platforms do it. And so this code in Mania is expecting it to be little Endian, but it's not, right? And so the MD5 hash breaks. And so to fix that, I went in and I had to read and understand the entire MD5 hash algorithm. And then I went, okay, and I found all the parts where they're doing anything that should be Endian dependent, and I just swap it. So it's really cheap, you know, but it works. So like here I just put a little check and I'm like, hey, if you're big indie, and then swap this number before you store it. And then here I do another one where I put a little comment explaining, like it swaps all the numbers in groups of U32s, right? Which is fine because there's already a copy of the buffer, so I'm not even making a new copy or anything. And then I do, and then for the UTF-16 text, I also swap those here as 16-bit integers. What Galaxy does is, where's it at? Here. The entire MD5 hash function, which is what I just added onto here, they just replaced that entire thing with their own custom algorithm called Cloud MD5, which seems to not be affected by endianness. So, and it's probably like faster too, right? So, alright! That's a very different solution to that problem. But both work fine. So you can see it's like not the same, but it's just like, man. Oh, also for here, instead of like reading it all as bytes and then swapping them as UN16s, Constantly changes it to just read it as a set of UN16s. I think my method should be faster, but I mean I haven't profiled it, and either way it's going to be like a couple of milliseconds difference, so who freaking cares? But again, just different solutions to the same problem, right? But so anyway, so I just want to say, I'm not trying. I don't want to compete. I don't like competing. So I hope that doesn't happen. But I'm just going to keep working on this just because, I don't know, frick, let's see where it goes. Instead of checking the MD5 hash, can't you just assume it's always correct? Yeah, just go, yeah, man, it's good. Oh, if you're, okay, you might be seriously asking because, okay, so they're not hashing it to check that it is, like, valid, right? They're not hashing it to check that the file is, like, what they expect. What they're doing is, they have all these little files that are stored inside this big RSDK file, and they don't store the file names of those little files. Instead, they just store MD5 hashes of the file names. Does that make sense? And so when the game wants to find a file with a certain name, it takes the name that it's looking for, it makes an MD5 hash of that name, and then it goes through the file until it finds a matching MD5 hash. And when it does, it goes, oh, that's the file, right? And then that's how it finds the files. So I have to do that. I can't just like ignore it because that's how the game finds files, right? But yeah, it's not like a check, like what you usually use MD5 hashes for. So yeah, it's just essentially porting Mania to the 360, considering how Nintendo's consoles since the Wii have been behind one generation in power compared to competition. I guess you could say that. Yeah, I'd say it's about. I think the Wii U is pretty similar to the 360 in terms of power, from what I understand. Like in some ways it's a little better, in some ways it's a little worse. That's my understanding of it, at least. I mean, obviously having the gamepad, you know, means that you gotta run a second screen, right? So, you know, there's stuff like that as well. But, I wonder why it's done that way. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was just because it's, like, faster to compare, like, check 100,000 ND5s against this one than it is to, like, check 100,000 strings against this one, if that makes sense. Because you don't have to go through each string character by character until you find an alternator or a non-matching character. Instead, you just have to check like 4 numbers. So, but I don't know. I don't know if it's really faster or not. Maybe they just thought it was. That's just how they do it. But anyway, so I want to show you the current status of this. I want to show you. I want to boot it up and show it to you. But oh yeah, okay. So let me tell you something. So I've been developing this on my laptop actually. For a number of reasons. I don't know, one of them is just that my laptop has an SD card reader built in, whereas my desktop does not. And so, I don't know, it was just nice to be able to plug that in fast. But tonight I'm streaming on my desktop, so I copied over all the files and I've installed, like, I've reinstalled DevKit Pro and stuff because I haven't updated it on my desktop in years. But this is actually my first time building it on my desktop, right? I've been building it on my laptop up till this point. So we're going to see how this goes. So let's see if I can remember this. No, it's like opt, devkit pro, frick. Is it what? Yeah, maybe not. Hang on, let me get the command. It's up on my laptop. Yeah, here we go. My laptop's on my right side, and I'm going to be looking at that a whole bunch throughout the stream because I have some stuff on there that I couldn't be bothered to copy over to my desktop, so I'm just like, eh. So if you ever see me, like you know, reading something and you can't see it on screen, that's because I'm looking at my laptop. Okay, it's in Portland's. Bin, and then this long name, it's like PowerPC. Oh, maybe I don't have it. Maybe I don't have it at all. No, I'm being an idiot. So there's like a little helper script here that runs CMake for you with the Wii U tool chain enabled. So this is how you would build it if you wanted to do that. Okay, here I'm gonna say Ninja. Let's use that. All right, and just CMake not found. Sure enough. Okay, I thought I installed it. I definitely did. What's this? If that's not CMake, huh? What do you think of that? Okay, so give me a second. We're gonna have to do some good old-fashioned freaking debugging here, I think. Oh, what's the command? I forgot again. What's the command to show files from a package in Pac-Man? So like L something. Screw me. So there's going to be a little bit of this, but then I'm going to get it going. Hang on a second. List files in package. Because, again, this is the first time building on the desktop. I tried to do this before I started the stream, but I didn't end up having time. Because it took like an hour or two just to freaking move my Wii U in here and get everything committed to GitHub and that I needed and all that. So, so sorry, bear with me for just a minute or two here. Because this shouldn't take long at all, but it's going to take me a minute. Because I need to remember how to do this. Well, look it up, rather. Here we go. Good old Stack Overflow. That's QL. So how do I remember that? Query list or something? Alright. Oh. What is this one called? Mingyu... No. So the MSys2 version of CMake, like I've had issues with, so I found that using this one works better. But now, for whatever reason, it's not telling me I have CMake installed, even though I'm pretty sure I do. Let's see. So it's probably not in Path or something. But we're gonna get this up in just a minute. Okay, yeah, CMake is right freaking here. Oh, but it's under the Mingyu 64 folder, which I guess is not in... Yep. So if I say Mingyu... Yeah, like... If I do that... No, it's bin CMake. That works. Alright, so I can add that to Path. I'll just do it the easy way now. Screw it. How do you... frick, is it like... I always forget this. Okay, we're gonna say... I think this is how you do it. Me when I have to Linux. It's not a valid identifier. Actually, I really like Linux, actually. I'm just an idiot. Okay, Mingyu 64 bin... Why is that not valid? That should be valid. Okay, we'll fix this real fast. Sorry, guys. Export to path. I should have said Linux. Sure. No, I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Why is it not... It's not a valid identifier. Oh, no. That's because you say this. Yeah. Okay. And then... yes. I think that's correct. I hate that freaking syntax with, like, the colons. Okay, good. Okay. So now when I run this, the song's a bop. That should... no build to corresponding to Ninja. Okay, so I need to install Ninja. And then that should work at that point. The version I want is... this one? Yeah. This one right here. Isn't this fun? Isn't this stuff so fun? Having to get set up so that you're allowed to build. I can't complain, to be honest, because honestly, DevKit Pro is amazing. Like, this is absolutely incredible that this exists. I'm definitely gonna, like, donate to them, by the way, at some point, because... Holy frick. I mean, Ninja's supported by this. Okay, maybe I'm just... You know what? I think what I did last time, actually, was... I think I installed the MSys version. And I had trouble with that, but I think I ended up getting that one working, and so we're just gonna do that. I'm gonna read the chat. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I hate Linux JK, but I like Windows more. I want to love Linux so badly. Because there's so many things that it does that I think are just wonderful. But then there's some points that are just rough, right? Like, some of the commands are just like, how are you gonna remember that crap? You know? And, I don't know, I've had a lot of issues with it. Especially trying to use it as a daily driver, right? It's just not ready for that still. Which makes me sad, because it's, you know? It's really awesome when you can, use it. Okay, I'm gonna actually restart that, because, I don't want that export to last. Yeah, so now if I type Scenic, it should be the MSys version. Yes, I think so. Let's just type G to... no. Yeah, this is definitely like the older MSys version, which is not ideal, but it's whatever. Okay, let's get to my path here. I'm so sorry for how long this is taking. I swear it's like probably like 5 minutes max away from being ready. Alright, so give me a second. Because I've built this a bunch now, so it really should work once I get this set up. Here we go. Sonic Mania, Wii U. I'm gonna delete that folder and remake that. Just so that I don't have any CMake stuff screwing me over. Alright. And we're going to, sorry, I'm like getting distracted. Yes. Please work. That'd be awesome if you would work. Called the shared option, but the target platform does not support dynamic linking. So what is it talking about? Oh! I forgot to copy a file from my laptop. Okay, so once I do that, it'll freaking work. I swear. In the meantime, I will read the chat, but let me copy this file over first. The reason I didn't commit that to GitHub yet, this one, is because, this is like a file that, screw me, I'm just gonna use this SD card. Give me a second. This is like a file that is not really ready yet. It like works on my machine TM, but it won't work on everyone's just yet. So I'm gonna commit it once it works on other people's. Okay, we're gonna paste that here onto this little SD card that I have here. Okay, eject that. It's funny, eject the SD card. I like the mental image of it like shooting across the room. At some point I want to talk about Frontiers, by the way, as well. I think that'd be cool. Because there's some stuff I want to say about it, for sure. But it's kind of hard for me to focus on two things at once, to be honest. So I'm kind of trying to just get this out of the way fast so that I can then talk about other stuff. Is RPM... Hang on. Is RPM like NPM? Oh, you're talking about package managers? I really like Linux, I just hate Pac-Man. See, it's funny, I actually like Pac-Man, but I don't know, maybe that's just because I haven't tried too many other package managers. I've tried a few, like, I've used a few different Linux distros over the years. I used Ubuntu for a while because everyone tells you that's the, you know, you should start with that one. But actually, I had a better experience with like other distros, right? I'm more of an Arch kind of guy, actually, if I'm being honest. There's a problem with this drive. No, there isn't. You're just being silly. You say that every time that I plug in any drive into anything. Give me a second. Is it like, why are they reusing level design again? Well, alright, I actually have a lot I want to say. It's positive and negative. So, Okay, I guess I should talk about it now while I'm trying to get this. If I can focus on... I'll just try to focus. So, I don't know why this freaking SD card reader isn't working. That might be a problem, because I'm going to need to use that a lot throughout the stream. Hopefully I can get it to work. Give me a second here. I'm trying to, like, plug it in, but it's, like... all this freaking crap in the way. I need like, a better setup, like, I swear. Alright. Speaking of that, I don't know if I can even run Frontiers. Because I'm looking at, like, the minimum specs for it, and I'm like, oh, I don't have that. I need to upgrade. I need to upgrade my build. It's, like, literally just not even... Simu's open source now? What the frick? Wait, how did I miss out on that? Oh, that's actually awesome. That's great. I was wondering if they were ever going to do that. Because I know, I think I remember them saying they wanted to open source it, but it was going to take some time or something, and I just kind of assumed it wasn't happening anymore, because it's been so long. Someone built it on Linux? Oh, that is awesome. There isn't a problem with the drive, but... yeah, there it is. Okay. Fun times. I don't actually know what's on here. I should maybe be a little careful. Okay, so we're going to finally fricking copy this file. Yes. Good. Keep that up. Alright, here's the new CMake. So, this is like a really hacky CMake, right? So, there are some things here. I'll explain what they do in a second, but let me just, okay, yeah. I'll explain why it's hacky. Yes, okay. And then we can say, I'm just gonna do it the, like, good way. TM. Alright, hopefully this will succeed. If not, then it shouldn't be too hard to fix. I probably just made another stupid mistake. Those are just warnings. And that's actually not from anything that I edited, that's just in the decomp. Alright, so, I guess I should talk, well, this is going to take a minute to build, so while that's happening, I guess I should talk about Frontiers. So, here's the thing about Frontiers, right? Honestly, it's very similar to what I thought about it, from the beginning, right? I'm just not sure. I'm just really mixed, right? I don't have any strong feelings like one way or another, really. Like, I just kind of feel like, I don't know, right? I'm gonna have to play it and just see what it's like. I kind of feel like, and I'm so sorry, because I know people are really hyped for it, and I don't blame you. There's things to be hyped about for sure. But I kind of feel like it's gonna be kind of mid, right? For lack of a better word. I feel like it's gonna be a little bit, like, not what people are expecting. But I hope I'm wrong about that. I'm gonna give them a fair chance, of course. And for the record, I'm not expecting perfection. I'm not expecting it has to be exactly how I want it, or else I'll say it's bad, right? It doesn't have to be adventure, it doesn't have to have Chow Garden, it doesn't have to have Crush 40, it doesn't have to have momentum. I like those things. But it doesn't have to have that to be good, right? You know, I love the boost games. They don't have a lot of that stuff. I like the classic games a lot, right? Mania is freaking amazing. It doesn't have to be what I want specifically to be good, right? It just has to, I don't know, be fun, have creative game design, you know, fun mechanics. Needs to look okay, you know, doesn't need to be mind-blowing or anything. And, I mean, I don't know. I always like the music in Sonic as well, right? I think it's excellent, so personally I kind of want that. I want good music, right? I don't know. Okay, it failed. Why did it fail? Because I don't have Theora. Okay, so I'm going to actually copy-paste this file from Clownacy here. And if I commit that, I'm definitely going to give them credit. But for now, I'm just going to copy-paste this, because freaking, I don't know how else to do this. Just being real with you. Let's see, where would we save this at? It doesn't matter, anywhere is fine. You just need to build it once. And then you just install it, and it just works. Or at least it's supposed to. I'm gonna put it in a folder called sys. Okay. And I don't know if you actually need the other files that are in this directory or not. There's a config.guess and a config.sub, and I have no freaking idea what those do. Like, again, like, this is where I don't know enough about Linux. But we also very helpfully included a README that explains how to install it, so here I am following instructions. Yeah, oh, no it does. Oh my goodness, frickin' Windows. Yes. Alright. I specifically deleted the extension when I saved it too, and it still added an extension. Alright, so this is gonna download and build Theora. And then once that's done, hopefully it succeeds, right? Because it did succeed on my laptop, so it should here too. And then once you have that, you can just build, and it works. So yeah. Anyway, so Frontiers, okay, so I keep getting distracted, sorry. There's a lot of cool things in it, right? But there's also a lot of stuff that I'm just like, I don't know. So I'm certainly not sold on the, I'm not sold on the cyberspace levels, right? They look just like Forces to me, you know? Which is not a good thing. Can't find Theora. Well, you should be able to, because I just installed it. Let's see. Should be in port libs, I think. Lib, maybe? Oh, okay. No, it's in, it'd be in PPC. Lib. No, I don't see it. Maybe I'm just being blind. Yeah, it's not there. Okay, why is it not there? Did the install fail or something? Oh, config that someone's not found. Oh, so you do need that. Alright, I guess we need that. Alright, so it worked on my laptop when I had these two files there. So stupid. Please don't add an extension again, Windows, even though I'm literally specifically deleting it. Doesn't look like it did. Can I just run that again, or do I need to, like, delete it and start over with the Theora building? Hopefully I can just run it again. Well, it's doing something. They look worse than Forces? They do to me too. They look... So the cyberspace levels look terrible to me, if I'm being honest. I'm sorry to say that. They might be, I mean, a little fun, you know? Just like Forces was a little fun to me, you know? But, I don't know, they don't look like what I expect from... They don't look like Generations or Unleashed or Colors or anything like that. And they don't look like a new thing that's like fun either, you know what I mean? It looks like really linear, more of the same hold X to win kind of stuff, right? Now, there's one of them that looks fun. There's a new one that, I don't know, it's like based on maybe like city levels. It looks kind of like Empire City, but you've all seen it, right? And that looks cool. I like the design of that a lot, like appearance. It looks cool, but in terms of like the multiple pathways, I'm not sold on it, right? I saw some people who were like putting red circles on the background and being like, guys, look at all the different paths, and they were like showing all the different pathways you could run on, and I'm looking at it going, I don't know, man, I don't think those are pathways you can run on. I think it's like decoration, you know? Because when you look at Green Hill, like the level design of that, or like Sky Sanctuary, like the other levels that we've seen, it's like very much a straight hallway, right? And so I don't see why this level would be any different. But I don't. Maybe, hopefully, I'm wrong, right? Those errors? No, I think it's going. I think it's succeeding. Yes. All right, let's check that again. Whoops. Oh my gosh. Theora. Okay, we got Theora. No, whoops, wrong. Alright, now we can freaking build. Yes! Yes! Okay, we built it. So it's a pain to build, as you can probably tell, but it does in fact build. So I want to make it easier to build, right? Going forward. We're going to delete the sus folder, because we don't need that anymore. Alright, so here it is. So here's the ELF and the RPX that it generated. I love how the ELF is freaking 30 megabytes, and then the RPX is like about 4. Actually, that is bigger than it probably should be. It is a release build, right? Should be. It says release. Maybe I mistyped something and I didn't notice, but it should be a release build, so I'm not sure why that's that big. I need to fix it. It's not huge, it's like just a little bigger than it's supposed to be. Well, than it was on my laptop anyway. But anyway, so we're gonna test this out. So I say test. I've already you know, played it before, but I want to show you what how it currently runs. So if there's any artist with like any artistic talent, there's actually a few things that I kind of need for this port, right? And the problem is that I have like no freaking artistic talent whatsoever. So I've like kind of tried, you know, to make like some stuff, but it doesn't look, you know, good at all. So if anyone would be willing to help me on this, I would really appreciate it. So a few things that I think I'm gonna need for this. So first of all, there's like a little icon that you need for like the homebrew launcher. I just did this. I just like took this from a Mania image. I just rotated it, cropped it. You know, it's not the best. I don't think it's actually even perfectly straight. But I think that looks fine for that. It just needs to be. I'd probably want to redo it and put a little more effort into it than what I did here. But I think for this is probably okay. If someone has a better idea for like what to use for this little icon, though, that'd be cool. This is a really weird resolution, right? So that's the thing. It's got to be 256 by 96. All right. So 256 pixels wide, 96 pixels tall, and you can see it's not centered because this is a placeholder. You know, I just slapped this there for like in like a minute. So I'll, you know, try to make it look a little better before I release this. But yeah, if anyone could, like, you know, if anyone has any better ideas for what to use for this, that'd be cool. But more importantly, and this is like not necessary, but I think it would be awesome. And so I'd love this if possible. So I can show you what I mean, but it'll take me a second. When I boot this up, I can show you. But basically, when you go into the controller menu, it shows you, currently I have it set up so that it's acting as though it's a Switch port. So it acts as though it's the Switch port of Sonic Mania, even though it's a Wii U port, right? And so, because of that, it has the like Nintendo button icons, which is fine. They look great. You know, they work fine for the Wii U, because that is like the same type of buttons. But it also shows you an image of a Switch Pro controller, right? And I'd like that to be an image of like the controller that you're actually using, right? So like an image of like the Wii U gamepad, or also, I mean, I'd like to support Wii remotes sideways, maybe also with the nunchuck and Wii U Pro controllers. I think those are the controllers I want to support for this. And so it'd be really awesome if I could have it so that that menu lets you pick like what controllers you're using, and the like image would change, right? But to have that happen, I would need to have images of the controllers in the art style that is like used in Sonic Mania, right? So that's why I'm asking if anyone out there has any like artistic talent and would be willing to make something like that. That would be freaking awesome. I know I'm not being too specific about it yet. Like you probably want like assets to base it off of, right? The files from Mania, like the Switch Pro controller icon, would be like well, not icon, sorry. The texture of like Switch Pro controller would be where I would like is what I'm trying to make it look like, you know, but just with like the other controller. So I can pull that up for you in a bit, but it's a new graphic, the Pro controller. I can use that as a base. Thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. I'm gonna need to like get it right. It's in the RSDK. To be honest with you, it's funny because I'm doing a Mania port, but I don't really know much about Mania in terms of the file layout, so I'm gonna need to like find it. But I'll definitely send it to you once I can pull it up. Let me just boot this up real fast first to make sure that this is like actually what I built is actually working, and I'll get that in a bit. But seriously, thanks guys. For any help I really appreciate. Okay, so I think we're ready to test this. Nice. I should probably mute the music in a second. Oh, you're gonna get to see my beautiful little memes. The frick is rising, yeah, from years ago. So I'm gonna update the author as well. I just copy pasted this from another like another random homebrew thing I did a long time ago. It's like a placeholder, right? I'm gonna like actually credit, like, you know. So of course I'm paranoid that it's not gonna work now for whatever reason. It's taken a while to load, but it usually does that anyway, so let's hope that it works. I don't make a fool of myself. But yeah, so there it is. Yes. Okay, so let's let me mute this. Get you the audio from the game. So this is Mania on the Wii U. There we go. Let me know how the volume is. Oh, it does say plus as well, so someone pointed something out to me about that on Twitter. I'm gonna have to do something about that. There's no way to like prove that you bought the plus DLC. So what they recommended doing was just not having plus enabled on the version that you download, and then you'd have to like build it yourself if you want. Oh, I forgot to re-enable the cutscenes. Oh, whatever. They do work. They're just you have to enable them. Well, right now I have to enable them. In the final, obviously, they'll just work. But anyway, this is just using SDL. Yeah, I tested Japanese just because I wanted to see if the save data worked, and I'm a weeb. So it's using SDL 2, the homebrew implementation of that, for doing all of the rendering, all right? Which is fine. It works well, but I'm thinking I'm going to need to actually replace that with something else, because I'm having some issues with performance in some areas that I need to improve, mainly again the special stages. It runs really well everywhere else for the most part, but that's like one issue. And then the other thing that's bad about that is I don't know what the frick is going on. If anyone knows, please, you know, let me know. But there's some bug where when I like try to... So first of all, if I hit the home button to like close the game, that doesn't work. It doesn't like accept that at all, right? And if I hit to tap the power button, that doesn't do anything either. So you have to like actually hold the power button to turn it off right now, which is terrible. So I'm gonna fix that before the final. But I was testing something to try to fix it, right? And what I did was let me change the language back, by the way. Yeah, it freezes for a bit when it saves, because the SD card reading and writing is a little slow, but it does work, which is a huge improvement. It didn't work before. I can tell you about that in a second, but what was I saying? SDL2. So there's this weird bug where like I tried to make it so that when you hit the home button it goes back to the menu, but when I did that, I found that it was freezing the system whenever I would hit home. I'm like, why is that happening, right? And it looks like what's going on is for whatever reason, when it tries to call SDL destroy texture, which is like the function that destroys like the texture that's rendering to, right? It just freezes. It just freaking freezes. And I looked into the implementation for that for the Wii U version of SDL2. And it looks like the first thing that it does is it waits until the Wii U is done rendering to the texture so that it can then free it. Which makes sense, right? But for whatever reason, it seems like the Wii U is never done with the texture, so it just freezes forever. So I don't know why the frick that's happening, but that seems to be like an SDL2 thing. And maybe there's an easier way I can fix that. But that combined with the performance issues that I'm having makes me lean towards the idea of maybe I'm going to need to just replace SDL2, right? With like my own implementation of something that's faster, right? I don't know. We're going to have to see. Because the special stages, I think I know what the problem is with the performance, and it seems to be related to the way that it's drawing. And it seems like, because basically Sonic Mania, well, I can tell you more about that in a minute. That's one thing that I'm thinking about. The other problem is the controller support. So SDL is also being used for controllers, and it works well for the most part, but I'm having some like kind of trouble with it. So like the Wii U gamepad is working fine, but if I try to connect another controller, it like doesn't work, right? And when I was looking at the implementation for it, it looks like it does support other controllers, but it just doesn't seem to work for whatever reason. So I'm gonna have to like look into that. It's kind of hard to figure out why when this stuff doesn't work. It's hard to figure out why, because there's very little documentation on this homebrew stuff on the internet. It's freaking hard to figure it out. So I have no idea, you know, what works, what doesn't, and what I'm supposed to be doing and what I'm not supposed to be, you know, so I just have to like figure all that out, right? Which is really fun. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to want to get the other controllers working before I release this, but that's one thing I have to work on. I might end up replacing the SDL input stuff as well, if need be. That doesn't look like that'll be too hard, that's just input, right? And there's like a lot of good homebrew examples out there on how to do Wii U input, so I'm going to try to like base off of that. So if you go to controls, here's what I'm talking about. So it's like an image of the Switch Pro controller, right? And it's like pixelated, because it's in the Mania art style. Looks cool, right? But I'm imagining like something like that, but like the Wii U gamepad and like the Wii Mode and all those controllers, right? So I definitely have to like send you all the assets, right? I'll have to find them and send them. But this is sort of what I'm imagining. I don't know if that would be too hard or not. If so, then don't worry about it. Oh, another thing. So Mania has these like filters. These don't work. That's because the SDL2 implementation just doesn't do shaders like that. So another reason why I'm leaning towards running my own, right? Because I can implement these shaders, which would be cool. Currently, it's running in, I believe, 720p, which I did because I read somewhere that that's the resolution that like works out of the box. Like if you do 720p, then no matter what the resolution is of the screen, the Wii U automatically will adjust it for you. So I haven't tested it on a 4:3 aspect ratio yet. It should just work. The Wii U is supposed to just scale it automatically, and it's supposed to just work, from what I understand, but I would not at all be surprised if it didn't work. So I'll probably have to look into that and fix that. I want to make sure that's a thing too. But it definitely at least works on any 16:9 display. Currently, and you can't see it obviously, but it's also on the gamepad. Everything you're seeing on the screen right now, like the TV screen, is also mirrored on the gamepad, which is cool. I'd like to have an option in video here to choose like if it's on just the TV, just the gamepad, or both, or something like that. Someone suggested having like a little map on the gamepad that shows you how far you are into the level, and that sounds super cool, but honestly, I don't even know where to begin programming that, right? Because I'm not very familiar with a lot of how Mania is set up, so this is already a lot that I'm wanting to do, so I'm probably not gonna do that, but we'll see. So when I was first trying to load this up, I had a lot of issues with the file system. So when I was trying to load and save files, it's funny, I was testing this on Cemu, the emulator, and it was working great. Like, it was working brilliantly, it was perfect. And then I tried to put it on the Wii U and it would freeze, right? It would freeze the entire system every time. Like, I had to hold down that power button, just like a hard freeze. And I could not for the life of me figure out what was going on. And I was trying to, I couldn't get like a log. At first I didn't know how to get like a log going from the Wii U. And I was trying to figure out how to do that. Because it's just a black screen and I have no idea as to what's going on. Finally, by looking through a bunch of homebrew examples, I figured out how to do the log. And it's actually freaking amazing. If you're not familiar with Wii U homebrew, I want to tell you this because I think this is super cool. There's code you can use in the Wii U toolchain, or WUT, right? That lets you enable a UDP logging system. So basically, the Wii U will, whenever you tell it to log something in the code, it will send that log, like that text, over the network to like any nearby machines, I guess, on the same network that are listening for UDP from that, I guess, like socket or whatever. I don't freaking know. But basically, it sends the log over to another machine. And so you can like have a laptop going, and you can like run this program that'll like log it, right? And then you can start up Sonic Mania here, and it'll like log, the log will show up on the laptop screen, right? In real time, which is freaking awesome. It's so good. When I first saw you could do that, I was like, oh, I don't know if that'll work, right? I just had the feeling that was gonna not work for me, but it does. It works really well. And I've been getting a lot of log text from that, and it's been extremely freaking helpful. Because using that, I was able to just spam a bunch of printfs everywhere, basically, right? And keep track of exactly how far it's gone into the game, and where it was freezing and where it wasn't. And from that, I eventually deduced there was some weird bug with fopen, and with everything similar to that I tried, even like the WUT file loading stuff, it just seems to bug out for me. I don't know why. It works fine on Cemu, but on the Wii U it doesn't, it just freezes. And so I resorted to calling the Cafe OS, which is the Wii U's operating system. I'm calling the Cafe OS file system stuff directly, which was really fun to figure out because I had to figure out how that worked with homebrew documentation and stuff. But I'm calling that stuff directly, and that was working, except I was having a trouble where it was like, it seemed like it was freezing when it was seeking, which is what I tweeted out. I found out later that actually that wasn't what was happening. It was freezing when it was reading or writing certain data, and I couldn't figure out why, and finally I figured out what it was. This is really weird. When you read data from a file or write data to a file, the buffer that you're reading to or writing from has to be aligned by 64 bytes. And if it isn't, the console just freezes. Like the hardware just freezes up and the entire system dies. You have to turn it off. So that's fun. So I didn't know that. So when I figured that out, I went, oh. And then I wrote some code to make it aligned, and then it worked. And it was really great. But then I played through it for quite a while. I got to press Garden Act 2, and then it froze randomly. And I was like, frick. That's not good. And I couldn't figure out why. And I tried it a few other times, and it was like freezing randomly in random spots, so I couldn't figure out why the random freezes were occurring. So I went in, and after a while of just trying to do other stuff, I found out that there was a part in the code where I made a mistake, and it actually wasn't always aligned to 64 bytes. It was usually, but there were some cases where it wasn't. And so because of that bug, I think is why it was freezing. So I fixed that bug, and since then I haven't had any freezes. And now I don't know if they're all gone, because they're random, right? So I need to playtest this to make sure that they're gone before I release it. But it looks like the freezes are gone. So yeah, so let's just boot it up. You can see the save data is working now. It wasn't. I had to make that work. Save data is working now. You can see it's like actually kind of, maybe, I don't know if you can really tell. It feels a little tiny bit laggy on the screen for some reason. Maybe that's just me. It's fine. Like, it's totally, like, no one would, even the most avid of gamers would not care about this, right? But, you know, it is maybe a tiny bit better. But I don't care. I could release it like that. I think that's fine. The real lag is in the special stages. So let me show you the game. So here's the cutscene. By the way, fun fact right there, when Sonic jumped, for a while, the game was just rebooting the cutscene. Like, as soon as he would get to that spot, it would just start the cutscene over from the beginning. And it would do that again and again and again forever. And I was like, what the frick? Like, why is that happening? It turns out it was an Endianness issue. So again, the Wii was big Endian, which means that, I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of, the way you can think about it. Oh, also that sound effect, I don't know if it played just, oh. That's my Elgato bugging out. That wasn't actually on screen. I don't know why the Elgato did that just then, but I swear I'm looking at this TV screen, that did not happen. Anyway, if you heard that, if that sound effect did not play, yeah, I don't know why that's been happening. That one sound effect doesn't play in that one cutscene, and I have no freaking idea why, because the same sound plays in other cutscenes just fine, but not in that one. So I don't know what the frick is up with that. Honestly, I mean, I know that's obviously something that you would want to fix before you release this, but honestly, if I can't figure that out, I don't think I really care that much. I think y'all would rather play it and deal with that one sound missing than have to wait, like, hang on, he has to fix the sound, right? It's like, who cares? So, you know, and I can make updates later if I do fix it, right? So, that's not a huge priority issue to me, but I am a little confused as to why that's happening. So, yeah, I mean, it's Sonic Mania. You can play it. Something fun, by the way, for some reason, if you tap on the gamepad touchscreen, it freaking brings up the dev pad. You might be thinking, oh, you programmed that in. No, I didn't. That just happens. I literally don't know why. It must be that SDL2 is mapping the touchpad tap to, like, escape or something for some reason. I literally don't know why. But it's pretty useful. When I discovered that, I was like, okay, alright. Also, mods, I haven't tested that at all, but mods should work. I haven't tested that, but I'm going to want to test that before release. I think that'd be awesome. So actually, I wanted to talk about that. So I think that's how I'm going to do it. If I do the custom textures for the Wii U gamepad and the Wiimote and all the other controllers, I think the way that I want to do that is I want to have the files for that be in a mod that comes pre-packaged with the release of the Wii U version, right? And so you could go in and disable the mod if you want to, but you don't have to, right? And by default, it will be enabled, right? So I think that's how I'm going to do that, because that just makes the most sense to me, because then you don't have to modify the data.rsdk or anything like that, and I don't have to hard code it or anything weird. It's just a mod, right? So I think that would be really sick. I think that's how I'm going to do that. But anyway, this is really useful because you can go to the stage select and everything, which is nice. Also, if you would exit, if you would exit here, the Wii U freezes. Don't do that. I'll fix that by the final. So here's the special stages. This is the main thing I want to work on tonight and in general. Yeah, you can see it's kind of laggy. You might be thinking, oh, it's not that bad, but you know, it gets worse when more things are on screen. So you can see it's pretty slow, right? It's not ideal. They do work. I mean, they totally work. And they're playable, but it's bad, right? It's really like, oh, I'm gonna get it. So this needs to be optimized. So I want to do that tonight, and this is my top priority thing. If I can fix this, then honestly, I think it's basically ready for release at that point. I mean, there's a couple of other tiny things, like I need to make the home button work and whatever, but honestly, it's not much. Oh, and other controllers, I need to make sure that works. That's a big thing too. But I don't think all that will be too hard, actually. I think this is the big thing that's going to be hard. So this is the main focus. I'm seeing a lot of ports of this game, actually, are having issues with performance in these special stages, so it's not just the Wii U. The Vita version, for instance, I played the Vita version, which is really cool. It's a really good port. But it runs great in-game, but yeah, special stages lag. Really bad. They lag worse than this, right? They're pretty close to being unplayable, I would say. You can technically play them. I mean, I did, you know, but it's like a slideshow. So this one actually runs a little better than the Vita, if you can believe that, because it's still really slow, right? But it's not, you know. And it's funny because you look at this and you probably think, yeah, like I saw the cursor up there. You probably think, oh wow, well, you can't even handle 3 polygons or whatever. So that's the weird thing. Oh, screen flashed just then. That was weird. I don't know why that happened. It can, absolutely, right? Because you've seen, obviously, like, big games run on the Wii U, right? The problem is, I'm not entirely sure, it's something about how the game is rendering. So what I've gathered is, by looking through the source, and I'll show you more of this when I actually, like, start to program it later. But what I've gathered is basically, this game is trying to do things in the same way that a game would, like I believe the whole gimmick of it was that they wanted it to be like, what if Sonic made, what the frick am I saying? What if Sonic Team made a new, like, you know, classic Sonic style game instead of making Adventure? So I guess it would have released in like, what, 96 or something? So they were trying to make like a Saturn-esque, you know, oops, I didn't actually mean to do that, but alright. They were trying to make like a Saturn-esque, you know, basically like Sonic game, right? And so because of that, they actually programmed it to work very similarly to like how games of the time actually would work, right? Which is really cool. But it has one unfortunate consequence. So they do almost all of the rendering completely in the software. It's not hardware rendering. It's like done completely on the CPU, okay? And so, because of that, yeah, it lags on systems with CPUs that don't really, I don't know, can't really handle it, can't really keep up. And I guess the Wii U is one of those systems. So it's funny, because if you run the same code on like a PC, even like a potato laptop, it runs great. It runs like really fast. But something about, I guess specifically the PowerPC architecture, in the Wii U, it just does not handle, this, you know, very well, at all. So, yeah. So I'm gonna need to fix that. I don't know why it's flickering like that, like when it, at the end of there, it wasn't doing that before. I don't think I changed anything, so I don't know what's going on, but it's not a big deal. I don't really care about that, but it would be cool to fix that if possible. Anyway. So I looked at how it's doing it, and yeah, literally it's like software rendering. It's just like generating pixels totally in software, in like a buffer. And then it's just putting that buffer onto the screen, which does happen in the hardware because SDL2, right? Oh, also, I wanted to show you, but the blue spheres actually do not lag. They actually run great. It's just the special stages, so that's odd, but... anything that's 3D. So, not like... there's like some 3D elements in like Studiopolis Zone, for example. Those don't lag. I guess because they're just simple enough that like it doesn't, even for the Wii U, it's like it can handle it no problem, right? And like Mirage Saloon has some kind of 3D-esque effects, and you know, so like all of those like 3D things don't really lag. But there is another level that really lags that I want to show you. Here's it's all sprite-based entirely? I didn't know that. I thought it was like kind of 3D. I don't know. I guess not. That's really cool. I heard somewhere, actually, I heard someone say that once, actually. Now that I think about it, I just forgot. Anyway, I'm not going to play the whole, you know, I could sit here and play Mania for hours. It's a really fun game. I like this game more and more as time goes on, if I'm being honest. Like, this game's freaking incredible. Like, it's such an amazing miracle that we got this game. You know, it's like, how did this happen? Anyway, so I'm just gonna, I'm gonna just jump to some of those stages just to show you. So I played all the way up to Press Garden 2, and that's where it froze. I haven't played beyond that yet. I did test out of the stages, though. I tested out Mirage Saloon, and such. Studiopolis is just great. Like, I felt so much joy when I first played this. This freaking level is so good, right? And it's got so many, like... I wanted to test this one because it has some kind of neat effects in it. You know, like kind of reflection on the glass. It has, like, some 3D stuff that spins when you go by it. It has, like, you know, shadow... Yeah, like that, right? Like, this thing spins. I don't think... That one's not 3D, I don't think? Maybe. There's another one that I'm fairly certain is. Maybe it's not. There's one that says Sonic Mania. Like, it says Sonic on one side, Mania on the other. But there's, like, a lot of, like, effects in this level, right? And so I wanted to see if they worked, and honestly, I was expecting it to not. I was thinking there was going to be like some bugs, but dude, it works freaking great. It works beautifully, like no issues that I've noticed whatsoever, which is really great. I felt really happy when I booted this up. Yeah, like look at this, dude. It's freaking Sonic Mania. Yeah. So, oops. There, yeah, here's the... I guess maybe that's not 3D. I remember that... Yeah, maybe it is. I can't tell if it's like a sprite with a bunch of frames or if it's like actually 3D. But anyway, but that doesn't lag in any case, so that's cool. And it works, you know, everything works. It's just like... Except for the things that don't. Wow, which is cool. So yeah, you know, so it's like, it's totally like playable, you know, it just needs a little bit of work. Frick, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, what I was gonna show you was the one level that also lags, is, frick, what is it? Stardust Speedway, this one. So there's a boss fight where there's like this 3D model in the background. Yes, and because there's a 3D model in the background, the game lags, as you can see. Actually, I don't know I don't know if it looks that bad on the stream. I don't know. It seems like I think the Elgato put some smoothing on it or something. Because when I'm looking at my second monitor, it doesn't look that bad, but on the screen, it feels very laggy. It feels like slow motion, like, whoa, you know, which is not exactly ideal. And it's all because of that freaking... I'm positive it's because of that freaking model in the background, right? That's causing all this lag. It's that one model. So I need to optimize specifically just really the 3D models, the way that are rendered. So it seems as though Mania does that entirely in the software. It like does all the 3D rendering in software, which is cool. And on PC, you know, and on the consoles that it's actually available on, runs fine. It runs absolutely great, even on a potato laptop or whatever. But on the Wii U, it lags. So I'm gonna need to optimize that somehow. There's a few ways I could kind of go about it. Yeah, no, I think I think my stream was buffering because I noticed that OBS was complaining. So sorry everyone. I hope it's like looks like it's back now. Nice smoothing. Yeah, I guess it must do that because it really doesn't look that bad on there. But I swear it's like choppy. So yeah, that's it's like half speed. Yeah, it's like half speed, right? And it's all because of that one freaking model. Because like almost every other stage, you know, every other stage that I've tested, at least, doesn't have any issues like that. Like if I go to Mirage Saloon, Just another random example. You know, it runs great. You know, it's like totally smooth. So it's really only the levels that have like 3D stuff in them. All the 2D effects are like whatever. The Wii U can handle that no problem on the CPU. It's just the 3D effects that it has trouble with. So anyway, so here's the problem, alright? So, well, I guess I can tell you. So I also, sorry, I know there's a lot that's going on in this stream. Somewhere there's like a 3D barrel in this one that looks cool. That doesn't cause any problems either. I don't know, I guess it's just, you know, simple enough that it can handle it. Where's the freaking barrel at? I don't remember, it's been a while. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that works fine too. There's no issues with it. Well, yeah, so I need to optimize that. That's to me the #1 concern, because I think, yeah, these two. I think these might be, I don't know if these are sprites, I can't tell. But those work fine. Anything that's like kind of 3D like that in the levels works. Just anything that's outright 3D, like a model in the background, does not. So anyway, so that's what we need to do. So yeah, file system stuff works. Most of it works. Oh, another thing I want to fix. So the button prompts that you're seeing on screen actually are the buttons that it expects. So like A is back, B is confirm. It actually does align with the buttons. You know, but I find that awkward. I think the Switch version must have actually done that, because this is like what it defaulted to. So I tried like swapping the buttons, but it seems like there is like a thing in the Mania compilation that says like swap A, B, X, Y. But when I set that to true, it didn't swap the button prompts, it only swaps the input. So like, this screen here that says A is back, B is confirm, it still says A is back, B is confirm. It's just that it's not true anymore, because now B is back and A is confirmed. Does that make sense? So that's not good. I'm not a fan of that. I'd like it to swap the prompts as well, right? So you know, I think what would be cool is to have in the options here, under controls, have an option to swap the ABXY, right? Or not. That'd be sick. But at that point I'm editing, I mean, I don't know how these menus work, you know? I don't know how to like set these up. Hopefully it's not too hard. I mean, it doesn't have to look super good or anything. It can look kind of like, you know, fan-made and tossed in last minute, as long as it works, right? I think that'd be neat. I don't know, I mean, if nothing else, I guess you could probably control with the settings to an eye or something. But, yeah, that's the current status of this. So, it's coming along, you know, it's just needs some work still. Also, Mania Plus does work, if you're wondering, at least from what I tested. I didn't play very far in it. But again, I'm gonna probably have to have, in the release version, I'm probably gonna have to have that disabled by default, because there's no way to legally verify that you actually bought the Plus DLC. Because you have the data.stk file, which is supposed to be like your way of verifying that you bought the game. I mean, you know, maybe you didn't, but it's supposed to be, you know, it's the best we can do. At least. Please do buy the game. It's not just like an anti-piracy thing, it's like, this is a good game. You know, support the devs on this one. But it's actually on sale right now as well, for like not much at all, so now's a good time to get it. Because if you buy this game on any platform, like Steam, Epic Games, Origins, no, just Origins, sorry, whatever, that's all fine. You'll be able to copy-paste the data.stk file from that and use it on this port or any other port that you want. So, I'm gonna go Team Ray this time. I don't know. So yeah, if you're interested in playing these versions, I would totally recommend buying Mania right now while it's on sale, because now's a great time to do that. But anyway, yeah, so on build 1 when building the game that'll disable Plus. Thank you. Yeah, I saw someone on Twitter told me that. So I'm gonna have to make sure I do that. Is it X? So actually, the Y button swaps. No, wait. No, that's not true. Sorry, it is X. I'm just being an idiot. I hit that before and it didn't do anything. Oh, frick, I forgot how to play as Ray again. How do you do this? There's like a way to like fly. I can't stomp down here unless I'm mighty, right? Anyway, it's like... And you just like... Oh, you just hold it. Alright, okay. I like how I got it when I played as Ray last time, and then I forgot it again. Mario World Cape? Oh yeah, okay. I know exactly what you're talking about, obviously, because Mario World is like iconic. Surprisingly, I haven't played much Mario World. I need to resolve that. Because I know it's like a great game. All the plus data's in the RSDK. Yeah, that's the problem. See, I don't know, right? I mean, I guess I feel, if I'm being honest, I feel a little conflicted on that. Because I guess I feel kind of like, if you have the RSDK, you probably bought it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, if you didn't buy Plus, then it's like, I guess I kind of feel like, so what? But, I don't know, because it's like, what is it, like, is it $5? I think it was like 2 or something. So, I don't know, it's just, I don't see that as big of a deal as if you pirated the whole game, right? But, whatever, that's like the community's opinion on that, so I'm not gonna, like, play with that. I do want to support the Mania disc for sure. They made a wonderful game, and they deserve it. So I'm probably gonna just have it disabled, have Plus disabled when you first do this. But I just feel like it's just like, man, I wish there was a better solution to that, because I hate the idea that people, because you saw how much pain I was going through trying to build this, right? And I'm the one who's like programming the port, right? So like, if I'm having that much, you know, if it's taking me that long just to build it for myself, like, imagine trying to explain this to someone. Okay, it's really simple. If you want to play with Plus, all you gotta do is, you know, and it's like, what? You just gotta freaking download DevKit Pro, right? You gotta get all these like CMake packages. You gotta get like what, like the what, like Wii U toolchain. You gotta get Wii U CMake. You gotta get MSys CMake, I guess. You gotta get Ninja. You gotta get libogg. Then you gotta download this thing from Clonacy and then go into there and then run this command so that you can build Theora and install that. And then you gotta, you know, it's like freaking. I mean, I guess I just need to make the build process easier, but like, even if I make it so it's like literally like you run one command and it builds, you're still gonna have to download DevKit Pro, you're gonna have to download some stuff, and then you're gonna have to run my command, right? And honestly, for most users, I think they're not gonna want to, you know, freaking do that. So if somebody does bother with it and builds it, they're just gonna throw a Plus build online somewhere and just say, download that. People are gonna go, okay, right? And they'll just download that, and that's how they're gonna play with Plus. Right? That's how I feel. So I guess I feel like, I mean, I guess whatever, if there's no way I'm gonna stop that. But I guess I just kind of feel like, why? Like, what's the point of me making it so much harder for, I don't know, like, does it really stop anything bad from happening? I don't feel like it does. But, I don't know, whatever. Hopefully there would be a cleaner solution that presents itself that, I mean, it'd be great if I could prove it, right? If there's some way I could prove that you bought Plus, that would be ideal. But I don't know how to do that. So you like, do you tap this again? No, you just like hold it and then you like, I forget. Anyway. That's what my take on that, I guess. Only way to possibly detect would be save data? Yeah, I thought about that. I considered that actually. I was like, maybe if you copy and paste your save data, maybe you could check if there's Encore mode save data in there? I mean, it's still not a great solution. I don't feel like you should have to copy paste your save data if you don't want to. But, that's not that bad. Right? That's like an okay solution. It's better than having to build it yourself, right? I don't freaking know. I don't know, right? It's like, I wish there was some way we could just, like, check, and it's like, oh yeah, you got Plus. But I don't know how to do that. So have you log in with your Steam account, and then we'll just connect to the Valve server. No. Right. Because maybe you didn't even buy it on Steam, too. That's just a joke suggestion anyway. Obviously, I wasn't actually considering doing that. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, checking save data is fine, I guess. I mean, it's better, right? But then, I mean, you know, what if you want to have, like, new save slots on the Wii U, right? I don't fucking know. Does Ray work in the... Yeah. Why would it not, right? I don't know. I just never tested it. Nice frame rate. Steam support on Wii U. Yeah, port the... what is it called? There's, like, some... Isn't there some open source, like, implementation of the Steam API or something like that? I forget. Port that to the Wii U? Heck yeah. Connecting to Valve services. Epic Games support for Wii U. Let's freaking go. No, Origin support. You gotta buy the game on Origin. That's the only way, guys. That's the only way we can prove it. That'd be funny. Yeah, I don't know. I guess save data is probably the best solution, right? Just check for Encore save. Oh, frick. Just check for Encore mode saves if you have at least one that you got plus, right? And then it would be really cool if you could just have it unlocked forever, right? Like, once it's verified that you bought plus, then it's like, okay, now you just got plus, right? And you can delete your save data, and then you can, you know, do whatever, and it's still plus, right? But how the frick do you do that, right? The only way I can think of to do that is, like, I don't know, you, like, write a file that's, like, you know, has plus equals true, and then, you know, anyone could just write that file, right? Even if they don't have plus. And so that's, like, stupid. Defeats the entire point. And so, you know, that's not good. So I guess you could just check every time that you boot it up if you have Encore saves, but then you have to have an Encore save. So, like, if you decide, if you got plus, and you delete your Encore mode save file, and then you restart the game, then what, you suddenly don't have plus anymore, and you can't get it back unless you make a new Encore save on PC or whatever, and then copy that over again. Yeah, it's, like, terrible, right? I don't know. I just wish there was there probably is a cleaner solution, I just can't think. But if anyone can, like, think of a better way to do it, I would really love that. Because, I don't know, I just want it to be, like, you boot it up and it just works, you know what I mean? I don't want people to have to, like, deal with build tools, I don't want people to have to deal with, like, a whole bunch of crap, you know? I want it to be as close to download the file, throw it on the SD card, and then, like, copy-paste your data.art SDK, start it up, you know, as possible. I want it to be like that. So if you gotta copy one more file or something from your PC, then that's fine, right? But if it's like a whole process that it's like, you know? Anyway, sorry. So you get the idea. If I hit exit, I think it's just gonna freeze. Yeah, it just freezes. So that's how you kill a Wii U, everyone. Nah, it's good. It's just that it's frozen. So you gotta turn it off by holding down the power button until it goes black. There we go. Ooh, and the Elgato gets all corrupted. Sick, dude. Yeah. So anyway, so we're gonna work on this. Ayo, the crash button! Let's freaking go! Yeah, no game is good if it doesn't have a crash button in it. You gotta make sure you have that. Alright, I'm gonna read the chat, and I want to get you that file upload as well. I didn't forget. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, that's the thing. If you didn't buy Plus, you probably aren't going to play it on Wii U anyway. Pirates aren't affected, only hurt system owners. That's kind of how I feel as well, right? Because if you're a pirate, someone's just going to freaking, you know, build a version of this for the Wii U that has Plus support in it, and they're just going to release that, right? And then what's going to happen is if you don't have Plus and you want to play with Plus, or even if you do have Plus, you're not going to want to build this yourself. You're just going to freaking download the version someone else uploaded for you, right? So, like, that's just going to be what happens, I think. So I feel like, what's the point of even trying? Like, you're not going to stop it or even prevent it. So, like, you know? But at the same time, I get the argument. I get why it's like, oh, but, you know. So I don't know. I don't know what to freaking do. I mean, I don't want Sega to be upset. I don't want the devs to not get money or whatever. But I guess I feel like we're already trying to, like, make it so that you have to buy the game. So, like, shouldn't that be good enough? I don't know. Maybe I have an unpopular opinion on that one. But maybe a 3DS next. So someone's working on that. I forget who. I think it's 2 people. They tweeted at me and I could pull it up right now, but Twitter doesn't work on my desktop. It just isn't working. I don't know. Hopefully it'll work on its own. Like when I try to log into Twitter, it's like gives me it's like put in the verification code, and I'm like, okay, and then I do, right? And then it's like, sorry, we can't reach Twitter right now. Try again later, and it logs you out. I don't know why that's happening. It's really freaking annoying. It wasn't an issue until just suddenly. Include your credit card receipt? Heck yeah. Now you gotta type in the DLC code or something. I don't know. You find it funny that it's already being ported to Wii U, meanwhile no one's even touched 1, 2 and CD in that regard? I'd like to look into those too. I'd like to try to get those to work too, but that's like for later, right? It's Sega's fault for not separating the plus files from this game. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, in general, I want people to buy the game, right? But I also want it to be super easy. I want you to be able to buy the game, copy a file, run, right? That's how I want it to be. So that's all I'm saying. If there's some way I can do that, then cool. All right, so first things first. Where do I begin? There's so many things I want to do tonight. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get you that file. To be honest with you, it's so funny because I'm doing again like a port of this, but I don't even know what I'm freaking doing here. So I think there's like a there's a tool to like extract the RSDKs. Again, I literally have not like ever made like a freaking Mania mod, even though I'm porting it. It's so funny. So I don't know how to extract the data to RSDK. I'm sure there's a tool for it. I just don't know what people use. If there's any Mania modders in the chat, you know, hit me up. It looks like Main Memory made one called RSDK v5 extract on GitHub. I'm assuming this is the one that people generally use. But I don't know. So I'm going to try this one. Let's see. I'm going to dump it here for now because I'm too lazy to make another folder for this. Okay. And is this just like it's a command list? Sorry. What the frick am I? Command list? Is that a D3012 thing that's just entered my mind? What the frick? COVID caused permanent brain damage. Like, what the frick's wrong with me? Now, what I meant to say was command line application. I said command list. Anyway, looks like it is. So we're just going to grab the, oops, sorry. Data.rsdk, here we go. Okay, I already forgot the name of this. No? Freaking Windows file complete. No? Yes, that's the one. Alright, so I'm assuming you just give it the, yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Cool, cool. Where's it gonna dump it to, though? Somewhere. Where did it dump it? Here. Okay, put it in the Mania folder. Okay, okay, so I've actually never even looked at this, so this is gonna be fun. I've been seeing, because I wrote some code to log, whenever the Wii U tries to load a file from the data.rsdk, I told it to log the file path that it's trying to load. So I've been seeing these file paths. This is my first time actually looking at the files. Okay, so my feeling when you're trying to make a whole port with no prior knowledge, that's exactly what I'm doing. It is a very fun project. Because like I know what I'm doing with programming and such, I don't know what I'm doing with Mania specifically. So so it's just like a fun project for me. Okay, so sorry. I literally don't know where the freaking options thing is. I could probably just have a log. Oh geez. Here's all the music. It's OGG apparently. I saw that in the file list earlier. Sprites maybe? Oh boy. Maybe I should just have it log all the files that it tries to load and then load up the file. Nope, here it is. Controllers.gif. Oh, it's all of them. Okay. So here they are. So honestly, that freaking, I know this is silly suggestion, but like you could probably edit that Switch texture here with the Joy-Con on the sides, right? and make that look like the Wii U gamepad. I don't think that would be that hard. Also, wow, man, this takes me back. Sorry. When I was younger, let me hide the screen for a second, by the way, so I can get Discord up without having to worry about it showing something. I don't know, like a password or whatever the frick. Whoopsie. Okay, so when I was younger, right, I used to be into DS Homebrew. I was like 10, and I was super interested in the idea of making your own DS games. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And there was this program called DS Game Maker. Has anyone heard of that? Man, man, those were the days. I loved that. It was so fun. That's where I learned a lot of programming stuff, honestly. Like, it was a little bit after. Oh yeah, I'm glad I didn't have the screen because it did show stuff. Goodness. So I literally was like it was like Game Maker, you know, like the normal program Game Maker, but it was for the DS. And it was like totally homebrew. It was written in VB.NET at first, and then later it was C#. They made a new version in C#. And what it actually did, if I recall, was it had its own like scripting language and everything. And it would like generate, I guess like C++ code or whatever from the scripts, and then it would compile that with DevKit Pro. It was really cool. Now, it was extremely freaking buggy, right? It really wasn't like, you know, like something that you would use to make like a full-on, you know what I mean? But it was awesome. So anyway, so the reason I bring that up is I love homebrew stuff like that. I always have. It's like so cool to me. But yeah, so anyway, the thing is, on the DS, and on DS Game Maker especially, if you wanted to have transparency in a sprite, right, what you would do is you would use the magenta color for the background of the sprite, and then it would replace all pixels that were that exact shade of magenta with alpha transparency, because it didn't actually support like PNGs with transparency for some reason, if I remember correctly. It was some weird thing about the tooling that was used. So they had they would just replace the non-transparent, you know, that's how they did it. Which I know was probably not the best way to do it, right? We wouldn't do it like that now, probably. But that's how it was done. So anyway, when I saw these magenta textures from Mania, I was like, got nostalgic. I was like, man, those were the days. Anyway, Blob, if you still want that, here you go. All right, that should be it. Let me make sure I've got everything off screen. All right, there you go. Never heard of it. That sounds so cool. Actually, it honestly was really cool. It's like totally dead now, I believe. The guy who made it has moved on a long time ago. You know, he's doing other stuff now. But I used to love that. Are you excited for Windmill Island Frontiers? It's probably going to be a day one mod. Or are you talking about... Wait, that wasn't actually Windmill Isle, right? Wasn't that Sky Sanctuary? I'm pretty sure it was Sky Sanctuary, but I don't know. I don't remember. I'm going to talk about Frontiers more in a bit. Anyway, yeah, okay, so I guess we should just get into the actual development now, right? So, is this the freaking... Oh, yeah. So I wanted to tell you something. There's a few things I wanted to tell you about this. So, and I'm using like Vim for VS Code, by the way. I'm not very good at it. Like, there's people who use Vim and they're like lightning fast. You know, they type like 3 keys and the entire screen changes and you're like, holy frick! You know, and it's like incredible. I'm not like that. But I'm decently fast at it. I can type at about the same speed as I did before, which is nice because it doesn't hurt my wrist like it used to. Holy frick! I tried using normal Visual Studio again the other day, and wow. I didn't realize how much you have to move your wrist, and it hurts to do that. So I feel like actually happy, like I feel like I'm doing the right thing. But anyway, so it had exactly Windmill 1's design. Really? And that's incredible. Of course it would, right? Like of course they would reuse Windmill Isle. Because why not? I'll use Windows layout. I didn't notice that. I'll have to go back and watch that again. Okay, so two things that are really hacky about the CMake file right now that I want to fix at some point. So you'll probably notice there's these two options here. There's one that says build standalone. There's build standalone here, and then there's build objects using all. All right, and what are those? So you'll notice that on the Wii U, I have it. Those both are turned on by default, and on every other platform, it's off. So why is that? Okay. So there are two bugs that I found in the DevKit Pro toolchain or whatever. I'm not entirely sure actually if it's DevKit Pro. I don't know what it is. I can't tell if it's like something in DevKit Pro, something in what, something in GCC actually. It could very well be something in MSOIS, something in CMake. I literally don't know, but because there's a number of things that could be causing this. But there's a bug that I found that's really freaking annoying, if I'm being honest with you. I like how angry I sounded when I said that, even though I'm not. Sorry. So here's the bug. So for whatever reason, if you try to link a large amount of .c files or CPP files into one, big binary, right? It just freaking doesn't work. You get this error message called, it says something like collect2.exe, create process, file or directory not found. It's something very similar to that. And it's like, okay, what's going on, right? So you have to look at like the make files that it generated and all this nonsense and try to figure out what's going on. And what I determined by Googling and by looking through things and trying to figure it out, it seems like the bug is that, and I'm not sure, again, if this is like MSYS, I don't know how you say that, MSYS, or if it's like GCC or what it is, but it seems like if you have a command that's longer than something around 32,000 characters, for whatever reason, that command is getting truncated. And so everything after that certain amount of text is getting cut off. It's just like, doesn't even exist. So let's say you've got like, I don't know where that would be at. But let's say it's like around, let's say it's here. Like, let's say all of these files up until this point have successfully compiled. Well, were successfully part of the command. But then right here is when you happen to reach the 32,000 character limit. And so it gets cut off like mid-sentence, right? So you get like objects, TM, and then let's just say it stops there, like just TM. And the rest of that string is dead. And then the rest of these strings beneath it are gone too, right? So what happens is, it's trying to link all the files that you're asking it to link, and so it gets to this one, and it's not a proper file path. You've linked to objects TM, right? What is that? That's not a file that exists on your hard drive, right? That's not a thing. So it gives you an error. It says, file couldn't be found, right? And the whole thing fails. So the solution seems to be, there is a file that comes with the Mania decomp called all.c. It's literally it just includes all of the C files. That's all that it does, right? It's just all the C files. And so if you just tell it to build using the all.c instead of manually listing out all the files that are in the all.c, right? Then that works. Because the command is not over 32,000 characters, so it doesn't get truncated, and so it works. But the problem with that, as anyone who's done like C or C+ development will know, is that what that means is anytime you change anything in any of these files, so any file anywhere in the entire game, it has to rebuild this all.c file, which means anytime you make any change to anything, the entire freaking game needs to rebuild, which is terrible. So I would really love if I could fix that somehow. I've been trying to, but I haven't found a workaround for that yet. I get the feeling that if I were to build this on Linux, it would just work. I think it's a Windows-specific bug. I really do. So probably like MSYS, right? Or Windows itself truncates it to 32,000 characters. I think that's what's happening. I don't think Linux, or Bash itself, would truncate a command to 32,000 characters. Like that? Maybe it does? I don't think so. I think you can run really, really, really long commands on Linux, and it's fine. So I get the feeling that if you ran this on a Linux machine, it would just work. But on Windows, it doesn't. So maybe I could install WSL and build it through that, and it would just work. But I don't feel like doing that. Just gonna be totally honest with you. It's like, it annoys me, but it doesn't annoy me that much. I'm not rebuilding that often. But it's something I do want to fix at some point. Another issue is build standalone. Well, this one's not really an issue, but this is just another thing that's weird. So you can see that what it does, I just have, so this one's not actually really weird. It's just a thing I have to do. There's different ways you can build this game, and it's really bizarre. The way that the decomp seems to do it by default is there's two different GitHub repos, right? So there's the Mania game, and then there's also the RSDK decompilation. And the way that I would think that it would work is that the game itself would be like the standalone executable, you know? That's sort of like the main entry point would be and everything, right? And then it would link to the RSDK, which is a library, right? That's how I would assume it works. And it seems to be set up that way because the RSDK repo is actually a what's it called? Submodule of the Sonic Mania repository, right? So there's like a folder called dependencies in the Sonic Mania repository, and then inside that folder you have like there's a folder called RSDK v5. See, and then that's like a GitHub submodule that links to the other repo, right? So it seems like, oh, you're supposed to have Mania link to that. It goes in that order. But the way that the CMake files do it is not that. Instead, they have it so that the RSDK builds its own like exe, essentially. And then you build the game as like a DLL. And then when you start the RSDK exe, it like finds the game.dll, links to it, and then that's how it works. And so it's like reverse. But then the project is not set up that way, so it's really confusing. I'm not really a fan of how that's laid out. So to try to kind of work with that, I just put in a little option that's like build standalone, and if you have that set, then it builds Sonic Mania as an exe, and then it builds RSDK as a library and links to that. Otherwise, it just builds Sonic Mania as a library, right? So you can do both with this CMake. Is the idea. But that's what that is. And then finally at the end here I have to have a what thing because, I don't know. I'm not a fan of that either. I don't know why what has you do that. Because there are two commands. There's like, sorry, I'm going to be a little slow here. There's create RPL and RPX. RPL is the we use library format. It's like DLL. And RPX is the we use executable format. It's like exe. Okay? And so I hope it doesn't try to... Okay. Sometimes VS Code tries to build when you edit the CMake list. Anyway. So I understand that, okay, so the reason you have to have this command is because it needs to know whether you're trying to build an RPX or RPL. But no, it doesn't. Because you freaking have these commands that are like add executable and add library, right? And so if I'm adding an executable, then just build an RPX. If I'm adding a library that's a shared library, build an RPL, right? Like, why do I need to manually put this down here at the bottom? I don't understand that. But I can't complain, right? Because it's like, this is a homebrew thing. It's amazing. The fact that people made this in their spare time is incredible. So it's like, it works. Shut up, right? So it's like not a big deal. Who cares? But I just don't understand that. But anyway, all right. So isn't 32,000 the limit for 16-bit ints? Good observation. Yes. Yes, it is. Well, so for signed 16-bit ints, at least. So if you have, like, if it's unsigned, then you can go all the way up to 65,535, I think is the number. I always forget the last digit for some reason. But you can go all the way up to there. But if it's signed, which means that it can be positive or negative, then because of that, you have one less bit that you can work with. So you can only go up to... Yeah, 32,767, which I think is actually exactly the character limit for the command. So I think you're correct. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Some program is using a signed 16-bit int to store the length of the command that you're passing in. So that's what's happening. So if it exceeds this number right here, then it dies. There's probably some other ways I could make it at least a little better. Like one thing I could probably do is like notice how the object it's like categorized into folders. So I can make like a aiz.c file, and that just includes all of the other C files inside of this directory, right? And then I could do that for each folder. So instead of having one big all.c file, I have like several smaller little all.c files, right? And then I could build those. And I think that wouldn't go over the character limit then, and so it would work. And also would mean that I don't have to rebuild the entire game every time. You just have to rebuild the folders every time, which is still bad. But like if I edit like something in the special stages, then all of these C files that have UFO in them would have to change, even though I only edited one of them. But not the entire rest of the game, right? So that would still be a lot better. I could maybe do that as a workaround, but I don't know. Would be ideal would be to just fix this bug somehow, right? It should just work. I don't know what's going on in the chat. Sorry. But yeah, so there's a little bit of spam or something. But hopefully that. Anyway, oh, whoops. Vim doesn't work on this one. Okay, so let's get into this, shall we? So I've talked a lot, so maybe we should just get into this already. So the main issue with the performance, I'm not entirely sure on, but I have an idea. So first of all, oops, I hit the wrong. Okay. Bear with me. I'm new to Vim. Sometimes I hit the wrong key like an idiot. What I was trying to do was select this this whole block here. Anyway, so this block here sorts the vertices by the depth, as the comment says. So it goes through all these vertices in this buffer, and it tries to sort them based on the value of that depth number there. So it turns out, for whatever reason, a lot of systems that this loop right here is actually kind of slowing it down. And it seems like it's doing some stuff that isn't totally necessary. Like it seems to also sort the index value, which I guess is not necessary. I guess. What's only technically necessary is that it sorts the depth. And so there's some ports of this game now, well, some forks of this repo are replacing this block here with a call to std sort, which is just sorting based on the depth. And so it should be faster because, like a lot faster, because it's going to use, I mean, at least ideally, a more optimized sort implementation. And then also because it's not sorting multiple values, it's only sorting one, right? So changing this code to that is supposed to give you a performance boost. Now, I tried that, and honestly, I don't really see a big difference. It's about the same to me. But, so I don't know. But maybe I'll have to bring that back as well. The other area that seems to obviously be causing lag is when you tell it to draw a model, right? It literally will go through this entire thing, and it's going to draw like, yeah, it has this code like draw face, right? And then based on the effect that you want to use, it like sets all this stuff, and it does this all in software. Like this is all completely software rendering, right? Which is like, look at this. I mean, it just keeps going, right? Oh, and then there's another one, draw blended face, and this is another thing that it does. And then all of this calls like process scan edge color or clear, I guess. I don't even know. And then it does this. A lot of math. So these, I think the real slowdown is like here, right? The real slowdown is the fact that it's doing all this in the software, I think. Because it's one thing if you do like draw line. The game does this a lot too, but I don't know, there's still quite a lot of math going on there. But I feel like the total number of just like lines being drawn during normal 2D gameplay is not a lot, right? And so yes, this looks expensive, all things considered, but it's like not the end of the world, you know, to do that a few times per frame. But when you're drawing faces, when you're drawing models, right, you're going through all of the faces in the entire model, and then for each face, you know, you're doing all these lines and you're doing all this crap. And so that's where I think the real slowdown is here. So what would improve the performance drastically and make it not lag anymore would be to replace all of this with hardware rendering instead, right? So make it so that the Wii U is just using its actual GPU to draw all of this instead of doing it here. But that is easier said than done, right? Because to do that, you're going to have to change a lot about how Mania works, right? And that's not super fun. So we might try to do that. But what I want to do is I want to verify that that's actually the problem first before I spend all my time trying to optimize that. The real slowdown was the friends we made along the way. Good luck, Chief. Thank you. So I think I'm going to try to play some music again. Anyway. Let's get into this. Graphics APAs are currently your biggest programming weakness. So which ones have you looked at, Wasif? Because they're all, like, a pain, right? But, holy frick. Like, Vulkan is freaking the worst, like, to use. It's, like, so difficult. So, if you're talking like that, I completely freaking understand. It's like, but even GL is like, you know, you gotta do a lot. You're busy with pixel art. Thank you so much, Bob. I really appreciate it. You're all good. Don't worry about it. Was he done GL? Yeah. I mean, cool. Like that's where I started too, like with GL. That's a great place to start because it's the most sane out of all of them, right? Like a lot of these APIs are like freaking insane. You gotta type like all this nonsense to get a triangle on the screen. Getting DirectX a bit. I actually really like DirectX. Like that's probably my favorite if I had to pick. I like DirectX 12 as well. Actually, it's funny because like when you talk about Vulkan in a negative light, a lot of times people think that you're talking about the fact that you have to like, oh, I gotta like synchronize it and like, oh, I gotta do command buffers and whatever. But like, that's not my problem with Vulkan. I like that stuff. I think that's the upside of Vulkan, right? My problem with Vulkan is like the freaking API and like a lot of the weird decisions that they made. It's like you gotta do all this code just to like figure out which freaking GPU to use, right? And it's like, I don't care, just give me a window, right? And then it's like, you gotta do all this code to set up a render pass, and it's a nightmare, because you've got render passes, and then they have attachments, and they have subpasses, and subpass dependencies, and everything has to be perfect or else the whole thing doesn't work. And it's like, I just want to draw a triangle on the screen, man. In DirectX 12, you don't need to do render passes, right? That is a thing they added later. It's like an optional feature if you want to use it. They're way simpler than the Vulkan ones, but they get the same performance benefits, pretty much. So like you can do that if you want, but out of the box you don't freaking have to, and it performs just as well as Vulkan does. So it's like, why am I typing all these hundreds of thousands of lines of nonsense when it doesn't have any positive effects? Anyway, GL seems nice, but setting up C# is confusing. Yeah, I bet it would be. I did that once a while ago. It was a little odd. Setting up GL is a pain because you want to just be like, call a function that's like load or something, and then you want to be like, all right, draw, right? But what you actually have to do is like, you got to get like an instance, and then you got to like link to it, and it's like all this weird stuff. Hey, thanks for the sub, I appreciate it. My current schedule, you made a triangle once. Hey, nice. That's huge progress, actually. That's like one of the hardest things to get going in these. My current schedule as a programmer is finish up my super secret creative game project in Unity in the next few months while also trying my best to familiarize myself with C++. Yeah, sounds awesome. If you can do that stuff, then that's awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna read this and then I'm gonna do something here. Why are you porting Sonic Mania / Sonic Mania Plus to the Wii U? It's for PC, Switch, Xbox One, PS4, Series X, etc. Yeah, so it's not any like particular, I'm just, I just thought it would be fun. I got a Wii U and I actually like the system a lot. I just kind of thought it would be cool to have Mania playable on there, right? It's not that I like can't play it on, because I've already played it on other, I have it on multiple systems, right? And PC is definitely like the best way to play it, right? Because it runs great and you have mods and all that stuff. But yeah, it's just kind of like, why not, right? I just thought it would be cool. Thanks, Luigi Master, I appreciate it. It's because the Wii U is the best console ever made. Heck yeah! It's a fun system, I really like it. Okay, so, here's what I'm gonna do. A lot of times in these programming streams, I get distracted. I can't do like two things at once, right? And so I try to read the chat and also program, and I can't do that. So I certainly want to read the chat, but what I think I'm going to do is, I've been doing on my own time these things, it's got a weird name, they're called Pomodoros, if you've ever heard of them. And what they are is, it's like a timer, where you like work for 25 minutes, and then you take a break for 5 minutes, and you repeat, basically. And then at some point you get a longer break, I don't know if I'll, But anyway, that's how it works. So what I think I'm going to do is, since I've been doing that anyway, I think I'm going to just set one of those timers, work for 25 minutes, and then I'm going to read the chat for 5. Repeat. And so I'm going to try to catch up on everything that I missed during the 25 minutes in the 5-minute break. Does that make sense? I think I'm going to try to do that. So hopefully that's alright, because I want to read the chat for sure, but I also want to get something done so the stream isn't boring. But one more thing though, before I do. Oh yeah, have I looked at the Frontiers of New requirements? Yes! I'm probably not going to be able to run that game, if I'm being honest. So that's unfortunate. I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to try to run it. I get the feeling it'll run even though I don't technically meet the minimum specs, but I'm going to try to run it anyway. I get the feeling it will work, it's just going to be slow. Right? But we'll see. I may or may not be able to actually stream that game. I unironically love the Wii U, and because of that I'm sure I'm on at least 8 hit list. I like it too, honestly. Like, I know it's like a... I understand totally why it failed, right? It's just like a weird system, honestly. Like, and it was like badly marketed. Because like, you hear people heard Wii U and they saw this image of the gamepad and they were like, oh, it's a accessory for the Wii. And it's like, no, it's a different console, right? So I totally get why it failed. Also, Eliandra, I'm sorry, could you maybe, yeah, tone down the, I don't know, some of the comments are not, super related. Not a big deal, but, it does make it a little hard for other people to talk or whatever, so, it's whatever, but I appreciate it if, Rad, have you seen the current issues for Sonic Frontiers? No, I don't think I have. That's actually cool. Okay, sorry, I really do want to read the chat, but I think I'm going to I'm gonna start this now. So yeah, I'm gonna try to explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it, but I'm not really gonna be reading it until the break, and then I'm gonna read everything. So that's what I'm gonna try. Let's see if this works. Right? Never tried this before. One more thing though, my friend owns a Wii U. He hacked it recently. I helped him get GameCube running on it. That's freaking awesome. Seriously, I've been playing GameCube stuff on the Wii U as well, and it's so good. Honestly, I recommend that to anyone who has a system. Even if you don't have a Wii U, honestly. It's a good system to have, just for the fact that you can run GameCube games on it, and also Wii games, and then also Wii U games, right? So you got 3 systems there that just run, It's awesome, right? And then you got Homebrew, so yeah, I'm trying to put Mania on there, right? But then there's people have done RetroArch and whatnot, so you can have certain consoles emulate on there. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a neat little system. I don't know, I like it. Anyway. Alright, so let's start this thing. Alright, so I've got a timer going for 25 minutes. And I will not read the chat again until that timer's up, and then I'm going to do it for reach out for the next 5. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, so I think the performance issue again is in these draw functions here. which I'm going to need to fix. That's going to be a bit interesting. But another area that I realized could also be certainly related is the matrix math. So they've got these functions that they call a lot that do like matrix multiplication and translation and that kind of stuff. And the thing is that this is like an inherently kind of slow operation, right? Because you're doing a lot of math and it's kind of involved. And usually what you do to help you with this is you have specialized instructions in the CPU that are designed around doing this type of math more quickly, right? So like on x86 it would be like a SIMD instruction, for example. And the Wii U does have something like that. It's called paired singles, and it's hard to find information on this that's public, right? So, you know, but it has like paired singles is what it's called. And the idea is that you have two floats that are in like one kind of big register that's 8 bytes long, and you can operate on those two floats at the same time. So you can do like a multiplication on two things at once, basically, is how I understand it. So if you use that correctly, depending on your code, you might be able to speed it up as much as 2 times, right? Which is really... Okay, there's some spam in the chat because I said I wasn't reading it. Cool. Let's ban that. How do I do that? There? Alright. Sorry. Threw me off completely. So, using paired singles is how you would speed this up on the Wii U, right? But here's the problem. So Mania doesn't actually use normal matrices. It doesn't use, like, floats. Mania and Retro Engine use int32s, right? So it uses just normal, like, ints instead of floats. And the way that it works, from what I've gathered at least, is that they, like looking at the bit shifts here, they basically multiply it by 256. So if what they want to store is a number like 1.0, right? You know, just like 1. Then what they'll actually do is they'll multiply it by 256. So you get 256, right? And then they'll store that. And so the reason they do that is it's a kind of a neat trick. Because what you can do is, say that you want to store 0.5, right? Like 0.5. Well, you've got an int, right? And ints can't store floating point, like they can't store like decimal point numbers. They can only store like whole numbers. So you can't store 0.5. You can only store 0 or 1, for example, right? You can't store 0.5. But what you can do is, you can multiply 0.5 by 256. You get 128. Hey, you can store that, right? So that's what they do. They, whatever number they want to have, they multiply by 256, and then they get a result that they can more or less convert to an int, and then they store that in the matrix. And so, when they want to do multiplication, they have to be careful though, because if you let's say that you have two numbers, both of which are 1, okay, and you want to multiply 1 by 1. This is just a dumb example, right? That would just get you 1, right? But let's say that's what you're trying to do. Okay, so to do that with the ints, it's like, remember, you're going to take 1, you're going to do that by 256, so you get 256, and the same is going to be for the other one as well. So what you actually are going to be doing now is you're multiplying 256 by 256, right? So that's not going to get you the result that you want, right? That's going to get you some totally, well, it's a number that's so big that it couldn't store it in that type. My goodness, Windows. You'll get this, right? So that's not what you want. So what they do to counteract that is, whenever they want to multiply a number, they take the number and they divide it by 256. And then they multiply that by the other number, which is still big, right? So what you're trying to do is, again, like 1 times 1, but each of your 1s are stored as 256. And so you get the result that you want, 256. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but that's basically what they're doing. And so if you're wondering, okay, so what's this though, right? Because I thought you said they were dividing. Well, this is just a trick to do that. So if you say 256 and you bit shift that right by 8, that's 1, right? And if you put it left by 8, it's 56. So basically, this is just them dividing and multiplying, right? They're just doing it with bit shifts instead. I don't know. So that's all that is. So, okay. So, this is, I think, slowing down the Wii U somewhat. It really shouldn't be that bad, though, because, I mean, this isn't that many, and it's, like, pretty efficient, right? But that would be a bit hard to optimize, because the problem is that the whole game is really much, really, like, dependent on the idea that these matrices are using ints. So if you use floats instead, which would be more optimal for the Wii U, from what I understand, you're going to have to change how that works in the rest of the game. So I did find there's an instruction called PSQL, which is paired single, I don't know, quantize load, something like that. And that's a Wii U instruction you can use on the Wii U's hardware. And this loads 2 values from a pointer that you give it, and then it converts them into floats, and then you can actually, like, do something with the floats, right? So I thought, okay, in this code here, in this function, for example, I'll just put a PSQL instruction, and I'll just load the 2 ints from these matrices up here into paired singles, right? And it does actually let you specify the data type that you want, and you can actually, like, you know, give it sort of in types, and it'll convert it to float in the hardware automatically for you. So that's awesome, right? But it turns out it doesn't support int32. So you can give it, like, anything from, like, a uint8 or sint8, uint16 or s16. That's all fine. But you can't do anything above that. And these are using 32-bit integers. So that instruction won't work. So if I want to do those paired singles on these matrices without changing the format of the matrix itself, right? What I'm going to have to do is manually, like, make a new matrix of floats on the stack here, and then, like, copy all the ints, like, you know, cast them to floats and then store them in there. Turns out, that's slow. On PowerPC, which is, like, what the Wii U is, casting to a float is, like, not very efficient. So that's not good. I'm trying to speed this up, not slow it down. So the only way I can think of to get around this, if this is actually the bottleneck, is that we're actually going to have to change this to be a float. Which means we're going to have to change the math basically everywhere in the game, which is, well, not everywhere. Everywhere that uses a matrix, which is at least everything that's 3D, basically, right? So there's not too much that's 3D. I was looking at what uses this, but there is a good amount. There's, like, special stages, obviously. There's also, like, the Plus DLC. They have the pinballs. And there's some random effects that show up in the background and whatever. So there's a good amount of math that we're going to have to change if we go that route. Which will not be fun. So I'm hoping to not have to do that. But if this is the bottleneck, we're going to have to. So, what I want to do... and let me queue up the next... Yeah. You can't play this song and then not play the final boss, right? Well, you know what I mean. And that's possibilities. So, let's queue that up. Man, I keep hitting the wrong keys today. I'm a freaking idiot. Like, I wasn't doing this at all until today. It's the streamer's curse. Okay, so we're going to, let's search for all the, what is it, draw model? No, it's like draw 3D scene. Okay. So we're going to look for, all the calls to this. And I'm going to start with the special stages because those are what I want to optimize. The ones that say UFO, those are the special stages, right? So here's all the objects that come up in the game that call this draw 3D scene function, which is what actually draws 3D. So you would think that if the problem is this draw function right here, then just commenting this out in all of these special state objects would make it not lag anymore, right? I believe I tried that, though, and I didn't really see the performance I was expecting. So that's what made me think that it may be these matrix things that are lagging it down. Because I do remember I commented those out as well, and it went faster. So I'm not sure. It could also be this, though. The add mesh frame to 3D scene. It could definitely be that. Because that is, actually... duck on it. And I think the actual name for this is, yeah, for some reason, here it's called that, but in the actual game it's... So in the retro engine it's called this. I don't know why. Anyway, this function is pretty involved. Like, it's doing a lot of stuff. I'm not entirely sure what the frick it's doing. It looks like it's mainly, what is it doing? What's that vert ID thing? I don't know, I guess it's just appending to the end of the scene? Okay, well, I mean, that shouldn't be too slow, right? Yeah, I don't know, I guess it's not really that involved. It's really just, like, a tiny bit of math here, and then, like, it's really not, it really shouldn't be bad, so I don't know, maybe it's, we're gonna have to profile to figure it out. And we can't profile the Wii U, really, at least not that I know of. So, the closest way that I'm gonna be able to do that is I'm just gonna comment stuff out and see what makes the difference, right? And then we're gonna go from there. So let's start by leaving everything, except for the calls to draw 3D scene, okay? So we're going to get rid of all of these. I think there's, what is it, Shift-I, and then you can do that. Yeah. Alright, there's gotta be a faster way to open these files too. But then if I hit period, I think it's supposed to, yeah, just repeat the last command. Sick. Still new to this. Alright, so we build that again. And I edited the scene mix, that's why I had to do that. Yeah, this is, I don't need that anymore. Okay. Also, it'd be nice if it'd be cool to get like a faster way of copying this to the SD card. Like, it's kind of annoying to have to take it out every time because this SD card reader is in a weird spot. I gotta bend over every time to like get it. So it's not like ideal, but neither is any other option I can think of. I mean, I guess I can use FTP, but yeah, maybe I'll, you know what, I think I'm gonna do that. Because this is actually really hard to get to that reader, so let's start by deleting everything. Yeah, and also I guess honestly I can read the chat while it's building. Because I'm just sitting here waiting for that to build. It's taking 9 years. Goodness gracious. Is there an FTP thing for the Wii U? There sure is. It's really cool, actually. So I think I'm going to use that. Official Taxman Spaghetti. What the frick is that? Sorry. There's like something on the ground. Okay. It's like a... it's like tissue paper or something. I don't know what that is. Your back rat? Yeah, I know! For real. I'm like worried about it now. Why is this taking so long? Like, I know I said it was slow, but like... Okay. Maybe it was just frozen. Okay, because it finished as soon as I like clicked on it. Okay, so let me get this FTP thing going. So what would be great is if I could hit the home button when I'm done testing Mania, and then I don't have to restart the Wii U every time. But right now that like causes a freeze. So and I could probably temporarily fix that too. Let's see. This is a real hack, but so this part right here is where I found that the issue is at. Like when it calls this line of code, right, the destroy texture, right? That seems to be what's causing it to freeze. So I have a really cursed. What if we just leaked memory? Obviously, I won't release that. But what if, for the time being, we just don't clean up our resources like a good boy? And we do it this awful way instead. Why is it rebuilding drawing.o? I don't think I changed that file. Okay, that was way faster that time, so I don't know what happened, but... okay. Let's get this going. Reddit's had enough of optimization. Optimization is cancelled. Alright. I'm not going to use a proper FTP client, I'm going to use freaking Windows File Explorer. Do you know you could do this? I think some people don't know about this. If you type FTP:// and then you type in like a local IP address, or any IP, it doesn't have to be local. Yeah, Windows File Explorer has built-in freaking FTP support. Yeah, I know, right? I didn't know that for a while. Yo, hey, Outro Zero, how you doing? I recognize... Wait, are you the one working on the 3DS port of Mania? Cool stuff. Alright, I'm just gonna... So here's the thing. If I'm just in this folder, then I think I can just refresh it later. Like, I don't have to go in there every time. It would be really cool to make a, Let me make like a script, run dot... What, like... This is MSys, so I don't know if that's like, you can do batch files or not. I don't actually know. Whatever, let's just try it. Oh, actually... I don't know if I can... I don't think I can copy to that. Screw it, who cares? It's not a big deal. I was just trying to make it a little faster to copy this. So let's just put these side by side. Okay. I'm gonna copy paste that over here. Yes. Oh. Performance. Okay. So that's like a 4 megabyte file, and it's taking that long. That's pretty slow. Well, whatever. No, that's really slow. That's like... I can't justify my laziness. Why is that so freaking slow? File transfer hard? Apparently. You kind of start working on it at the moment to start making a PS3 port. Yo, let's go! That's cool too. I actually was like wanting to try something like that soon, because I got a modded PS3. But I figured someone else would probably do it, so... You can check out the Saturn port, which is probably way better. Oh, there's this... Oh, Saturn's port. I'm sorry. Bleh. I was like, no. I was like, no one... Someone did not port it to the Saturn. There's no freaking way. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Well, I mean... no worries. I was just wondering. Cool stuff. Okay. I'd like to see a Mania port to web. Like, yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a thing, right? I don't know how the legality of that's going to work, though. Because you can't, like, make a website with that on there, because then anyone, you know... But you could definitely make that work. Alright, so we're gonna boot a Mania again. This is like a slow dev cycle, you know what I mean? Like, every time I want to test this, I have to do this whole crap every time. So, like, that's not ideal, so I really want to fix, you know, speed up how long it takes me to test out a new build, but... You know what else I want to do? Freaking eat! Let me grab something really fast. Gonna grab a freaking bag of chips or something. It'd be cool if I could improve the load times. Those are really long. That's just because it's reading from the SD. Well, part of it's because it's logging everything as well. It's like sending that log, and that's slowing it down. So when I remove the logs in the final version, it should make it go faster. Alrighty. So let's see if this speeds it up at all. So what I did is I removed all the draws for all the like 3D things. So as you can see, like all the 3D things are missing now, right? And so as you can see though, it's not really any faster, is it? It's still freaking chugging in this area here with all these rings and the boosters. Just something about these things existing at all is lagging it down, right? Like look at how laggy this is. And it's not drawing the 3D stuff. It's drawing the levels still in the background. And I'm honestly not... I don't even know where in the code it's actually doing that. I haven't found it yet. I've been looking for it. But see, when you get near these rings, this section, yeah, this part always lags. Like, it lags bad. So, definitely need... That's like an area where you can test to see if you actually improve the performance or not, right? Just get to that area. So this makes me think that it's not just the drawing that's actually slowing it down, right? It's something about the objects just being there in the first place. So let me verify that, you know, before I go and do anything else. One more thing though, I'm gonna hit exit and hope that doesn't freeze my Wii U. Because I did comment out that clean up the resource thing, so maybe it worked! Holy frick! Nice, okay. Yay! Well, my horrible hack worked. Okay, so I don't have to restart the Wii U every freaking time. Oh, that'll save me a lot of time. Cool, cool. Thank freaking goodness. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Izuka saying? Yeah, I think that... I don't remember if that was Izuka. I made that so long ago. I don't even remember what that is. Okay, cool. So this horrible return statement that's not cleaning up our resources is working, so at least we have that. Alright, I'm just going to close this actually for now. I won't forget to remove that because that'll be in the git change. Anyway, so we've commented out all of the draws, and yet it's still lagging. So those rings are slowing it down. So here's my second test I want to do. So what I want to do is, yeah, if the z-depth is greater than this number, which I think is 256, yep, then it draws the ring. Otherwise it doesn't, okay? So instead of that, let's return. So we're not going to draw anything at all. We're not going to do any of this function. So the rings are literally not drawing in the slightest. Okay? So we can rule out that it's the rings causing the lag. That's what I want to do. And then also, this is a shadow. So the shadows are 3D. I don't know why, but the shadows that go underneath the objects apparently are 3D. I think this, believe it or not, is the real cause of the lag. This part right here. I think this is the lag. So we're going to verify that. No. There we go. I'm going to mute the mic for a second so I can eat these. This is taking way too long to build. Also, what the frick is going on with the music? Sorry, I hope that... It looks like it fixed itself, but... Dude, I'm gonna keep eating. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'll be back soon. Oh good lord, it actually took that long to build. Holy frick. Actually on my laptop it's faster. Like noticeably faster on my laptop. That's funny. Yeah. This is awesome. I can just drag and drop that over every time and it reconnects to the FTP. Cool stuff. But it takes freaking forever to copy it as well. It's a 4 megabyte file. This should be like instant, you know? Out of all the things I could have eaten, I could have grabbed to quickly eat. Why did I grab a bag of Doritos? What's wrong with me? I have this powder all over my hands now. I'm such a freaking idiot. Alright. probably have to get up to wash my hands in a minute, so I don't get gamer crumbs all over my... It's funny, because that's like the stereotype, right? Is that gamers have, like, nacho cheese powdering on everything. But I'm actually so... I hate that. I hate that so much that I really do not, like, allow myself to touch anything unless my hands have been washed 5 times. You know what I mean? I'm, like, not like that at all. Sniff the powder. Yeah, get high on Doritos. Heck yeah, dude. Someone is downloading midis on your internet. Yeah, that's really funny. Actually, though, unironically, yeah, I think it's the fact that I'm streaming. I think me streaming is killing all of our bandwidth. I think that's what it is. What's if I feel your pain? That was us a few days ago. I just got a little bag. That's all I have. Okay. Let's see if this is faster or not. I'm playing this with one hand because the other one has Dorito crumbs on it. Like a true gamer. The way the gamer gods intended. I hate this. I'm gonna wash my hands. But let's just... Okay, so it still lags when you get near the blue spheres. What I want to see is, does it lag when we get near the rings? Because we're not going to see the rings anymore. But will it still lag anyway? I think, yes, it will. But let's find out. Yes! Yes! Look at that lag! Oh! I don't know how well that shows up on stream. But that... on my screen right now, that is freaking laggy. That's like slow motion. Okay. So, yep. So we confirmed 2 things pretty fast there. That it is in fact in, like an SDL2 bug that's causing, or something of the sort, that's causing that it's related to SDL2, that's causing the home button to not work. And it's also definitely not the actual drawing of the models that's slowing it down. It's something else. I think it's this bit right here. I think it's this bit right here. And I'll show you why I think that in just a second. Because it takes 18 years to build, and I need to wash my hands anyway, I'm going to start the build with... I'm doing this with one hand. I'm still using one hand. So apologies for the slow typing. Why did I do that when I could have just typed return? I'm a freaking idiot. Okay, we're gonna start that build because that'll take 9 years, and then I'm gonna go wash my hands. So I'll be right back. Sorry about this. Alright, sorry, I've been cleansed of the gaming powder now. I'm back. Holy frick. If you're still watching the stream, thank you. Oh, wait a second. Okay, yeah, no, that works. I was looking at the Wii U gamepad when I got up to go wash my hands. And I swear, it was really weird. Sonic Mania was running, and I didn't remember opening it again. I was like, what the frick? Did it start itself? Like, what happened? So I thought there might have been some bizarre bug that was going on or something, but I think I must have just accidentally tapped it without realizing. I have no idea. Maybe the Mania Wii U port is actually hunted. That'll be like a feature. It'll be like on the box, you know. I didn't intend it to be hunted, but all right. I guess it's a little added bonus, maybe. Hey. So I guess I can probably like read the chat while it's building too, because it takes forever. But I'd like to make the builds faster. Just see, we need to cook Doritos. Let's go. I mean, I would agree. That is important. Is the stage too wide? Yeah, that's why it took so long. It's because I had to physically traverse the stage. Oh, I think the Elgato and the desktop music were playing at the same time. Sorry about that. I've heard bad things about the SCL2 port that's on DevKit Pro. Yeah, it's not bad. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it is a little rough sometimes. There's like some weird bugs with it. So I'm leaning towards wanting to write my own implementation of the renderer, because it's not super complicated in Sonic Mania. Most of it's done in the software anyway. All you really need is like to draw pixels on the screen, right? So you just need like a buffer and you just send it over. Like that shouldn't be too hard. And it should allow me to do like shaders and stuff too, right? Which would be neat. Okay. Coward, real gamers lick their hands. That's probably true. Okay, so this is noticeably way faster, isn't it? Look at this. Okay, it's a little slow here. But like the performance difference is like huge. So the part that really lags is... Well, actually, this is one of the parts that lags. The other one is right up here. No, wait. Sorry. This next turn. Yeah, this part right here. This part usually chugs. This is the part with all the rings. But it's going smooth now. Right? It's pretty smooth. I wouldn't say this is, like, the best possible performance, but this is pretty freaking good. This is very playable. Yeah, look at this. That's... Well, I don't know if it's 60 FPS, but it's at least like 55. It's pretty good. And the only thing that I did to make this happen, because remember, I removed a bunch of draw calls, right? But notice how that didn't make any performance difference. The only thing that actually... Oh, I got the UFO apparently. The only thing that actually sped it up is when I removed this block right here. So this is what you do to speed it up. You do that. That's what makes the difference. So you'll notice that this one down here was commented out before. So I'm not even... So what this does is this draws the shadows underneath all the objects. So it draws like the shadows underneath the rings and the UFOs and all that stuff, right? And so you'll notice that in a previous build that I ran of this, I already had this draw 3D scene line commented out. So... That's not the issue. It's not drawing the shadows that's slow. It's just this part up here, right? This part that does the matrix math, and then that prepares the scene and adds them all to the scene. That's the lag. So if we could just fix that, the whole game should go fast. Or at least this part should go a lot faster. So I'm going to do one more test before I start actually, like, trying to fix it. And that is that I want to, remove the matrix math that they're doing up here, but still run this. Because I want to see if the prepare 3D scene and add model to 3D scene, I want to see if these two function calls are the cause of the lag, or if it's these, right? I want to see which one is going to is actually causing the lag before I focus on it. And also another thing that I absolutely want to freaking do is these builds are taking way too long. Like, even just for now, as like a temporary thing, this is like unacceptably freaking... Like, it takes way too long for me to test a new version of this. Which is terrible, because it makes it so that you take 100 times longer to get anything done, right? Which is bad. So, what I want to do is... I'm going to make a file called ufo.c, at least for now. I don't know if this will be in the version that I put in GitHub, because ultimately, the real fix for this would obviously be make it so that we could compile all of these as a separate file instead of doing all.c, but we can't get that to work until we figure out the cause of that bug or whatever, right? So, as a temporary workaround, what I'm going to do is I've made a file called ufo.c, and I'm simply going to... grab all of the, that's close enough. That's going to include the, see, okay, yanking in Vim is really freaking weird. I still have to get the hang of it. I don't know how to, like, because, like, see, it puts, like, a hashtag at the end, because I included that. I just want to, like, yank the line, you know? I know you can do YY, but then you have to, like, count how many lines. So I have the relative line numbers on, but it's, I don't know, it's just, I wish I could just visually select it but not have to worry about that. There's probably a way, I just don't know. With Vim, there's almost always a solution, you just need to know the command, right? So it's pretty cool, I just have to get used to it. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, just temporarily, right, I'm going to do this. And then... I could probably have actually just used the UFO objects instead. That would have been better than this. Or whatever. And I'm just going to delete these. Like this, maybe? Oh, that actually worked. Okay. Alright, and so hopefully I won't have to keep rebuilding the whole game every time. Oh. Freaking, where is it? Here we go. Alright. Nope. What did I... Oh, it's in objects. Okay. Alright, so that should build a lot faster, hopefully. At least going forward. Maybe this first time. Yeah, this first time it's going to be slow because it has to rebuild all.c again. But going forward, it shouldn't have to rebuild that file. UFO.c should build considerably faster. Okay, let's read the chat again. Gamer ports snuck Mania to Wii U while eating Dorito. Wrong gun. That's exactly what's happening right now. It's so amazing. I always watch Sonic Mania Wii development streams. That's what I do, and that's all that I do on YouTube. So I'm not really on YouTube that often. Those are both the biggest lies I could have possibly said. I'm obsessed with YouTube. It's like I need to freaking stop it. To be fair, most of what I watch is like educational stuff. But doggone it. That doesn't make it any less bad that I spent maybe a little bit. But it's still like a large amount of time that I really... it's kind of a problem. Have you planned on utilizing the gamepad for anything? I thought it would be cool if you could have a mode where all the UI and states and stuff could run to the gamepad. Oh yeah, okay, that's interesting. I was definitely thinking about stuff like that. I mentioned earlier, someone mentioned the idea of like having a map on the bottom that shows you how far you are into the level. And that sounds super cool, but I mean, I don't know where to begin with that, right? Because I need to learn more about how the game works. And it's definitely possible, but it's like kind of hard, right? So maybe I could do that at some point, but I think the first version that I release is definitely not going to have anything like that in it. It's just going to have like probably, I don't know. I think later I think the first version will probably actually just put the same screen on both the TV and the gamepad. What the yeah, it did it again. Hang on. No, so there is definitely like a weird bug. Okay, hold up. when I opened up the FTP app, at least that's what I think I did, it ran freaking Sonic Mania. That's weird. Why did it do that? Hang on. Okay, now the FTP is open. Now it should work. There we go. Yeah, now it's working. Yes. I think maybe I just did. Maybe I hit Mania again and I just didn't. Like maybe my brain has just been not functioning correctly, and I hit Mania twice, thinking I was hitting FTP. I don't know. Like I kind of go on autopilot sometimes like that. Anyway, sorry. The first build, I think I'm just gonna have the Wii U gamepad and the TV display the same thing. That's all I'm gonna do. And then in a later update, I'd like to make it so that you can choose if you want to have it on just the TV, just the gamepad, or on both, right? And then go from there. So if I can make like a custom screen that's only on the gamepad, that's like a map or something, that'd be super cool. But I need, well, first of all, I would need ideas for that. I need to like know, because I don't want it to be annoying. I don't want it to be like, you know, that useful information that used to be right at your eye level, but now is just on the bottom screen. Screw you. You know, I don't want that. Maybe as an option or something. I don't know. Whatever it would be, it would need to be actually helpful, right? It would need to be like, oh, that's useful. Because it would be a lot of effort to program it, so I'd want it to be like worth the effort, you know? Hang on a second. Okay. It's still kind of lagging. Let's see if it lags when it gets to the yes. Oh. Okay, so I think the real source of lag is this part that's adding it to the 3D scene. It's not even the matrix or the drawing. It's just the adding it to the scene. Which is maybe like a catch locality thing? That would actually explain why it's lagging on so many platforms. Because it was also lagging on the Vita really hard, and so I was like, if it's just like a... Yeah, this is lagging hard. Okay, so that lag is definitely caused by that. Okay, so... Alright, actually that might not be that hard to fix. We'll have to see. So I'm going to run FTPI again, and I'm going to make sure that I run that, and I want to see what it does. It ran FTPI, okay. So I must have just literally been hitting Sonic Mania every time, like an idiot. That sounds like me. This is a vibe right now. Sage saw you read play Mania while you were gone. That's funny. I mean, I want to talk about Sage too at some point. Okay, now that I have it building faster, I think I'm actually going to do the timer. Yeah, let's start this. Cool. Ah, frick. That's just a glass that I bumped into. Bro. Okay, so when that goes off, I'm going to read the chat again. But really fast, I did happen to see this, though. Hey, Autumn. Hey, that Cube Gamer. How y'all doing? It's been a while. Yeah, it's going well. Thanks for asking. It was really rough. My freaking, I had COVID again, and then my wrist didn't work for literally like 4 weeks. But it's getting better. I'm getting work on it, and it's slowly it's getting better, right? And it's like totally. I'm using it right now. It's like pretty much back to normal now. It's still a little weird feeling, but what a pretty sound that glass made. Diamond glass. It did sound nice, actually. Yeah. Bro, me when I'm concerned about microplastics. Bro. Okay, anyway, so let's get into this. We don't need any of these. Okay, so so these two lines of code right here, this is the lag. One of these is causing the lag. So if I recall correctly, okay, so in Vim, if you hit the asterisk key, it starts searching for the thing that's under the cursor, which is really nice. But what I want to do is search all files for that thing. I don't want to just search this one file. And the only way I know of to do that is take Control-Shift-F and then type here. So maybe that's just because I don't know, maybe if I used actual Vim instead of VS Code Vim, then that'd be better. Anyway, okay, so yeah, so this one is pretty simple. I mean, it's just basically a mem set. So I highly doubt that this function is causing it. I mean, I could test it, but honestly, I'm pretty positive that that is not the issue. So it has to be this line right here, right? Add model to 3D scene. This has to be the cause of the lag. Whoops. It's actually add model to scene for some reason in the actual engine. I don't know why. This one, I'm fairly freaking certain that this is what's causing the lag. Now I don't know why exactly, because it is involved, but not too involved. Because, okay, so what are they doing? So let's break this down. I haven't actually read all this yet. And by the way, just for anyone who's like joining, I'm trying a new thing this time because usually in programming experience I get really distracted. So what I'm trying to do is I've got a timer going for 25 minutes, and I'm going to work during that timer and not read the chat basically. I've been making a few exceptions, but I'm kind of trying to do that. And then once the timer goes up, I'm going to read the chat for the next 5 minutes, and then I'm just going to repeat that. All right, so that's what I'm doing. So I will read the chat. I'm just going to wait for that timer to go up first. Okay, so what it looks like it's doing is well, first of all, what's that? That's just, okay, that's just there. So if you have a world matrix passed in, I mean, if you don't, that apparently just does freaking nothing. So that's interesting. But if you have a world matrix passed in, then what it does is it's going to just check on the one model that from the model list. Yeah, I don't see any loop. It's just one model apparently. And for this one model, I think this is actually basically the entire, yeah. It's just doing one thing, so this really shouldn't be lagging so badly. But what it's doing is it's just going to check one time on this one freaking model the flags of the model, which is just like a byte. So that should be really quick. And depending on the flags, it's going to do something different. So I don't know what the shadow flags are. Let me make sure this one stays open. There we go, okay. Does it say there? Model flags, UFO shadow, okay. It's probably like, there's no init, okay. Good day, init? I don't know, sorry, bad joke. Oh, it's here, it's right freaking here, I'm an idiot. No, it's stage load. Okay, so yeah, so somewhere in this code is where they actually create the model, I guess? Yeah, load mesh. Okay, so this is it. So I guess the flags are just being taken from the model, I assume? So I don't know what the flags are on this, but it's one of these. So it can be no flags, use colors, use normals, and then combinations of some of them. So for a shadow, I would assume that it wouldn't need to be that complicated. Like, you wouldn't need Verx colors, I don't think? Maybe. But you would need, like, color of some kind. So it's probably just like this, right? Who knows? What I'm gonna do is, first of all, we're gonna do this. That's terrible, but we'll have to, you know, delete this, of course. Alright. Hopefully that'll actually, like, build, right? And it should be faster to build this time. Yes, that was way better. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was, like, way faster, thank goodness. Because we're not rebuilding the entire freaking game every time now. Bro, I've been having really awful TMJ problems too. I've had it for years, it's not new. But like, good lord, it's gotten worse. I don't know. I need to get that, I need to check that out too. It hurts so bad sometimes. I think it feels weird right now, I don't know. Alright. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna check to see if, oh frick, I need to open up a log. What's it called? Let's see, support libs or something? There is a... No, it's not that. Frack! I think it's under what? No? I look on it, where is it? There's like a thing somewhere... This is it. Okay. This is super helpful. Yeah, go ahead. Alright, so what this does is, yeah, it's wirelessly connected to the Wii U, and right now, and every time that the Wii U gets to a point in the code where it's logging something, that gets printed out onto my screen, which is super helpful. So let me bring up like a window capture maybe so you can see it. It actually automatically did the right thing. I don't know where to put this. It's not really important that you see it, I guess. But I don't know, it's kind of cool to see. I don't know if you can even read that, but it's like there's a lot of like every time what I have it logging currently is every time it tries to load a file and a bunch of stuff like that. You can see there's a lot of failed to open files. That's because it keeps trying to open the log.txt, which it doesn't have like permission to do, I guess, because of the folder that's trying to load it from. I'm gonna, disable that in the final. I'm just too lazy. I haven't bothered. But that actually probably does make it a little slower to load too, because it keeps logging all this crap. So when I remove that, it should speed up the load times a tiny bit, which is nice. Yeah, you can see all the loads when I load something. It's kind of cool. Okay, there we go. So that's what I was looking for. Model flags 5. Oh, I'm a freaking idiot. Why did I do it like that? Okay. So... Oh, is it gonna stop? It did. Why is it still printing? Oh, this is like buffered? Is it just that many? I think it's just queued up. Oh, goodness. Okay. So what I should have done is only log it if, this is the UFO model. How do I tell that? Like, this is the model index. It's a UN16. I'm gonna do this for now. This is terrible, but why not? Yeah, that should be correct. And I'm just can't be bothered to... Alright, so what I want to see is, also, let's do this. I mean, I don't even know if I have to have the second one there, but this is just, why not? This might not... Sure, that's supported. Why not? Alright, let's temporarily include this as well. Wow, I alt-tab a lot apparently. I can barely read the chat a little bit during that. Oh, well, it finished. I want to read it. This timer is almost up. I can read it during this. This part takes a while. Did you see the Corey 3.5 stage trailer? What the frick? No! Oh, that's what I was talking about. That's freaking awesome. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Like, actually? I'm so excited to see that. Great stuff. Hey, Rad, long time since I checked into one of these. Hey, how you doing? Hope all's been good, thanks. It's been crazy, but... you know, it's getting better. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Hey, Rad, long time no see. Hey, Senor Donnie, how you doing? Why did you do it like that? How dare you? I know, that was so silly of me. I love the Azuki image on the homebrew menu. Thanks. I don't even remember what that is. It's just some random homebrew rep, I think, that I don't even think I made that one. I think that's just one that I installed, and it just didn't have a picture, so I was like, I'll give it a picture. I think that's what it was. I don't remember. It's been years. Yeah, but part of the reason this is lagging so badly is because it's printing every single f-read because I had a lot of freezes that were occurring with the file system. So I just logged every freaking f-read to avoid, you know, to figure out what was causing the problem. And now I'm very confident that I've fixed all of those issues. The only things that are failing there is that log.txt file that I talked about before, and I know why that's failing. It's supposed to fail. So that's actually like not really an error. That's like supposed to happen. I'll fix that. But yeah, everything else is like working, so that's cool. But once I remove those logs, it should actually load faster. It already loads pretty fast. Okay, so this is going even slower now because of all the logging. That's pretty funny. Okay, so that should be enough. That should be enough output right there. So let's see. UFO shadow model index, model frame. Doggone it. Well, whatever. That I put an incorrect printf specifier. I'm a freaking idiot. I was about to say, oh, it doesn't matter because I still can get the output that I want, which is the second value, but no, because it prints the first value. I screwed up. Alright, sorry. Let's fix my typo. Look what I did. No, it's not even in this file. It's here. Look what I freaking did. Boom. No. That's all I needed to do. Ay. We'll link that. Done, cool. And FTP is open. Okay, we can read the chat again. Corey came to stage is so hype. I know, right? That's crazy. That's super cool. I talked about Frontiers a little. I haven't really gotten into it yet. I want to like analyze the whole trailer at some point, but I don't know when a good time is to do that. Honestly, I guess there's not too much I want to say, like, because obviously if I want to talk about Frontiers for like 17 years, I can do that. You know, like there is stuff I want to say about it, but a lot of it's just kind of me repeating myself. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like new stuff, there's not much to say. It was a really well-made trailer, which is good. Because I feel like up till now, honestly, most of it, if there's one thing that everyone can pretty much agree on, it's that the Frontiers marketing has been very messy, right? So like having I don't know, like wait, did it just freeze? No, it's good. It scared me for a second. I was like, did I not fix the file system issues? So having like, actually let me test this by the way. Okay, model frame 7, model index 7, flags 1. Okay, that's literally all I wanted, was that one number. Thanks. My brain spaced out there for a second, but anyway, sorry. You know, so having, so it's a well-made trailer. It got me hyped, right? It's like when you watch the trailer, you feel excited. You're like, ooh, right? Which is good. It's more than I can say for most of the trailers so far, so that's cool. And I mean, like, you know, there's things that I really like about Frontier. So, like, okay, right? I know this is gonna sound silly, but like, because I don't play these games for story. Okay, you know what? I really should wait for that break. Tell you what, this timer has about 8.5 minutes on it. When that gets to 0, I'll talk about Frontiers. During that 5 minutes, I'll talk about Frontiers. All right. But for now, let's focus on this. So just so I don't get like lose my train of thought. So the flags are 1. Okay, so that's all I wanted to know. So I can eat this garbage now. Cool. Thank fucking goodness. Yeah. Alright, so, the flags are 1, and so which of these is it this? No? Use normals. Okay. I think this is yeah, that's the area in the code. Alright, so this code right here, this whole section that I have highlighted there, is what's lagging the game down. It's something within there. So, this up here makes sense to me. That this would be lagging the game down, because like, look at that. That's a good amount of math that we're doing. And the Wii U is, the PDC architecture maybe is not the best at doing a lot of that math really fast. So that would lag it down. Alright, so to fix this, well, first of all, I don't know which, they have an if statement here, where they check for mat normals, which is like a, oh, that's a matrix, oh, 4, 5, mat normal is the second to last argument, which is null in this case. So, actually, it's not executing this branch, it's going to be going to the other one, so down here. So it's actually not even that code, it's freaking this code, which is even has less stuff going on in it, that's causing the lag. Ha! Huh. I guess it's just because it's happening a lot. Alright, so that's gonna be a little tricky to optimize this. So these are all ints. And the matrix itself is an int as well, because they're doing it in that weird way. So this is just like int math, so this is like, it's pretty fast. It should be, right? So it's like, how are we gonna freaking optimize that further? So, so first of all, so actually I'm a little curious about this. Like, what the frick? Is it adding new vertices, or like, how does that work? So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna start with something really simple. I want to verify that it is, in fact, definitely this part of the code. Alright? So I don't know if this is necessary or not. Probably not. It's probably already mem set to 0. But just to make sure I don't want to get any crashes or anything, because I'm just testing this. Oh, frick. Vim moment. Okay. I want to, right there. Oh. Sometimes my internet be that way. I don't know why it's doing that. Sorry, guys. Hopefully that music comes back soon. I killed it. I killed it with my own 2 hands. Oh. Oh, I cooked my internet connection for a second there. Whew. Okay, sorry. That's what happened. My internet just completely died for a minute, but it's back. Yeah, I definitely want to read what you guys are saying about this. I'm gonna do it soon. 4 minutes left on that timer. I mean, I can read the chat while it's copying this, but I want to get more in depth with forces than just like 1 minute here. Finally getting CG cutscenes again. I'm assuming they're within the game since they have voiceover in them. Makes me happy. I think also it was last game with them being in game. Yeah, actually that makes me happy too. It's funny because it's like, you know, that's only like 1 game ago, but they take so long to develop games now. Okay. We don't actually need the log up right now. It be loading. Sometimes the FTP actually can go horribly wrong. Oh no, it's fine. So I'm a little paranoid sometimes that maybe the problem is that it's corrupted the file. But it looks like we're good. Alright, so let's see if this lags. It looks like it kind of does? Yes, it's lagging. Oh. No, it wasn't that bad though. There's another section with the rings. Oh no, this is lagging. Oh, that's lag, yeah. Weird. So what the frick? Yeah, this is chugging. Oh. Alright, let's quit that. Okay. So. It's not this part actually that's lagging it down. Like I thought it was. It's something else. That's so freaking weird. It could be this part of, maybe I'm wrong and maybe this actually is, maybe it's not null? No, it's null, right? That's null. I don't know. Here's what I'll do. I don't know, right? What else could it be? What does this part up here do even? It's just like getting some pointers, right? Yeah, it's just getting pointers, so like that shouldn't slow it down. I don't freaking know. That's so weird. Maybe it didn't copy over or something as well. It could have. Sometimes I don't successfully like replace the file or whatever. I'm gonna do that again. Why do you have to process Windows? Just cancel. Just freaking cancel. Anytime now. Oh my gosh. This is why you should probably use an actual FTP client instead of this. Oh, that timer is about up, so I'm gonna talk about Frontiers. Hi Taz. A lot of things. I don't know. I don't know when you fell asleep. It's the break time. Okay, well, first of all, let's see. Let's test this and talk about the Frontiers trailer. So, I guess basically the way that I feel about it is, holy frick, they like changed YouTube again. It looks even worse. I don't want to pause this song because I actually like it, but really fast. Let me check if this is actually performing better or worse, and then I'm going to talk about that. Catch the UFO. Okay. No, it looks like it's lagging to me already. Well, let's see when we get up to the ring. Yes. Yes. The lag is real. And up here it should keep lagging. Yes. And so the lag is happening even before. Maybe it's the mem set. How could that possibly freaking be? Yeah, maybe it's the mem set. Maybe that is slowing it down. Holy frick. Okay, so we gotta test that. But first of all... Okay, so... Here's the Frontier story trailer. Oh wait, I think I can show this, right? There's no reason I couldn't show this on stream, right? Actually, maybe I should be a little careful because I don't know. Sometimes they copyright strike you for freaking trailers. Even Sega. Like I got a copyright claim once for showing the Sonic Unleashed E3 trailer for some freaking reason. So I should be careful with this. Ooh, nice bitrate. They won't even be able to tell. They won't even be. The YouTube algorithm will be like, "What's this? That's definitely that stage from Sonic Frontiers. I don't know what that is. It's like 5 pixels maybe." Anyway, you can show this. Yeah, probably, right? But I'm like, I'm just a little cautious. I think other people did. I'm just going to skim through it because I'm assuming everyone already kind of... If you want to see the full thing, just like look it up, right? So I've only seen this like once or twice. I actually haven't seen it that much yet. So I haven't like nitpicked it a bunch yet. I'm sure if you do, you're going to find stuff. But my opinion on the game is pretty similar. So this trailer is really well made. This is how they should have freaking advertised it from the beginning. Doggone it. Why did it take this long to get a good trailer, right? But seriously, it's a great trailer because it's like good. It's like Sonic Team, and then it's like, oh, what's this thing? Oh, I don't know. Whoa, we're in a new world. A mysterious stranger, and then Sonic's here, and then, oh, we got this new character. Okay, hits a thing, boom. Oh, and she says, you're destroying our world, right? Stop it. And he's like, nope, I'm going to keep doing it. And screw you, I guess. And then it shows him running through this art. In a glorious 3-pixel format. We see him, going through... And let me turn that up. That is not 480p. That is not 480p, okay? That is at least half that. Good lord. Okay. This is 1080p, quote unquote, but it still looks terrible. Anyway, so like I don't know, right? Nintendo Wii content those fake Kokoro, so don't stream it. Yeah, they do look like that. Reactions haven't gotten strike from it. Yeah, I'm sure you all are right. I'm just super paranoid. It's all right. Because what I wanted to do was just analyze it. I didn't want to like show the whole thing anyway. Okay, so there's like another path on the left there in this level, so you can tell that because there's like the purple coins or whatever. Oh wait, actually no, those are stop signs. That might just be decoration. I don't know. No, there's a dash ring in the background in the center. So there's like another path there, but like, am I just come back around to this area? I don't know. There's at least 2 paths. So that's neat. Oh no, I see it. It goes. Oh, I see. It's not even another path. Hang on. Ah, man. Bloop. Are those in game? It's hard to tell. Because it kind of looks like it, right? Yeah. Anyway, that path literally just goes up to It shoots you over this like bridge area, right? Okay, so I'm like too harsh, right? Because I said garbage. It doesn't look like garbage. Heck no. So like this looks good, right? There's like shots in this that look beautiful. And there's other shots that look weird. I don't know why. Like Green Hill looks freaking odd. I don't know. I can't make up my mind on how I feel about it. But I don't really care much about the visuals as long as the game's good, right? So here's the main thing. So the cyberspace levels look... We've only seen a couple of tiny snippets of it. They're really not showing us the whole levels, even though the game is releasing in November, confirmed now. So, we're really not seeing... They're really being pretty secretive about the level design of that. But from what I can tell, it's like very linear, very, very Forza-esque, right? Which I'm not a fan of. So the main appeal of the game to me then is going to be the main gameplay, not the cyberspace levels, right? And I'm just not so sure I'm sold on that still, right? Because there's some cool stuff in it, for sure. But it's like overall, right? It's like... It looks like it kind of boils down to like... you run around, you beat up enemies, you do some puzzles, you play cyberspace levels, you repeat. Which is like... Sounds like a lot, and sounds like it should be a lot of fun, but I feel like that's going to get kind of old. I don't know, maybe not. I'm going to give it a totally open mind. I've heard people who reviewed it said... like played it firsthand, said that they actually, some people said that they went into it with like, thinking it was going to be bad, and they played it and they were actually like, no, it's really fun. They don't know why, but it's just really fun for some reason. So I'm going to give it a shot. I'm hoping it's really fun. I'm just not sure what I'm expecting, right? There's a lot of cool things in this trailer, and you can go and unpack all that if you want to. I'm just saying how I feel about the game as a whole, right? So I mean, like, we got these guys, They said the names somewhere, but I forgot. Are they Koros or something? They're not Chow, so I was, wrong about that. Don't care about it being not being Chow, right? That's still cool. They can be something new. That's fine. Like I saw some people on Twitter saying that like, oh, these Sonic haters, they just don't like it because it's different than what. And it's like, what? No, I want different. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't know anybody who's like complains about the state of Sonic who is like, it needs to be exactly how I want. It's like, we're okay with it being different. It just needs to be good. Like, that's all. I don't know. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding other people there, but at least that's all I want. So this is new, and I'm happy about that. I like new things that are good. This looks new and good. Cool. The CG of this looks beautiful, by the way. This is definitely not in game. This part here, because that grass is just freaking gorgeous. But yeah, that looks great. You can tell Marza did this because this shot looks beautiful. And this is cool. He's like saving them. I wonder why. I mean, just because he's the hero, I guess. He's Sonic, right? That's what he does. Also, yeah, this doesn't look in game. The more I'm looking at it, that's definitely not in game. Yeah. But this is cool. So I don't even remember when I last streamed, but I think the last time I streamed was actually before Sage was like the Nintendo Direct trailer. Which is crazy, right? I think it actually was. So, no, maybe not. I think I might have streamed after it. I don't remember if I talked about Sage. Basically, I think Sage is really cool. Like, I actually love this. Like, this is cool. Like, having a new character like this in the Sonic franchise. I know people say, like, Sonic has too many characters, right? But I don't know. I honestly disagree. I think Sonic has too many characters that don't really do much of anything. You know what I mean? Like, they don't really, like, contribute anything. You know what I mean? It's like they were in one game and that was it. Or not even that. Like, maybe they're in a few games, but they don't do anything. You know what I mean? I think there's too many characters like that. But that isn't... The problem with that isn't there's too many characters. The problem is there's too many characters who don't do anything. Right? So if you just make them do something, I think it's fine. Right? You can have plenty of characters. Just give them a point to exist, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, Forces tried to, like, bring back a lot of the characters, and it doesn't do anything with almost any of them. It's like, Vector's here, Silver's here, and it's like, oh boy, and it's like, what do they do? Not much, right? They talk a lot over the radio, and, yeah. Right? It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't do that. Like, if you're gonna bring the characters back, use them. Make them do something. I want to play as Silver or Vector or whatever, or I want to have them do something that impacts the story. You know what I mean? I don't want them to just be there for no reason, other than, I guess, fan service or something, I guess? That's how it feels lately. So, yeah, so that's all anyway, that's how I feel about it. So, anyway, them adding a new character? Sure. Cool. I don't have any problem with that. And I know this is going to sound weird. I think the design of this is cool, alright? Because, look at this. It's like freaking Infinite. Right? It like has the Infinite aesthetic to it, which I wonder if they're going to tie in this with the Phantom Ruby or whatever somehow, because they're really doing a lot of... It looks like that, kind of. You know what I mean? With all the red everywhere. It's like, I wonder, right? But it gives you the feeling of, like, Infinite, which is cool because it's, like, coherent. It's like, it feels like the last two games are almost, like, connected in that way, even though these are very different games. So I don't know, that's kind of neat. But then it's, like, a totally different, like, character than what we usually see in Sonic. So I don't know, it's cool. I'm a fan of Sage. So I also love the idea that, like, she's this all-powerful being in this world, and she's not a villain. She's just trying to save the planet, and Sonic is, for whatever reason, destroying it, it looks like. It seems like he's doing so to get off of this area. He's, like, trying to get back to his home or whatever. Probably also to save his friends, because they showed, like, Amy... yeah, in this like cage. It's like Sonic Omens. Sorry. That CG's different than we're used to, isn't it? It's not bad. It's not bad. It looks good actually. It's just different. Anyway. So it I don't know exactly why, but it seems like he's doing this to like save his friends or whatever, or get back, or a combination of the two, and doing so is like destroying the planet. And so Sonic's kind of the bad guy in that way. But he's also not, right? Because he's also saving people. So he's either the hero or the villain, depending on how you choose to look at it. Which I think is really freaking good. Like, I don't expect masterful story writing from these games, but I do want them to try, you know? It doesn't have to be like, oh, it's perfect. It's like, just give me something that's kind of cool. Like, give me something that when I was 11, right, I would have seen and said, this is awesome, right? That's all I want from Sonic games. If you can do that, cool, right? The past several games have completely failed to do that. Like, oh my gosh, like Lost World, I think is the worst example of that, because the story of that game is just terrible. It's like, new villains. I don't know, we move around for a bit, kicks the thing out of Eggman's hand, Tails is mad for some reason, robot body, what? Okay, game's done. It's like so bad. So the fact that Ian Flynn is like writing again, well, writing for Sonic now, and not just in the comics, but like this game, I think immediately shows, because holy frick, look at this, there's a story, right? There's like a story, which is better than we've had in the past several games. So I'm excited for that. I'm genuinely excited for that. I want to see where he goes with it. I'm not expecting perfect story writing. I just want something kind of cool, you know? That's all I want. If there's some stupid dialogue or cringy lines, or, you know, Roger doesn't voice Sonic exactly how I want him to, or whatever, then fine, right? I don't care. Just give me something cool and new and interesting, and that's what they're doing, looks like. So, all right, I'm digging the story of this. I actually care. Like, I want to see. I want to play this. I want to see, like, what happens in the story. So, for that reason alone, I'm excited. They also show you some new areas, which is, thank goodness, because I remember it said Starfall Islands with an S, it's plural, right? So we knew that there were going to be multiple islands, but I was skeptical. I was like, I don't know, they might just have one big island, they're calling it Islands, because there's like several different islands in the same map, you know what I mean? I wasn't sure, because all they were showing us was the freaking grass area. And I get it, they don't want to spoil the game, but I was like, why can't you just show one screenshot of like another island? You know, don't show me all the islands, don't show me every aspect, just show me like one image so that I know, oh, there's another island, right? Like, that's all I wanted. So now we got that. We have a little video clip here. He's like running around in this area. It's like a kind of like desert area, it looks like. I don't know how to describe it. And then there's yeah, it's like totally a desert. They did say that. They said sizzling deserts on the website description a while ago. I remember that. So we did know we were getting deserts, but it's cool to see it anyway. It's neat to see, because it's like, okay, right? This is an actual world. It's not just like one big test map, so that's cool. They, I think, showed this shot before from the Nintendo Direct trailer. Actually, no, not that one specifically. They showed the one with the big, yeah, this part right here. But I think it was cut down, because this is longer than... Look at this freaking thing. What, Evangelion? Holy frick. That's cool, dude. Like, not gonna lie, right? I mean, it's not like, oh, Big Mech, original, you know. I don't freaking care. Sonic games haven't quite done it like this before. They've done Big Mechs a lot. Eggman does it every game almost, you know? But this is like a freaking otherworldly looking thing, right? And it's huge. Look at how tall that thing is, right? And you're gonna get to fight that. I'm sure. That's gonna be a boss fight. Cool. Looks cool. I want to fight that. I want to play that, right? So it certainly is like getting better the more they're showing me of it. The more they're showing me of this game, the more I'm like, okay, that's better than I was expecting, right? And so I'm feeling actually a little excited to play this now, you know? Like, I want to give it a shot. And I didn't really feel quite like that before. You know, I was still going to play it, of course, out of curiosity. But I was kind of like, I don't know. But now I'm like, all right, looks kind of fun. But you'll notice that most of the things that I'm complimenting are, like, story details. It's, like, new characters. It's, like, new ideas, new visuals, right? None of it is really, like, gameplay. I'm not talking about the gameplay, right? And to be fair, this is apparently a story trailer, so, you know, it's focusing on the story. Okay. But everything we've seen of the gameplay so far, I'm just not sold on yet. So that's the one issue that I have. Is like, this looks like a really awesome like story, which I'm excited about. It looks like it'll be really fun to like explore the big worlds and like see what's hiding in them. But the reason it's fun is because you're trying to get to the next part of the story. You're like, where is the story going to take me? That's how I feel, actually, about this. Which is not how I usually feel about Sonic games at all. Heck no. But this time I'm actually like, the story looks interesting. But if the gameplay isn't fun, that'll be a problem, right? Because you'll be like, man, I want to see what happens next, but you have to like run for like 2 hours before you can, you know, and do the same combat over and over again before you can get to the next cutscene, right? And so I hope it's not like that. I hope I'm dead wrong. And the gameplay is super fun. And all my concerns are just for no reason, you know? I really hope so. But I'm still a little concerned about the gameplay itself, because when I'm looking at these cyberspace levels and when I'm looking at the open world, it just, you know, it doesn't look that... It doesn't look like there's much to the gameplay. There's just a lot of, like... It's really, really automated. You know, even the open worlds are really, really automated. Like, because again, they showed some of the open world here. Once again. It's like... Like, how much of this are you doing yourself, right? I know this is just a trailer, and this is just the parts they're choosing to show you, but it's like, even within just the bits of the trailer that we've seen so far, I think you can tell that it's really linear and automated, right? Like how you could tell on Forces before that game released, right? So like here, I mean, it's like where you get, there's like two paths. There's this one on the left that goes up, and then there's the one on the right that goes forward, and that seems to be it. Because I heard people saying that the roads in the background were like playable too. I highly doubt that. Maybe those are other paths that led you to this one. Some of them. Some of them. Others are definitely just background, right? When you jump up here, I thought maybe this road up here in the middle was like another pathway. It looks like no. It's there for decoration. Yeah, I can see there's like a little barrier on the right there. It's really blurry, and the chat's covering it, so you can't see that. But hang on. Oh, frick. I'm going to get back to Mania, by the way. I'm taking way too long on this. Sorry. It's been way more than 5 minutes. That's like 5 pixels. Sorry. That's as good as I can get it. But if you can see that little red spot in the middle there, that's like a barrier that's like blocking your way on that road. So you definitely can't run on that road from, you know, unless I mean, it looks like you definitely can't run on that road. This just shoots you up to that dash ring, and it's automated, right? So there's really two paths. There's the lower one and the upper one. So like, fine. But, you know, it's not like... And then here, it's like freaking a straight line, right? And... There's two paths. There's the lower one and the upper one, right? And here, it looks like there's two paths. There's the lower one and an upper one. And I think that's like the Sonic thing. That's like what they do in Sonic games. Classic games did that too. But they usually had a little more going on than literally just you go down or you go up, right? So, you know, I don't know. Not a fan of the level design from Forces onward, right? So far. But maybe it's a lot better than I'm thinking. Maybe I'm over-analyzing it based on lack of footage, right? Because I know that's what people say, scream at you when you criticize the level design. I'm just saying, I think that if the levels were really expansive and had a lot of paths, we would already be able to tell that. Even from like 30 seconds of footage, we would have been able to tell. Because we would look and we'd go, oh, frick, look at that. There's like 3 or 4 paths there. And it looks like you're doing more than just holding X. Cool. Right? I'm not seeing that. So again, I think the cyberspace levels will be fine. They'll be fun, but they'll only be about as fun as the Forces boost levels, I think. They'll probably be better. They'll probably be a little better. I hope, right? I think they'll be longer, like maybe like 2 to 4 minutes instead of like 30 seconds. I'm exaggerating, but you know, they'll be longer, I think. But I just don't know I don't think they're going to be like super great level design wise or whatever. So then the main game here is where I think the main fun's going to come from, and then this seems to kind of boil down still to like, it's like even here it's like grind rail, spring, jump. You know, it's like really automated, you know, even though it's an open world, it's really linear. That's what I noticed in the first IGN reveal, and I'm still seeing that, and I'm just, in every shot that I'm seeing of the game, it's like automated. And so I'm just, you know, I'm not a fan of that. Um, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to play it, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just every shot that they happen to show. I mean, okay, here's a big area. You just get to run around. I mean, I don't see. There's like grind rails here, and there's like some stuff that's automated. But apart from that, you basically can just run around and do whatever you want here. So this section doesn't look automated. It does look like it has the opposite problem, though. It looks maybe a bit boring. Like, it looks a bit like there's... Aside from this enemy and those grind rails, there's not much to do here. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of area where you just hold X. But probably not. I'm probably mistaken. I think there's actually stuff that's just not on screen. Like, the enemies probably spawn when you get close to them. There's probably puzzles and stuff that pop out of the sand when you run over it. There's probably stuff to do here. And it's actually probably fun. So, but I won't know until I play it. So anyway, and this is cool. I didn't really look at this before. There's like boss fights. It's cool. We already knew that, but like it's cool to see more of them. So yeah, I don't know, right? I'll say this. It's not that my opinion on the game 180 completely and I'm like, oh, the game was the worst thing ever and now it's the best thing ever. It's not like that. My concerns have been the same the whole time, right? It's like, I think it's linear, I think it's automated, I don't know, right? I still feel the same way. But I feel a lot more comfortable saying, if nothing else, I'm going to have some fun with this game. I didn't feel like that before. I literally didn't. I was like, I don't know, man, I think I'm going to hold X for 4 hours or so, and then that's basically the game, right? That's kind of how I felt the game was going to be. But so now I'm like, no, there's going to be at least, it looks like some neat story elements. There's going to be some neat ideas going on. There's going to be some exploration. There's going to be some fights. There's going to be some stuff that's kind of fun. So, cool. I'm excited about that. So I'm definitely going to pick it up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to run it on my freaking computer because the minimum system requirements are higher than what my computer currently has. So that's fun. I get the feeling that I will be able to run it. It's just going to lag a bit. Because knowing Sega, they like to put higher requirements than what the game actually requires. But I don't know. I'm not, this is an open world game. It's going to be more taxing for the GPU and everything. So, maybe I won't be able to run it. I hope I can. I want to play it. If I can't play it on my PC, then I don't think I can play it at all unless I get the Switch version, which we all know is going to be terrible. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe it'll be fine. I think we all know the Switch ports are usually laggy. This one's probably going to be laggy, just saying. But I don't know, maybe they'll optimize it. But I don't have I don't have a PS4 or an Xbox One or anything newer than that. So yeah. I might need to freaking upgrade my GPU and CPU so I can play Sonic Frontiers. I mean, I've been needing to upgrade it for a long time anyway, but I was hoping it could go a little longer. So hopefully I'll be able to play this. But I'm definitely going to give it a shot. If you're in Forces alright, I don't doubt Frontiers will be somewhat more taxing than it, by not by much. That's how I feel too. I feel like it's going to be a little more than Forces, but not overly so. And I can run Forces, though it is a little laggy. If I do 1080p, Forces lags. But if I just do like 720 or whatever, then it's like fine. So maybe I'll have to run Frontiers at 720 to make it smooth. Anyway, so remember how I said I had a 5-minute timer and then it goes to a 25-minute one? So we are now, there's only 8 minutes remaining of the 25-minute one. Because I can't just say one word about Frontiers. I have to go into a 30-minute thing. Sorry. I'm going to read the chat here a bit and then I'm going to go back to what I was doing. And then I'm actually going to try to do that for the rest of the stream. There's a lot of messages. I don't think I'm going to be able to read all of them. I'm sorry, but if there's anything important that you if something that you really want me to read that you said earlier, maybe post it again or something. I don't know. I'm just going to read the more recent ones. Funny thing, the voice actor for Sage in Japanese is the voice of some Evangelion character. Oh yeah, I heard that. I forget. Is it Rei or I forget who she is. That's really cool, actually. Yeah. They keep getting mentioned the same thing. Cool. How 3D Sonic has always been tone, direction, and feel to me. Same, honestly. Yeah, I mean, why do you think, like... I like adventure games a lot, right? Okay, like, I like Heroes and 06, even though those games are... How do I say it without offending some people? I do actually like those games. I enjoy them. They're really fun. They're not well-made games. Right? Holy frick. They have a lot of flaws, but I enjoy them anyway because, I don't know, there's something charming about the characters, about the story, about the areas they go to, and the, you know, it's like just the creativity of it makes it fun for me. So the fact that I see them trying that again a little bit with Frontiers, all right, cool, I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. I'm excited for that. For sure. And yeah, Black Knight. Like, Black Knight is a game that I think... I'm sorry, but the gameplay of that game is just not for me at all. It's really like... I mean, I'm happy that it doesn't do the secret rings thing of being motion controls. It lets you use an nunchuck. Thank freaking goodness. That's a big improvement. But the fact that it's... the gameplay literally boils down to, like, run forward, swing the Wiimote, sometimes hit the jump button, repeat. That is the entire freaking game, pretty much. There's a few exceptions, of course, but, like, that's basically the game. I don't know, right? That's just not very fun to me. But the atmosphere of Black Knight and everything is great. Like, you know, the music, the visuals, and the idea of, I don't know, Sonic with a sword, it's, like, funny because you think of it as being, like, a silly thing, but actually I think it's pretty cool, right? I actually kind of like it. I'm going to be real with you. What sells me on it, maybe I'm the only one, maybe other people feel this way, I don't know. But the way that I feel about this, at least, is Sonic with a sword is something that I think people hear and are, like, hesitant towards. They're like, I don't know, that sounds silly. But then you listen to the song Night of the Wind, and you go, actually, that sounds freaking awesome, let's go. That song is a masterpiece. That's probably... I don't know, right? Because there's a lot of vocal themes in Sonic that are incredible, but I think Night of the Wind might just be the best. I don't know, it's close. There's a lot of ones that are super, super, super good, but Night of the Wind is like, holy frack. I will never get tired of that song. Anyway, so yeah, so I agree. So I think a lot of times what sells me on it is like story elements. Okay, I'm gonna get back to programming. I don't want to do this again where I talk the whole time and get nothing done. So let me hurry this up here. We also don't know how many of those there will be, neither their length. It could be just mini stages like Forces again for 4 minutes to unleash. Exactly, we don't know. So that's going to change my opinion on it one way or the other, right? If there's a lot of them and they're long, then that's going to be awesome. I'm going to like that. If there's a lot of them and they're short, well, okay, there's a lot of them, right? If they're short and there's not many of them, right? So, you know, how many there are, I'm going to, like, feel different. One thing that's definitely going to make me feel more negative towards them, though, is the fact that so many of them are reused, right? Green Hill, Sky Sanctuary. You know, we know there's going to be chemical plants. You know there's going to be a lot of reused levels like that. And I'm just, you know, I get it, you know, but, like, it'd be cool to see something new. Just saying. That level where you're, like, running through the city, that looks cool. I want more levels like that, right? That's what I want from a Sonic game, like more new stuff, creative stuff. So give me more of that, please. So the fact that several of the stages are already going to just be like, you played this one before, but now it's maybe worse. I don't know, maybe not. That's going to automatically make me like think of it like this. Imagine that there's 30 cyberspace levels, but out of them, 15 of them are reused levels from old games. In my mind, that's almost like there's 15 cyberspace levels, right? It's like the reused ones don't count almost. You know what I mean? I know it's not fair to the developers who worked hard on it. I'm sure. There's something wrong with reusing assets or whatever, right? Like, I get it. I get why they have to do it. It's just like, just give us something new, please, right? Like, okay, if you need to reuse assets, then how about this? Here's an idea. Make a new level, but reuse the tree model from Sonic Unleashed or whatever, right? Reuse the checkerboard pattern from Sonic Generations, Green Hill. Reuse the whatever, like reuse the sets, but don't like reuse the entire zone. It's like Green Hill again, right? Like give me Emerald Hill at least, right? Or like Splash Hill, or like something that's at least a little different, right? Seaside Hill, you know, I just don't get what the obsession is with the same level every time. Right? It's kind of tiring. Like, and I didn't feel like that a few years ago, but now I do. Because they just keep doing it. And it's like, okay. At first I could defend it, but now it's like, I don't know what to say. It's Green Hill again. And they know we don't want that, but then they just do it again anyway. I don't get it. It's like, if you have to reuse the sets, fine, but like at least make it Emerald Hill or something, right? Like, why does it have to be Green Hill? I don't get it. Anyway, so not a fan of that, but, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Is this AR still a thing? So I'm gonna say no. Technically, I'm not a part of it anymore. I haven't been for a few years now. I don't know. There was a lot of nothing towards. There was a lot of really talented, really awesome people who worked on that project. That I've known. And they're genuinely like amazing. They're like so good. So I don't mean this negatively towards any of them at all, but it was just like mismanaged. And the biggest problem with the project the whole time was that no one was in agreement as to what game they wanted to make, right? Like some people wanted it to be a complete remake of Sonic Adventure. Some people wanted it to just be Sonic Adventure as you know it. Okay, let me rephrase this. Some people wanted it to be like the game Sonic Adventure exactly how you expect, but like better. So like better visuals, maybe improved physics somehow if you can even do that. Those games' physics are great. You know, changes to like make it so I don't know, like Big the Cat is better or whatever, right? Like stuff like that. And then other people wanted basically a brand new game, like completely new game that just had the same like themes as Sonic Adventure. So it's like Emerald Coast is a totally different level with different level design and everything, but it's still called Emerald Coast, and it has the same music, and it's like the same setting, but it's like a totally different level, right? So some people wanted that, others wanted it to just literally be adventure, and no one could agree on what they wanted, and everyone had very strong opinions and were not willing to budge, right? And so it was just a mess. And I tried really hard for a long time to try to like get the team together and get it going, even though I wasn't the one in charge of it, at least for the majority of it. There was a period of time where I stepped up and I took the plate for a bit. I don't remember why. It was several years ago. But it was just, I tried, right? I couldn't get it to just, I couldn't get people to agree on stuff. I couldn't get some stuff going. So I gave up. I left that project. I'm so interested in the idea of an adventure remake. For me personally, I would want it to be just adventure, just like the way you know it, but like with improvements, right? So like better visuals, multiplayer, you know, a better engine. You know, like all the bugs in Skydeck are fixed, right? Big the Cat is not insufferable, right? Like adventure but better. That's what I would want. And I think that's more feasible too, right? Because you have to remember we're like well, I mean, I'm one person. That was a small team of people, right? And none of us are getting paid, you know. So it's like really, really hard to make an entire game, right? So that's how I looked at it. But there were some people who were like, no, we can totally do like a AAA game by ourselves, totally from scratch. And maybe if you are really talented and have a lot of people who have the same mindset and you're all in the same groove and you were just like working and you're focused, but that just never happened. Right? Because everyone was like not focused and it was just like, you know, all over the place. So anyway, that's so no, I'm not an SAR. It's still a thing. I think so. What I heard is that it actually split into two different projects. There's SAR and there's SAR. Let me explain. One of them is Sonic Adventure Remastered, and one of them is Sonic Adventure Reimagined, I think. And they're two different projects, and they're being run by different people now, but they used to be from the same group. They split up. And so I don't know. Like I think they're both still going. Last I heard, but it's been several years now, so I have no idea. Um, but yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to trying it again, actually. But if I did, I would be extremely careful this time to make sure that that doesn't happen again, right? I would need to be really, really careful about who is and is not in the team, and that we have the same mindset, and that we are working, and if we don't, then okay, someone else needs to do it. I would have to be really careful about, like, making it productive, right? And actually getting something freaking done. And I wouldn't say anything about it until it was basically ready for, like, a demo release. Like, hey, here's Emerald Coast, and it's like 98% playable, and it's like just tiny polish, right? Then is when I announce it, right? I don't say a single word until then. That's what I would do this time. But I am interested in the idea still. A lot, actually. Anyway, sorry. Long rant. I still don't know if Highway Stage is meant to be a new stage or Empire City. Or I can't tell either. I was trying to figure that out. Yeah, it looks like new, but also old. I can't tell. Yeah, that Keep Game Racing said the same thing I was saying. Yeah, it's probably still in development hell, is what Taz said. Yes, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, I think it still is. People are already overanalyzing dialogue differences between JP and English. Please make them stop. I mean, the way that I look at things is you can't control what other people do. You can control how you feel about it and what you do about it, right? So I know you're joking when you say that. I'm giving a weirdly serious answer. But just in general, when I see people online being like, oh my gosh, they need to shut up, it's like, no, what you need to do is stop scrolling if it upsets you, right? Like, that's how I feel about it. Because I do the same thing. I read a lot of, like, tweets that freaking infuriate me. But I can't help it. It's like, that's their opinion, and they're entitled to that. Right? Even if I think it's the worst opinion I've ever heard in my life, and it drives me insane, it's like I need to just get off the internet and do something that is productive, right? That's kind of how I feel. Anyway, sorry, I know that you were just saying something funny. I just wanted to say that at some point, I guess. Nice. I took the opportunity and I grabbed it. Sorry, I made it weird. Is there any update on Lost World Colors project? Yeah. Spectrum, I think, is what you're referring to. I'm still working on that. My life's been crazy for a while now. So it's on the back burner, but it's a thing. And I fully intend to keep working on that. What I want to do with it is I want to make it actually like port of colors, basically, into Lost World. I know it sounds crazy and silly, and like, why would you do that? It's because Lost World is based on colors in terms of the code, right? So they actually have a lot of similarities. So it actually would be very feasible, I think, to make that happen. It's just, hard, right? So I did get it to where I got, like, the camera boost ported. I know, really, who cares? What I mean is, like, the code where the camera zooms out when you hit the boost button, I straight up ported that from the Wii, and it works exactly the same. So I'm happy about that. I did that because I thought it was an easy proof of concept, because that one was, like, simpler to get working. And I just wanted to see if it was possible before I went in full nosedive, right? And it is. It's certainly possible because I did that. So I just need to get more time, and then I'm going to work on that. But right now I'm doing a lot of other projects. That's the thing. So when I get more time, I'm going to work on that. Hopefully it's like within this freaking decade. Kidding, but the game is for kids. You mean Frontiers? They could only be showing First Island stuff, so they actually scaled the difficulty the longer you go. That's true. Hope so. That'd be cool. I mean, I really hope so. Logically, what you're saying makes perfect sense. It's just that this is a Sonic team we're talking about, right? And, like, I heard people say a lot of that when, like, Forces was revealed. They were like, oh, this is the first level. Sunset Heights, that's the first level. So the reason it's linear is because it's the first level, but it'll get harder as the game goes on, and it's like, that's actually level 15, I think. It's halfway through the game, and it doesn't really get harder, right? I mean, it does a little, but, so I hope you're right. Logically, what you're saying makes perfect sense. So, I'm just saying Sonic Team doesn't always behave the way that people would expect them to. But I'm just trying to keep my expectations low, just in case. I've been burned before. But I am cautiously optimistic for Frontiers. Taz SARS 19 is not something to joke about like that. What did Taz? Oh, SAR. Ha ha ha. That's okay. That's actually funny. You happy to see a lot of enemy variety? I was lucky scared the enemies were in the first previews were the only ones in the whole game. Yeah, honestly, same. So I'm glad to see that too. I want to see the reaction to this DLC. Sure. Oh, hold up. Oh, frick. Yeah. Oh goodness. I'm so glad I put that on second monitor. Yeah, it's like showing email addresses that I do not want it to show. Okay, this is the... What the frick? Hang on. The Koroni Inugami collaboration? DLC gloves and shoes? Are you serious? This is real? Oh, I actually love that. Doggone it. Why do I have to be cringe? No, I actually like that. That's fun. Doggone it. People are going to call me a cringe weeaboo, and they're right. Yeah. Goodness. No, that's cool. I like it. I think DLC that's like just some tiny fun little thing like that is cool. If it doesn't, you know, if they're not charging you for it at least. They probably will charge you for it. Knowing Sega. But I don't know. Who cares? I'm sorry if I'm skipping the chat. I'm trying to read it all. It's just there's a lot, and I want to get back to this at some point. Thanks for the update. Sure. Would you be able to alter the physics? I think they're hard coded, right? It's a possibility colors. Oh yeah. Well, so they're hard coded in colors and in Lost World. But that's the thing. When I say porting colors to Lost World, what I mean is I'm porting the code. I'm actually like reverse engineering the colors code on the Wii and then recreating that in Lost World through code injection. It's freaking hard, but it's possible. I'm doing it. I got the boost camera working, right, which is hard coded, but I got that working in Lost World. So I want to port the physics. That's the hardest part by far. Getting the physics all ported and making that work the same as it does in colors. If I can do that, then the rest of that will be easy. Well, I shouldn't say easy. It'll be a lot easier in comparison. It'll be like, from that point on, it'll just like zoom, right? It'll be like, oh, now I have this. Oh, now I have that. Now I have this. And it'll just keep going. But that part is going to take forever, I think. That's going to be hard because I need to port so much like math stuff that's like, I don't know how to explain this. There's like code that like interacts with other code, right? And so I need to make it interact with the Lost World way of doing things. But I don't exactly know what the colors code is and what it isn't. And so I have to like guess. So I have to keep through educated guessing, narrowing it down until I eventually figure out what the equivalent of the Lost World version of this thing is. And then I can do that. It's hard to explain, but it's a nightmare. It's really terrible. And there's not really a better way of doing it that I can think of. And I tried. So anyway, so I'm going to do that. Someday I really want to do that, but you know, I need some more time first. There's just other things in my life right now that I'm like, I got to do that first. But when I get time, colors is happening. Have I learned anything interesting working with the Mania codebase? I mean, a little bit, yeah. I learned about the Wii U file system because I'm porting it to the Wii U. Stuff like that. I learned that Mania does matrix math using ints instead of floats, which surprised me. I didn't expect that. I think it's because they're trying to do it the way that like games in '96 would have done it, which is really cool actually. But yeah, well, that's crazy. I learned some neat stuff like that. I don't know. There's certainly other stuff that I learned from it. I guess I just can't think right now. If I remember, I'll tell you. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to... This is all really interesting to me, but I need to get back to the coding at some point. Also, you know, the Forces was directed by the same dude that had to save Sonic 06, so we will never know what went wrong with both projects besides release date. Yeah, it's so hard to say. Like, when people say, this is the problem with Sonic Team, it's like, how do you know, right? Like, we're all outsiders looking in, right? So we're just, like, guessing. So everything I say is a guess as well. You know... So I don't know. I don't know what happened with Forces. I don't know. I know clearly something is going on at Sonic Team and has been for a long time now. But I don't know what exactly it is. I think it's like corporate mismanagement, but that's all I can tell. Almost got Rad doxed. It's fine. That's not the first time that's happened. You're all good. It's not your fault. It's Twitter's fault. Check DMs. Sure, really fast. They look good ironically. Cool, it's not just me. It's real from Japanese site. That's actually really cool. I actually love that. She's definitely going to have to use that when she plays it as the Sonic Ambassador or whatever. Level DLC is awesome. Oh yeah, heck yeah. If they gave us like a bunch of level DLC for any of these games, I would definitely support that. I love new levels in Sonic games. That's awesome. It's like not DLC that's bad. It's just, you know, when you like put out this garbage. Okay, so 2 people sent me a DM that I need to check out. So Wasso sent me a video. Okay, so I think I'm supposed to check this out. I'm gonna pull this up, and while I'm showing you that, a blob sent me something, and I think I know what it is. Oh, no, nah, frick. That was a tweet. I thought it was a YouTube video. Okay, well, I don't know if it matters too much. Something was on screen, I think, for like a second. Screw me. Whatever. Wasn't a big deal. It's just an email. I just would rather have not shown that. Okay. So we got this comparison between Windmill Isle and this Green Hill level. So first of all, you know, it'd be really nice if Twitter could not do this to me. So maybe I don't know, we can sign in again. Let's see if it works this time. You think it'll work this time? No, not that. Hang on. So there's a so what happens is I log in, and then they send me the code, and then I like type it in, and I hit next, and it does this. Hang on a second. Oops, something went wrong. Please try again later. I freaking love Twitter. It's the best. And you hit OK, and you try again, and it doesn't work. So I just can't sign into Twitter. I don't know. It just doesn't work. On this desktop. It works fine on my laptop. Works fine on my phone. And I'm using the same browser on my laptop and the same set of extensions. So I have no freaking idea why this would be happening all of a sudden when it worked fine on my desktop for years. But it's happening. So that's fun. Okay, so we're going to put this full screen. Okay. Screw me. Try to kill the cookies? Yeah, I'm gonna try that. That's probably gonna fix it. Okay, hang on a second. That's kind of loud. Okay, so this is like a hill that goes forward with rings. Oh. Okay, well, I haven't seen this gameplay of Frontiers yet. Yo! This is like my first time seeing like a big bit of the stage. Holy frick, it's even more linear than I thought! That's like way more linear than I was expecting. Good lord. I mean, that's the first level, right? The later ones look better a little bit, but oh my gosh. Wow, that is like Windmill Isle. Whoa, I see it! It's freaking Windmill Isle! Okay, it's like different. It's not the same level. They changed it a little bit. It's like jump cutting on the right. A little bit. So I'm assuming they cut out some parts that are different. But like, holy frick, that is almost exactly the same level. I'm sorry, but way worse than it was in Unleashed. I mean, like, look at how natural the Unleashed level looks. It looks like, you know, like a world that Sonic's actually in. And then look at this freaking Roblox obby. You know, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be critical, but like, I just, man, I don't get how people look at that and they're like, it's an improvement. It's like, it isn't. So yeah, that's, I'm not feeling that one. But, huh. I'm assuming that people just say, oh, it's a cool reference. I don't think it's a reference. I think it's just literally they reused the level design because it was easier than making a new level design. But whatever, I don't care. Right? I mean, this was a fun level in Unleashed. It's really short, but, you know, it's fun. Hopefully this one's longer. Hang on, 1 minute 7... They beat it in about 1 minute 20... yeah, that would be about the time it would take someone who's never... Who's, like, slow. You know what I mean? Like, someone who doesn't play Sonic games. I think it's the same level. Oh my gosh. Alright. And that part at the end is just straight up freaking Generations Green Hill. Like, you know the ending of the Generations Green Hill Act 2, right? That is literally like that. They changed it up a little bit, but it's like the same models exactly. So yeah, I feel the same way about the cyberspace levels as I did before. They're not doing it for me. Not gonna lie. Well, that tweet blew up. Holy frick, Mikester. Sorry, but anyway. You sent me something else. You sent me this image of the level progression. And then again, Blob sent me something I'm going to check out. Let me show this one other video first. The videos take longer, so I like to get them out of the way fast. After this, and after the Blob thing, I swear I'm going to go back to coding and I'm going to like really focus on that, okay? Okay, so what's this? Science Sanctuary and Sonic Frontiers. Yes. Did anyone think it wasn't Sky Sanctuary? Like, genuine question, because I know people said that they were like, oh, how can you tell? It's Sky Sanctuary. Oh, you're just a hater. And it's like, it's Sky Sanctuary. Like, it obviously was, like, from several months ago when we first saw that little blurred screenshot. It was like, come on, dude. I'm surprised that people couldn't tell that. But, well, no, here's the thing. I think it's one thing to say, well, we don't know, let's wait. Right? It's another thing to say, you're an idiot, shut up, stop speaking. How dare you criticize it for being Sky Sanctuary? You don't even know that it is yet. It's like, they probably are right. And even if they aren't, then their opinion will change when they find out that they were wrong. So, like, what's the big deal? Just let them, I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, this is, that level design looked really familiar. It reminds me of something I can't remember what. I don't know what this thing is in the middle of the screen. That's kind of annoying. But it's okay. We can still totally make out the level from this. This is good, like, footage in the sense that it shows the whole freaking level. I can't believe, like, where'd you find this? Holy frick. Okay, those are the goals. Like, the goal rings. They're just, like, these warp things. Ooh. Is that a beta HUD, or is that the final? Looks a little odd. Okay, oh, so the level actually starts with this. It's like almost like a cutscene. Got it. And then it literally begins like, okay, all right. So it's very like story oriented. Even in like the levels, the levels are kind of like trying to do like story stuff. You know what I mean? A little bit. But yeah, man, this is an entire level basically. I mean, and my opinion on the level design has not changed. It looks really linear. I mean, okay, actually, I don't know, maybe linear isn't the right word. I don't know how to describe what I'm talking about. Because there are different paths here, and there are different ways you can play this level, but it's like... I don't know how to explain it. It just looks like it doesn't feel... Like when you, if you were to play an Unleashed level, or a Generations level, it would feel different than if you were to play a Forces level or one of these levels. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not just the physics. It's definitely that. Like, that's a large part of it. Oh, that is, what is that? They use that in Network Terminal, and they use that in several stages, actually. I just can't remember off the top of my head now. So that's familiar. I'm wondering if this level was like a reused level design too? Because it looks... Because it's like familiar. Obviously it's Sky Sanctuary, but what I mean is like the level design. It reminds me of something. I feel like I've muscle memoried this before, you know what I mean? That... Ah, man. What is it? It's weirdly... like egg fleets? Maybe? A little bit? From Heroes? I know that's a really freaking weird thing to say, but like... It kind of reminded me of that. I don't know. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I think I'm reading too far into that. This part definitely is something else. I don't know. Anyway, it's another Abatos level. Is it? It's like one of the DLCs or something? So it has little abilities and the parkour returns in certain walls. I saw that, which is cool. I liked the parkour a lot, but I'm not clear on... It looks like it's like a lot more limiting this time. Like it's only on certain walls, and it looks like it's like very scripted now, whereas before it was like very much in your control. But I don't know for sure. I'll have to play it to find out if that's actually how it is or if that's just how it looks to me. It might be it a little more. It's kind of Wimbile too. Oh, this part! That part is Wimbile! Yeah, hang on a second. You know the part where you're over the water? With the grind rails? There's like the spikes, and there's like... Well, it's a little different. It's not exactly the same. It's pretty similar, though. Okay, and that part's the... Yeah, Wimbile. That's it, that's it, that's it. You guys are right. Wimbile Act 2. That's the part that spirals around, and then it goes forward after the ocean, right? Like... You know what I'm talking about? Okay, but this is different. No, wait, no. There was a pulley, and then it takes you to a checkpoint, and then it takes you to 3 grind rails again. Right? Wait, I'm misremembering that. There's another path down there. That's cool. That looks like a totally different path there. Oh no, it connects to this. Okay. Yeah, that's like Wimbile, but it's like remix. Fascinating. Yeah, it's literally near 1-to-1. You're right, that is. Okay, so they're remixing old level design as well. So not only are they... Oh my gosh. Oh, I can already hear the reviews, even though it hasn't come out yet. I can already freaking hear, like, some Call Me Johnny or whatever, being like... I mean, I understand reusing the level assets. I mean, I was never a fan of it. But I just don't understand why we now have to reuse the level design. Like... What was wrong with... Was it really that hard to come up with new levels, guys? I mean, it's been 5 years, you know. I can already hear it. Oh, no. Well, I hope not every level is like that. This is something Hardlight would do for a single-player mobile game. It really does. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on those at all. They look like they will be fun in the same way that the Fortress levels are fun. You know, it's like, yeah, it's fun. It's just not that fun. You know what I mean? It's like fun for a minute, and then you're like, I get it. So that's kind of the problem. It's like I want more depth to it. You know, like the old Boost games had more depth to them. I think. I don't know. Sometimes they borderline on being the same thing. Colors had a lot of like linear sections or whatever. Okay, one more thing. I'm going to show Blob's thing. So what is this? It's like a skill tree. This is the skill tree. This is a pretty good screenshot too. You can actually see the text pretty clearly on there. So Phantom Rush. When the combo meter is maxed out, Phantom Rush is activated, resulting in attacks being 1.2 times more powerful. Phantom Rush lasts until the combo meter reaches 0. Okay. So it's a bunch of skills like that. You know, it's not a very big skill tree. No, I'm probably being an idiot though. I'm not sure if I understand how this thing works. Do you choose between, on the right there, are those 3 different things that you can choose to put in that spot that's highlighted in blue? And then you can do that with 3 different things or more for every spot, maybe? So you can choose exactly what combination of skills you want? That's probably like what it is. Because so then there's a lot of skills then, so that's cool. But if it's just like, what's on the left is what you unlock, and that's it, then it's like, well, there's not that many. But I don't think it's like that. I think it's like on the right, you choose. That upgrade will be applied to those skills. Okay. Spot on. I can't tell if you're if you're being sarcastic or not. Like I actually can't, because I thought it was pretty bad, but it was freaking terrible. But maybe not. Okay, you sent me one more thing. Let me show Blood's thing first, though, because he's waited a while. The plan is for the 3 to carry Wii U gameplay because why not? So this is a work in progress. Okay. Let me pull this up. That's super cool. Thank you. So hang on. So you sent that, and then later. Oh yeah, later you sent this. Okay, I see. Oh, cool. Oh, that's for the Oh, that's like the banner. Oh, I see. Oh, that's freaking awesome. So you could like scale this down to like here. That's really cool. Oh, I freaking love that. Yo, that's awesome. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna use that, and I'll credit you. That's really good. There's a small version too. Let me see. Oh, thank you. That's really nice because I assume that this is the size that it has to be. That seems like how it is on screen, but yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes it does seem like. Sometimes I'm surprised, and there's like a higher res version you can put as well. So it's cool to have both. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. This is for demonstration. Yeah, but it looks cool. That's super cool. I'm gonna send that over. Let me boot up the TPAI. Seriously, thanks. Also, let me start the music again. It's been a while. Oh wait, no, you sent me another video. Okay, hang on. Wish I could sign into Twitter. That would be nice. Bruh. Okay, so is this audio? Not really. Okay. Okay, this is like a higher res video. That's cool. I mean, you know, like it looks nice visually. That's definitely been a while. Wow. Oh. You don't even have to switch? Oh. Oh. Guys, momentum! Guys, there's momentum in the game! I'm kidding. But, oh, that's, Chunan, a Dragon Road. At the beginning of the level, when you, like, take the lower path, right? And then there's a spring, and that sends you up to the first, well, Dragon Road that you run on, right? That's that part. Okay, so it's like a remix of a bunch of different level design bits from old Sonic games, like, mashed into one. That's interesting. That is so weird that the grind clipping still works like that. Like, look at this. He's boosting on this rail. He doesn't switch, right? Starts falling off the rail, and then the game just goes, nah, nah. You good, don't worry about it. You don't have to play. The game does it for you. I know it's a nitpick, who cares, right? I'm just saying, that's like my problem with these games recently. It's been that you don't have to play them. You know what I mean? Okay, you gotta jump over the spikes, or else you just lose rings, but... You know, there's like little things that you do have to do, of course, but you know what I mean? It's like, overall, the game's kind of doing most of this for you. But, I mean, it does look, I mean, I want to try it, you know? I want to give this a shot. I don't know. Oops, I almost, okay. Goodness. Alright, let me, send that over again. So hold up. So I gotta save this somewhere. Hold up. Sorry guys. And after that, I'm gonna actually go back to decoding, and we're gonna just do that until my voice runs out, which is happening. So, but I want to fix the special stages performance at least. I want to do that tonight. Okay, I think we can show this now. The player fell off but boosted onto the other rail. Yeah, he fell off. And it just snapped him on. Like, Forces does that too. Like most of the Sonic games do snap you onto rails, but not usually that extreme. Cool stuff. It's been a couple hours. How are you feeling? You mean just in general? I'm alright. Way better than I was. So I can tell you that. I mean, thanks for asking. Hey, Skimeric. When Mario Act 1 being sort of copied is funny. Yeah, it honestly is. Why is the loose rings animation delayed? I don't know, right? I noticed that too. It's weird. I don't understand that. He literally boosted back onto the rail. He used the boost button. Yeah, but he didn't hold right. He like boosts and then the game just goes, nah. So I get the feeling that if you were to not press anything there, like if you were to just go left and then just not press anything at all, you would still make it. But I don't know. Maybe not. Not being able to port it to Wii because Mania consumes too much memory. Is that true? I don't know. I haven't looked at the memory consumption of it. I wouldn't think it would be. I think you could definitely port it to the Wii. It would just need some work. Like I think absolutely, it's a Wii port is totally possible. I don't see why not. That console should absolutely be able to handle Mania. It's just that it's going to take a lot of doing, right? You're going to need to, like, something about the decomp or whatever is, like, a little bit, like, you're going to need to optimize it, right? Okay, so here's what I want to test. So, I don't know if this will, like, crash or whatever. It might. But I want to test, whether or not this line of code here will actually... Because, like, you would think... And I already copied it, so I'm going to... yeah, it's over there now. Cool. You would think, right, that the mem set would not make it lag. But if it isn't the mem set, then what freaking is causing the lag, right? It's got to be something really stupid at this point, because we've narrowed it down. It's like something within those tiny bits of code right there, which is way less than what I was, like, expecting, you know? It's not like a thing that's like, oh yeah, that makes sense why it lags. It's like silly. A little bit. There we go. So I gotta figure it out. There it is. Let's freaking go. Thank you so much, Blob. That looks really cool. Really appreciate that. Definitely gonna add you in the credits. By the Mania, for the Mania. I'm gonna have to. I probably want to change this too. I don't know. I want, like, I need something better for the short and long description than this. This is like a placeholder, right? I think by the Mania, for the Mania is probably better for the short description. I don't know. Maybe not. Doesn't Mania use more than 500 megs? Does we even have 250? No, we definitely has more than 250. It might not have... Wait, does it not? Oh man, maybe I'm just being an idiot. 64 megabytes! Are you serious? Oh man, I haven't looked at the Wii for a while. I remember doing homebrew stuff on the Wii, and I thought of it as actually being, like, more powerful than people said. Because people act like the Wii is, like, really underpowered. But I was always like, I don't know, you can run Minecraft on it if you try. I don't freaking know. Colors runs on it. It looks good. There's no way it's 64 megs. How could that possibly... Holy frick! I gotta look that up. I think it probably has, like, 64 megabytes of, like, normal RAM, and then it has a lot more, like... Obviously it has, like, GPU RAM, right? You know what I mean, GPU memory. Yeah, it's not really lagging anymore. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Is it really? No, it's a little laggy. Let me do that again. There's no way. Like, there's no way. No, it's like it's a little laggy, but it's really not bad at all. It's like way better. This is very okay. Like here it lags, still. But pretty much the rest of this level doesn't anymore. Like here, it's still laggy as well. I guess a little bit. It's like noticeably better. But here used to be really slow, right? And now it's like not that bad. Are you telling me that the main cause of the lag is a mem set? Like, what? Why would that be the case? I mean, I guess like cache or whatever. I don't know, some weird PowerPC thing. Like, that's so freaking weird to me. It's not like a complicated thing that they're doing. They're just setting the numbers to 0. That's it. Play Stardust Speedway Boss. Oh, I haven't applied this to that yet, so that'll still run at the same speed it did before. I'm gonna like look into that. Why? I find it funny that you have SIDX, but something made it too much memory. Yeah, that is pretty funny. Okay, so to be fair, I think so. Something shifted in the way that we develop games. So it used to be that we didn't have much memory at all, and that was the bottleneck. That was the limitation, right? And the performance was like, you know, fine for the time. It could have been better, of course, but it was like not really the main issue. The main issue was like the memory. And now we have plenty of memory, right? The issue is performance. We want it to be as fast as possible. So Mania, being a more modern game, is thinking the modern way. If you've got plenty of memory, you want the game to run fast. So let's load up this 500 megabyte file and then just use it directly, right? Which is fine. It's great. I would do it like that too, because that makes the game run faster and it doesn't use up a ton of memory. It's like fine. By modern standards, is totally fine. But for the Wii standards, yeah, it doesn't really work. So you'd have to change how that works to make it so that it doesn't load everything all at once or whatever, but still has to be fast somehow, and that's tricky. But I think it's definitely possible, like absolutely. It's just that it would be hard. It's going to take a lot of work. What is this? Wii is 24 megabytes, 1 TS RAM at 324 millihertz, and 64 megabyte GDDR3 SD RAM. Okay, so you put the two together, and that's the total RAM. So it's a little more than 64, but... Holy frick, that is not a lot of memory. Wow. 64 megabytes! Wow, and they used to make games on that thing. And now we can't even get a game that's under 50 gigs to freaking install. Good lord. This is why I get so, I think the color coding's just borked. Yeah. This is why I get so, like, passionate about performance and stuff. Because it's like, why can't we make, like, imagine if we optimize games to the same level that we used to. Imagine what we could do, you know what I mean? But it's too hard now. Because there's too many, like, everything's too complicated, you know? There's too many layers involved in making a game. So that's why you don't see that anymore, I think. Wow. Maybe it was already decently powerful anyway, so just more of that wasn't so odd. The biggest issue, in your opinion, was no HDMI support. Yeah, I mean, that was a problem, for sure. Wii U has that, so alright. Games are too complex to make everything be that level of great running anymore. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's too complicated now. Like, expectations from players went up? I mean, like, understandably so. And also, the hardware got way more complicated. It's more powerful. A lot more powerful. But it's also way more complicated. And then the software also got more complicated, because now you have, like, Vulkan, right? It's like a nightmare. It's like, you used to write code that was like, init graphics, draw a triangle in the color red. Draw to the screen. That was it. You built. That's what you did. It was like, it was that simple. But now it's like, okay, so in the first 800 lines of code, you get the instance set up, and you get the physical device, and then you get the, you know, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then you can finally draw the freaking triangle, you know, and it's like, oh my gosh. And I get that it's performance, but it's like, good lord. I feel like there's gotta be a better way to get higher performance than this, right? I don't know. But yeah, everything's too complicated now. That's the problem. And I think you're noticing across the games industry that they're all suffering. It's a number of reasons why. It's like financial. But I think a big part of it actually is just that it's too complicated. Because if this stuff was not so freaking complicated, it wouldn't be that hard to make a good game quickly, even without much pay or experience. But because it is absolutely nightmarishly complicated, you know, even big studios that have a ton of people in them who are geniuses and they know what they're doing struggle to get a game out in 5 years or more, you know? Because it's just too hard now. Anyway, I think that's the problem. Just something as simple as, like, making a simpler to use, you know, software wrapper that isn't, like, horribly slow would go a long way, you know? We need more stuff that's simple as well. And if you fix our problems with the icon, I'll just send the updated version once I'm done. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Okay, so it seems like the main performance issue was actually freaking click on it. What is it? It's in the H file, that's right. Yeah. The mem set. I'm freaking livid. So do you mean to tell me, how big is this thing? Oh, it's a pointer. Each one of these is 36 bytes, 36 bytes, that's like 1 byte, and they're 8 bytes. So it's not like that big, but... Okay, but how many... But what's the vert limit, right? So... I'm willing to bet that the implementation of memset is doing something weird and silly that happens to be slow. It's like flushing the cache or something, right? So I have a little theory. Well, let's give this a shot. So when you say add model to scene, you like write this. Oh yeah, vert limit would be the duh. Okay, sorry. You're already going to be filling in these numbers with data, right? So this is just, is this necessary? This is just like a safety thing, right? Like, oh, if there's a bug where we don't fill it in. But like, I don't know if you need, what if I do this? Huh? What if I freaking, what you gonna do about it? That's what I'm saying. Oh, you know what, I should, yeah. Bring back the, draw calls as well. And I want to bring this back too, but let's start with this, and then go from there. So we're going to add more stuff to the scene and see if it still is, lagging. Oh, those warnings were there before. Yeah. I need some more water. No, Rad, don't do it! How do you know the Mania team has broken the models as a trap to you? Yeah, they might have done that. Every now and then I read whatever new blog post Dolphin has, and I remember seeing the old dev talk on about the difficulties of adding a memory allocator for the Wii games. And how at some point the memory solution was mistaken for anti-piracy. Oh, that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, Dolphin's freaking incredible. Like, I don't think people appreciate how good it really is. Because I know people were like, oh, it kind of lags sometimes. It's like, yes. Because it's a miracle that this exists. Same with Xenia. I hear people complain like, oh, it lags. It's like, it's an Xbox 360 emulator. That's still early in development, relatively speaking. Yes, it's going to lag. Do you have any idea? how much of a miracle it is that this exists, like, unironically. I didn't think I was going to see that for years and years and years. Like, I'm shocked that we actually have a 360 emulator. Are you going to consider making it so the RSDX V5 is the RPX and Mania is an RPL, or is it not possible with this method or homebrew? So, I did think about that. Actually, at first, I was trying to do it that way. I had, like, the Cafe OS calls to, like, load the dynamic library and link to it and stuff. But what I found out was it seems like if you pass in an absolute path to the Cafe OS function that loads the RPL, it doesn't like that. And so you're supposed to... what I read was that you can either load an RPL from a... from, like, the... I don't know what it is, like, wherever RPLs are normally stored on the system, which is obviously not where this is going to be. This is on the SD card, right? Or I read also it can be in the same folder as the RPX. So I thought, oh, that should work fine then. But when I tried doing it like that, I wasn't successfully loading. But that was a little while ago now, and I've learned a lot more about how the Wii U works since I tried that. That was like the first attempt I did at this. And I realized that there were a lot of file system bugs and stuff that I had. And so it might have not even been the RPL that was the problem. It might have been something else. So, I can try to get it at some point. If I can get that to work, then that'd be cool. Okay, is it lagging? A little bit? Yes. Yes, it's lagging. Okay, well. Let's get to the part with the rings. I mean, it's already lagging, I can see. Well, let's see if this part's faster or not. Yeah, not really. It's a little bit better. Man. This is going to be interesting, getting this to run quickly, isn't it? Okay, so what do I want to do tonight? Because I didn't actually, like, get much done, because, you know, that's typical for my streams, I guess. What's feasible that I can still do tonight? Because I would really like to fix the performance of these, but, I don't know if we have time. It's, like, better. It is, like, noticeably better. I think. It's certainly playable, right? It's just, like, not great. What if Microsoft has a private build emulator that runs on PC? Yeah, I've thought about that too. They probably do, right? They probably had that for years. They're looking at us laughing. Haha! They're just now getting the Xbox simulator! Haha! You know. Throw the 3D code on the GPU and make the managers cry for the sake of performance. So, I want to do that actually, not the crying part. I want to make it run on the GPU, but it's easier said than done, right? And honestly, I'm not even sure that that's really the performance problem. I mean, that will definitely make it faster. But it seems like the real lag isn't even coming from the drawing. So, that's interesting. Okay, so... what's my next move here? I think... well, first of all, let's just do this. This is an easier one. And while that's building, and everything, I want to, it's already almost done. First, let me grab some water. There's not much here, but there's still some. We need to grab some more soon. Click on it. Let me ban that. Hang on. Why? Alright, sorry, I hate those spam bots. I don't get what the freaking point is of them, right? Like, do you really think people will freaking click on your stupid link? I don't know, maybe someone does. Maybe there's someone in the comments who's like, yeah, you know, tugging at their shirt, sweating. I would never do that. I know who you are. If it's the best one around, why are they going around in streams and spamming it then? Well, you gotta know, you gotta find out about it. It's the best one around, but no one's ever heard of it before. Yeah, I know, right, Taz? How is it 2022 and YouTube we still have this problem? Comments too, right? Like, the comments everywhere I go are freaking flooded. It's like, I get it that it's really, really, really hard to tell the difference between spam and non-spam sometimes. But when the title of the user is literally like, best adult dating site. Come on. Raj, you have no idea how absurdly high the conversion rate in the video game porting to adult dating pipeline is. Yeah, well... the kind of person who would port Sonic Mania to the Wii U, like myself, is also probably exactly the target demographic. I'm kidding, of course. You think I go outside? Actually, yes. Okay. Nah, it's still laggy. I think it's better than it was before I did anything, though. But not by much. It's pretty bad. This is basically how it was. Oh, wait, are the shadows... Oh, I forgot to re-enable the rings, apparently. Oops. Well. It's, like, better, though. But not by much. It's you know, that's not the real issue. Alright, so what are we gonna have to do to fix this? GPU rendering seems like that'll definitely help. Like, if nothing else, it'll help. I just don't want to spend, like, so much time doing that and then it's, like, not even the problem. Right? And it kind of seems like it's not really the problem. So, I'm not a fan of that. Oh. I forgot this one, too. Well, maybe it was just better because it wasn't drawing everything. I don't freaking know. But it seems like this is the performance. Like, okay, so let's try that again. And, what else do I want to do? I mean, I'd like to do the Wii U stuff, but I'm going to have to really read into how, these graphics APIs work before I can get that working. Maybe input would be simpler? Maybe I can do input tonight. Because I need to get the Wiimote to work. Oh, I don't have one in here, though. Frick. Well, alright. We'll see what we can do. I'm not going to go for too much longer. I might actually end pretty soon. Knowing me, though, you know, I say that and then I go for 7 more hours. But my voice is already wearing out, so I'm actually probably going to stop soon. But when I say soon, it's probably more like 30 minutes at least. Fixing costs money, they'd rather change something and celebrate another... Oh, for a stock boost again. I mean, you're not wrong. If the company acts like they care about you, then it's probably because they want your money, right? Which is upsetting. I wish that wasn't the case. Wouldn't it be a good idea to show an FPS count on the screen? That is a good freaking point. I don't know if, I don't know how exactly to do that. I don't know if there's like a built-in solution to that, or like a homebrew solution that I can just use and it's easy. or if I have to like code that myself, and if so, I don't know how to detect the timing exactly. How does the 3D rendering work? Maybe walking through it may slow the choke point. So I've been looking through it. It's kind of complicated, right? It's all done in the software in this game, right? And I don't know, there's like a lot of steps to it, but basically it pretty much boils down to like... So, oh, that's, yeah, the code isn't on screen right now, sorry, I'll show you in a second. Let me test this again. Okay, so what I did is I removed the shadows entirely, but I kept everything else. And I want to see how much better it is. No, it's still pretty slow. So know that the choke point is not just calling that one function. It does actually seem to be related to drawing. That's weirding me out because it didn't seem like that earlier? Like I was trying to narrow that down. I don't freaking know, it's like really weird. I mean, the obvious thing of like removing all the draws does make it fast, right? So the solution probably is hardware rendering, which is going to be a huge freaking pain. But you know what? Why the frick not? How much hardware rendering can we do in one night? Well, I want more water though. Let me just read the chat real fast, and then I think I'm gonna grab some water, and then I'm gonna try to work on some hardware stuff and see what I can do. Hey, I'm from Brazil. Thank you so much for porting Sonic Mania to the Wii U. Sure. Thanks for saying that. When Sonic Mania was released, I only had the Wii U as a console. Here in Brazil, consoles are kind of expensive, and I really wanted to play it, but I couldn't. Now I'll finally be able to. Thank you so much for that. Sure thing. I you know, that means a lot to me, honestly. Thanks for saying that. I'll try to release this soon. I've got some fixing to do a little bit, but it's almost ready. If you remove the draws but keep like all the transforming stuff, how good does it perform? Yeah, exactly. So I was doing that earlier, right? That's why I had all the draws commented out. And you know, it actually was still like lagging. So that's the thing. So it seemed like it wasn't related to the drawing. But now that I'm adding back in the drawing, it's like, and removing the other stuff, it seems like it's not better. Because here, I've totally gotten rid of the, not just the drawing, but all of it, because I'm just returning right here, right? So, if the issue is like what I thought it was earlier, which is like mainly this part here, then that should have fixed it, but it doesn't, right? I think it is maybe slightly better, but it's like not by a huge amount. So, I mean, it could be all the other calls to that, though. Like, yeah, like here's one, right? So, I mean, I don't know. You want to just remove some stuff and see what happens? Can I call the draw 3D scene without doing this? Like, what's gonna happen? Is that gonna just like put a bunch of random flashing pixels on my screen? Or what's that gonna do? I don't think it'll like crash or something, but no, I'm being a freaking idiot. That's not gonna work at all. That's the vertices literally won't even be there. It just won't draw anything. It's hard to say. I'm gonna have to think about it a little more. Hey, thank you so much, Turtles Blade. I really appreciate it. Game Gear. Port Sonic Mania to the Game Gear? Oh my gosh. So, that's funny. That's really funny to imagine that. Someone could do that, but what that would be is, obviously, an entirely different game made from scratch. It wouldn't be a Mania port. Because there's no way. You can't do Game Gear. Seriously, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I remember in the Digital Foundry video that the special stages had the frame rate issues on Switch. I never understood why. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand either, to be honest. I'm trying to figure it out. I know that it's lagging because of something silly, but I can't tell exactly what it is. It seems to be some combination of software rendering instead of hardware rendering, and then some slowness in just how this, I don't know, like adding the models to the scene and stuff works. But it's weird because I would think that most games would do something very similar to this, right? Except they'd have hardware rendering. But I would think that most games would have like a software loop that basically does the matrix math, or at least some of it. Maybe some of it's done in the shaders. But I would think usually you do at least a little bit of that on the CPU. And then you, like, you know, have to like go through the scene and like prepare the vertices. So I don't understand why, because Mania is like, you know, it's not high poly or anything, you know, it's like by design. So you wouldn't think this would be such a, you know, you wouldn't think it would lag so badly, other than the rendering itself, but it doesn't seem like the rendering is the issue. Because I remove the draw calls and keep the rest of the stuff, and it's like still lagging really bad at the same spots. So it's definitely related to like this stuff before it. So I need to figure out what I'm gonna do about that. So I have another theory, but I'm not sure. I wonder if I remove all the matrix math, but keep in everything else. So keep in the prepare scene, the add model to scene, and the like draws, right? I wonder how that would perform. Let me bring this back too. Are you casually just gonna do what the title claims to do? I'm working on it. I always wanted to know how porting source code works. This already runs on the Wii U because I already did most of the porting work. It's just the main issue right now is just that the special stages are slow, right? And so I need to like improve the speed of that. But really there wasn't too much that I had to do. The main things were like the file system stuff. So like here. So this file controls all of the way that the files load in the game, and I tried to do the obvious thing of just using the standard like normal way of loading files, but that just was not working at all. It was causing the Wii U to freeze. And so in the end, what I ended up doing was I had to like add in all of this custom code that I wrote here. So all this like grayed out stuff that you're seeing here, all of this, let's see, yeah, all the way down to here. So like everything from, you know, between those 2 points, there, I wrote, and that just handles all of the handling of the files basically. I didn't explain that well. It like opens files, it reads them, it writes them, it moves around in them, it mounts the SD card, it does all that stuff. And so I do that in a custom way because I was trying to avoid the freezes. And it totally fixed it, from what I can tell, so I'm quite happy about that. This part here is the main thing that was contributing to the freeze. So, well, rather not having this part is why it was freezing. Basically, the Wii U expects the memory to be aligned by 64 for some reason when it reads files into the memory, and if it isn't, then the entire console freezes. I have no idea why. I'm assuming it's a weird hardware thing where like they need to divide the number by 64. I don't know, but it needs to be 64, and if you do that, then it works great, but if you don't, then it freezes. So that was like the hardest part, was figuring this out. For the visuals, I'm just using a homebrew SDL port, so I didn't have to like do that myself. But I'm thinking I'm gonna have to rewrite it now. So like this is what's being used. I don't know why it's all red, but it does build. It's fine. My editor is just being silly, but all of this is like, I didn't write this. This is just like, this came with a decompilation. So this is what I'm using right now to render all the visuals to the screen. But I'm thinking that this is part of the problem, of the performance. Port it to the Atari 2600. Let's frickin' go. Seems very unelegant code for 3D rendering, but maybe makes sense for the RTK but not for the modern engine mindset. Like individual objects being in charge of transforming and drawing themselves. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm no expert at all in engine development or many code base, so it's just what I got from seeing your stream. Thanks. No, yeah, you're totally right. Usually you wouldn't have the objects draw themselves like this. Yeah. Usually you would have like a scene graph, and you would have objects add themselves to the scene graph. Or maybe not even that. Sometimes you have like you'll have code that runs when the object gets initialized that will add a mesh to the scene graph, basically, right? In a certain way. And then the renderer takes it from there, and every frame the renderer is going to render all the stuff in the scene graph, right? So you don't have to use this matrix stuff in the object code. You know, your renderer does that for you when it's time to render, right? But in Mania, they do it like this. So, yeah, that's true. You're thinking this compound's an EXE? How do you change that? No, you're good. Don't worry about it. It's kind of hard to explain, I guess. Basically, like, the code is just code, right? The computer can't actually, like, run it, right? You have to, like, compile it. And there's, like, several different compilers, right? So if you're on Windows and you compile this code with, like, a Windows compiler, you're gonna get an EXE, because that's the Windows, like, binary format. But if you were on Linux and you compile this on there, you're gonna get a Linux, binary. I don't remember what I don't think there's an extension for Linux. But basically the Linux equivalent of an EXE, right? And so if you compile this for the Wii U, you know, you get the Wii U equivalent of an EXE, right? So it's not like the format that gets generated is like dependent on what compiler you're using. It's not dependent on the code itself. So you can use the same code actually. Like I can actually take this code that's working on the Wii U right now, and I can actually build this for Windows if I want to. And I actually did that a few times when I was testing, because I wanted to do performance profiling, and I thought maybe I was like, oh well, what's fast on Windows should be fast on, well, let me rephrase this. What's slow on Windows should also be slow on the Wii U, right? Well, not really, but I thought maybe. So I thought, let's see what the slowest part is rendering every frame of the special stages, and then try to go from there. And what I found was that it runs extremely well on Windows, like super, super fast, and it's like the easiest thing in the world for Windows PCs to handle. But the Wii U's hardware is just so different that something that's totally fine on Windows and Windows PCs is just lagging the system down to a crawl on the Wii U. I don't know why. So I gotta figure out what that something is, and I'm trying to narrow it down, but it's pretty hard. We have a Wii U compiler? Yes. There's a thing called DevKit Pro. It's wonderful. Let me pull it up. It's like, it's this, right? Here's the installer for it. And this is beautiful, if you've never heard of this before. It's been around for a long time now. Pretty much my whole life, actually. I used this when I was like 11 because I was really interested in the DS at the time, and I wanted to make my own DS games, right? I thought that was the coolest thing that I could possibly think of as a kid. And so DevKit Pro lets you make your own DS games, and I had no idea what I was doing, you know, and I didn't really do I didn't really successfully do much anything at the time. But I screwed around with this a lot. It's like a, I don't even remember all the consoles it does, but it does a lot of them. They have compilers for the Game Boy Advance, actually, the DS. They have the 3DS. They have the GameCube. They have the Switch. They have Wii, and they have Wii U, and probably even a few others. I don't remember. That's most of them. Most Nintendo consoles, basically. That's like the focus of it. So it's wonderful. It's really cool. It's not like perfect, you know. It's a homebrew thing. So if you've ever seen homebrew before, you know, like custom games made for these consoles that are not officially made, they're pretty much all using this, right? Well, I should say Nintendo homebrew. Like I don't know, like PS3 or whatever is like not using this, from what I understand. It's like they have another compiler for that. The code is just code. Radford on 2022. Truly inspiring stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's. I say that because I understand that there's probably a lot of confusion that comes from that. Because, like, I don't know, like when I explain programming to people who are not into technology at all, right? A lot of times they get confused because they're like, they don't understand that there's code, and then you compile that, and then you get binary, and then you run that, right? They seem to think that the computer runs code, you know? And so there's some confusion there because they're like, wait, I heard that computers do ones and zeros, but then you're talking about code, and I have no idea. And like they just get lost. They don't know like what you're talking about, right? So I find it just helps to just be like, so there's code and that's text, and it's just code, right? It doesn't do anything on its own. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for answering that because no one ever points it out. They usually always talk about optimization process for the hardware, but I was not sure how you make it run on other hardware. Sure thing. Yeah, no, it's totally understandable. People don't like talk about the basics, right? They just assume that you already know that. But how are you going to learn the basics if no one tells you, right? That's something that always bothered me. So, yeah, absolutely. You feel like it should have been obvious? No, you're good. It's confusing, right? It's like, what are you doing, right? I get you. I'd pay for a port of Sonic Mania to Zeebo Tech Toy. I've never actually heard of that. I'm not sure if that's like possible or not, right? I'd have to like look into that device, but that's interesting. What about interpreters? Sure could run code. Right. So again, it gets confusing. Okay, but like what an interpreter is usually doing is, there's like different types. There's like the JIT interpreters, and then there's like full-on scripting. The JIT ones are usually like actually generating binary from the code in real time, right? So like as the program is running, it's generating the binary and then it's running that binary, right? And it's all done in the memory, but it's like the same thing as a compiler. It's just that instead of it being, you do it once ahead of time and you're done, it's like as you're running the program, right? But then for like fully interpreted, like not even JIT, that's just kind of hard to explain to people. That's like a binary which is going through code and then doing something based upon what it read. But it's not like the computer is actually running the code. It's like hard to explain, right? But it's like the computer's running the binary. Sonic Mania port for 3DS would be interesting. Yeah, heck yeah. Someone's working on that. I'm sure they'll probably do a better job than me because I don't really know much about the 3DS. But yeah, that would be really cool. Code's more specific in rigid English, and it's only written instructions. Yeah, the code is at some point transformed into binary that the system understands. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's like the actual CPU can't run text, right? It runs ones and zeros. So it doesn't really matter exactly like how you get to that ones and zeros is, you know, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but at the end it has to come down to ones and zeros, right? All right, let me get back to what I was doing though, because I want to get something done tonight. So again, it's probably like hardware related. But it could also be these matrix instructions, so it's like kind of, I don't know. There's a few things it could be. One thing that I'm really wondering about, though, is those like add to scene graph type things. Okay, so like this, right? Because like, why? So this is doing the matrix multiplication on, you know, on the CPU. And like, why, right? We could probably do that on the GPU instead, and that would be a lot faster, I would assume. So I wonder. I don't know, right? This is probably stupid to jump right into this, but I honestly get the feeling at this point that the GPU is how we're going to optimize this. So I think I need to just jump right into trying to make that happen. And I don't think I'm going to get much done tonight because I've already been going for a while. But let's see what we can get done, right? Holy frick, why am I doing this? Okay, it shouldn't be too hard, right? Famous last words. Okay, so do I have Simu? Because that might be faster than... If I can use that, for... I just want to make it, like, run again with this hardware rendering, and then I'll throw it on the Wii U again and see if it works, right? So where did I freaking put, Okay, it's here, apparently. I need to update it. It's like an old build, but who cares? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna just freaking, let's see what we can do here, right? Okay, let me make a new window of this so that I don't have to keep going in and out of that. Let's see. I mean, we need to do this anyway if we want to, like, fix some of the bugs that I've been having, and if we want to, get the CRT shaders working, right? This is the only way I can think of to do that. So, sure. So GX2 is the name of the Wii U's graphics, API. And I know a little bit about it, because I've done, like Lost World reverse engineering a lot, right? And so I've seen a little bit about how it works. And also I've seen, like, some homebrewing stuff. But I don't know a huge amount of it. So, okay, we're just gonna freaking start from scratch here with the rendering and see what we can do in one night. I want to be ultra productive. That's the wish. So I need to really focus if I want to get anything done. Are there any open source Wii U project that produces a software renderer? Probably, yeah, most certainly I would think. Do you mean a hardware renderer, or what do you... Because I would think software would be, like, almost like the default. It's like, because with Homebrew, the thing is, you have to do everything yourself, right? And so, but where the frick is the... Oh, I guess it's included in the other file. Oh, don't pay attention to that. Hang on, if you heard that sound, let me stop that. That was a little timer thing I had. So, usually with Homebrew, when you first get a game running on the system at all, which is already, like, a huge achievement, right? Like, that's probably the hardest part. You know, you don't know anything about how the actual hardware and software works yet, really, right? So in order to get it to, like, draw using the hardware, well, you need to first understand enough about the hardware, or at very least the APIs that are used by games to talk to that hardware. And so you need to do a lot of work to get to that point, right? And so a lot of times when Homebrew first becomes a thing, they don't have any hardware rendering at all. Like, that's not a thing. All you have available to you right now is you can run CPU code on the system, and that's it. That's all we got working so far, right? So it usually goes from there. And then if a system is loved enough by enough talented people, then it usually will eventually get to the point where it's like, now we have hardware rendering! And they figured it out, and it's magical. But not always, right? There's some systems where they just really don't ever figure that out. So anyway, to answer your question, yeah, I think there's absolutely other software, open source software projects on the Wii U, because, like, when the Wii U Homebrew first became a thing, I don't think they had the hardware rendering at all. So if someone made any project at that time, right, it'd have to be software. There's very few projects I actually know of that even use the hardware on the Wii U. So this is going to be really interesting trying to figure out how the frick this works. Whoops. No, I meant to do... Oh, yeah. I'm going to need to define that, but first of all, Where do they include the CPP file? And I'm not seeing it. Here. Oh. Alright. Why? Oh, I get why. Okay, that makes sense. So, where is this defined? Okay. So you get to see an actual port, like porting process in action here. That was almost English. Okay, let's see. If this is defined, then we do that. Otherwise, we keep going until... Okay. I'm just copy pasting what's above, basically. Well, I'm not actually copy pasting, but you know. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. So I don't know what. I think it's fine. I'll just call it that. Actually, I'm gonna copy paste from up here. That's fine. Whoops. See, I'm still so, like, slow at Vim. So forgive me for that. My Vim sin. What is this? Change. I want to change just, like... 1, 2, 3, 4, like, 4... Yeah, okay. That's how you do it. I'm learning. Let's see. GX2 input device. No, this one. So I don't want to do. So first of all, the input device would not be called GX2. That's just the graphics API. That would be called something else. I think I want to do a custom input device implementation as well, because the Wii U, right? But I don't know if I want to do that yet. So I'm just going to do this for now, I think. There we go. Okay, so, what's up with this? It's the Switch, Wii U. Okay, so, I forgot I put this here. No, I want to, Oh, look at that. That's funny. Alright, sorry. Yeah, leave the audio device, leave the input device for now. I just want the render device to be different. If any of those, then they include that. If any of these, they include that again. Okay, so where's the part where they... Okay, so I think this is actually maybe what I want now? Almost? I don't know. So, well, first of all, okay, no. This is called render device. Oh, is that how they do it? So they just have a class called render device. It's not like called SDL2 render device or anything. And then I guess that class just has to match a certain interface. where's the part that, here we go. And so then they just, they do all this, I don't know. Yeah, they call like refresh window audit and stuff. So you have to implement all those functions exactly the same as this. And I think you need the window info as well. Yeah, you need to have all that. Okay. Let's see. I haven't plugged in this code like you have, but from what I've seen from you, I think that you are CPU bound with everything. Not really draw calls, with just draw calls from those objects. Yes. No, I think you're correct. That's what I'm thinking as well. It's not just the draw calls, because when I remove the draw calls, it still lags. It only gets faster when I remove all of the CPU stuff required to set up the scene and then draw it. So what I need to do to optimize it, from what I can tell, is I need to improve all of that. Either optimize it a lot to where it's still CPU, but it's like optimized, right? Like, I don't know, I can use like intrinsics or whatever if I can figure out any hacks like that. Or make it GPU bound instead, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do a combination of that, and I'm going to try to go with the simplest things first and then keep going into more hard things as needed, right? So hopefully it doesn't end up being too hard. Probably will be. But what I want to do is... so I don't know what I can do about the matrix stuff, because what I want to do is make it use like an intrinsic. So I want to use the Wii U has paired singles is what it's called. And it's like a hardware level optimization you can use to speed up the math stuff, basically. So I'd like to use that. But unfortunately, you kind of have to deal with floating point numbers or ints that are smaller than 32 bits. Those are both fine, but you can't just use ints that are 32 bits for this. It's really silly. And it turns out that Mania's matrix struct uses 32-bit ints. So perfectly imperfect. It's the best. So I'll either need to replace all of the matrix math with floats, which is going to be, you know, interesting. And I don't know if that's even going to really do anything, because you're going to have to convert from int to float at some point, because like the data that loads from the files is like ints. So at very least you're going to have to like convert it once when you in at the stage. So like, I don't know. I'd like to not do that if I can help it. Either I have to do that, or I have to move the matrix math into the GPU somehow. That's the only way I can think of to optimize that. One of those two solutions, which are not pretty. Both of them are not great. So what I think is better, what I am going to focus on is, first of all, the draw calls themselves. I think that can definitely be totally optimized by just going with the hardware. Second thing is the code that adds it to the scene. So like this part, right? So this code just simply goes through the entire model that you just gave it, and it just like does matrix math on it to add it into the scene, at which point you can then draw it, right? And so I think this is the real bottleneck, like this combined with everything else. It's like not any one thing, but this is like a big part of it, I think. So if I could make this done on the GPU, that would be a lot better. And I don't see why not, right? A lot of it I think I totally could, because like this part right here is literally just matrix math. It's like, it's taking the world matrix and it's taking the model vertices and it's like multiplying them together. And then it's taking the result and it's storing that in this vertex struct or whatever, which later gets used by the software renderer to draw, right? But like, what I'm saying is, what if we deleted all this, right? And just stored the vertices, just copied them as is, along with the world matrix, pass it all into a shader, and then the shader does this, right? That'll get totally rid of all that CPU math that we're doing every frame. So that should speed up everything. So that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that that fixes the problem entirely and it runs beautifully, you know? And we don't have to do anything else. But of course, getting to that point is going to be interesting. You're worried about doing all those objects, you're worried about all of them doing their own things. What do you mean by that? Like, that making it work on the GPU is going to be tough because they're all doing, like, unique things? Because I was looking at the code for all the different objects in the special stage, and I don't see anything too crazy, actually. It looks pretty much like most of them are just drawing. They're just, like, doing some matrix math to figure out where to draw the thing, and then they're just drawing the thing. But maybe I'm missing something, but that's what it seems like to me. So I'm hoping that that won't be too hard to port. But this is going to be interesting, right? Apparently I have to add a 3D scene management and rendering system to Mania in the RSDK and having the 3D object talk to that? Yeah, well, I hope not. Because like you said, yeah, that'd be a lot of changes to the code base. Yes, that would be really intense. But then any other port would have to pipeline for hardware 3D rendering. True. That's true. At least that's how an effective port to hardware running looks in my head. That's probably the best solution, like, long-term. If you can do that, it's just that it's hard and it takes a while, right? So what I want to do is go incrementally. So I want to start with... Let's just put my own GX2 implementation that doesn't do hardware rendering yet. All that it's going to do is, it's going to take the result of the software rendering frame buffer, right? And it's just going to put it on the screen. That's it. So that shouldn't speed anything up. That's just going to, you know, that's the beginning. That's the first step. Get that on screen, and then test it, make sure it works, right? Make sure it works exactly the same way as SDL did. And then once we have that, go from there. So I think the next logical step would be to replace the draw calls themselves with hardware draw calls, right? I don't think I need to do anything to the 2D rendering, though. I think the 2D rendering is smooth, it's great, and frankly, I think trying to make that done on the hardware would be silly, because it already runs great, and it's doing a lot of really fancy stuff, I'm sure, because they have a really unique way of drawing 2D sprites, right? They're trying to make it really accurate to like how the Genesis would have done it. And so I really do not want to try to emulate that if I can help it. That sounds like a huge pain. So I don't think I should even need to touch that. I just want 3D objects, right? So that's where I'm going to try to go. I'm guessing all that math fast is going to be bottleneck on weaker CPUs? Yes, absolutely. But every object doing its own math and drawing is pretty hard on the CPU. Right. So if I can get rid of all that math and make it done in the shader instead, I think that's going to totally fix the problem. I hope. When Mania originally launched, I played it on a Intel Core 2 Duo with 128 megabytes of VRAM. Well, you better step up your game. What's wrong with you? I know, right? I think it's just that the PowerPC architecture happens to not be so good at this. But I don't know. What do I know? I'm just guessing. What the frick is this? Huh. Okay. So, those are like the shader entries. Okay, and then, oh, render device space, yeah. Is that also in drawing? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. Why? Every render device, I guess, inherits from this? Okay. But it's a static function. That's so freaking weird. Okay, let me remove all these. Let me close all these UFO ones for now. That's a bizarre usage of inheritance. Okay. So we just need to implement the ones that are in the render device base. Render device based? Sorry. No, it's not based yet. Or maybe it can be. Alright, so what is this? Window info. So this is like a unique struct for every one of the render devices. So like, what would DirectX 11 have? Because I understand DirectX 11, I don't really know STL that well. So if I can look at an API that I understand, then I'll probably get this better. It has a Windows-specific width, height, and refresh rate value, and then a DXGI mode description. And then I guess there's like it's a pointer to several of those, I guess, and then they have a viewport. So it's just literally everything that you need to render the window. So I don't actually know what that's going to be yet. Oh, but displays too is a pointer. So why is that? Because you can have several displays, I guess. I guess you can have several displays. Well, that's helpful for the frickin' gamepad. Wii U gamepad. I don't know how to, whatever. So I'm just gonna put stuff in there as I figure it out. I don't know what that viewport value is. That's scaring me. I might need it because it's called the same thing here. I don't know how this is used. Here's how it's used. Oh. I see. They use width, height, refresh rate. Alright, that's all. So you have to have something called width, something called height, and something called refresh rate, and they have to be usable by that code. This is a really weird way of doing it, but alright. Hey, Wham, how you doing? How are you? I'm doing alright. My throat's hoarse, though. I should frickin' get some water. Based on what? It's actually an acid? That was a really funny joke. I'm gonna go grab some water real fast. I'll be right back. Water moment. Alright. Now that we have our hydration. Goodness. Let's read the chat again. Your Wild Sanctuary tweet is blowing up. That's awesome. I love DXGI Rational. Yeah, it's funny, right? And before Red updates RCK with multiple screen rendering, and since the updates to even star and Bill's taxonomy for it. Yeah, definitely gonna do all of that. Hashtag water moment, hashtag hydration. Let's go. You're doing God's work fixing Indian issues. Thank you. I think I fixed all of them. So if you want to see, it's on GitHub. I committed it already. There's the vast majority of them are in the retro engine, the RSDK. There's one in the Sonic Mania Wii U repo as well that I fixed. So this stuff has been helpful for your port of RSDK v4 to C#. How to render the RSDK v4 is real. Yo, that's really cool. That's fantastic, actually. Great stuff. It's spelled hydration or hydration. Like Hydra? Is that the joke? I'm sorry, I'm dumb. Boy, I do need to stop soon because my throat's hurting even though I'm drinking water. But let's see what we can do. So we're gonna need something called width, and something called height. We're gonna need something called refresh rate. So those three things are gonna be required for this to compile. All of this, I think, is like... I guess it's all necessary. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this might not. This probably isn't gonna happen. Yeah, I don't know about this tonight. Yeah. Set window title. We don't even need to freaking do that. Just screw that. That's fine. Get cursor position. I don't know. We'll see. Show cursor. No. Why am I so bad? Hang on. There we go. Learning Vim. Okay. I think we actually can implement load shader, because I actually do want to implement that. Do we need these things? It doesn't need to be called that. Image texture? You might need something called image texture. I hope not. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. No, it doesn't look like it. Why are all these things here if they're not meant, if they don't need to be public? Also, why is it all static? This is so silly. I'm just gonna eat all of that for now. Process event. This is all private, so all of this is like can be whatever I want. I think those are just they just reuse the same naming convention, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So this can just be whatever the frick we want. So. Yeah, just eat that for now. Okay. So I want this just to build first, not even to work yet. So I'm gonna do this. So hang on a second. So for width, what do they use for the SDO? They use just 3 ends. That's what I thought. Why is there padding? What's the point of that? That's weird. Does it have to be that size? Because usually you do padding in like a file, you know, like if the file has to be a certain size. You don't usually do it just willy-nilly, I don't know. So that should work. We just need to get some freaking, well, first of all, so what do they do here? They define all of the static variables, and then they just have all the code. Yeah, I mean, alright. Very sensible. Oh wait, what about the display info? Is that it? Is that the first time it's used? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, where is that, define that? Is it defined somewhere else? Oh, good lord, yes it is. It's so weird how this is laid out. Not gonna lie. Okay, So we don't have to do that, because that's already done for us, apparently. But we do need to make sure that we're careful about this a little bit. Okay, so I think all this code right here is what we need to implement. That's not so bad. Oh, and I already implemented the inline void ones are already, yeah, taken care of. Okay, so, yes, I'm gonna paste that right there. I don't think they include it. Maybe they do. Nope, because this file gets included by another file. That's right, I forgot about that. That's so weird. Okay, and then they don't like inline. No, they don't indent or anything. Okay. All right, let's No, this is called render device. That's right. There's probably a much faster way to do this than how I'm doing this. Again, I'm still new like Vim. There's probably a way to repeat that. Like, I don't know if the period works. It worked that time, but I don't know if it would if the others. I don't know, I guess I could just do that every time. That's probably faster. Who the frick cares? It's typing. Okay, so we remove all this static. Oh man, how do you replace? And this is one thing I really don't like about Vim, actually. I always forget how to replace. Nope, that's not it. Good guess, though. Let me look it up. Again, still learning this. Sorry. The S command, right. Of course. That's what I did, though. I guess you don't do that. And then G? No. How do you do the whole file? It's %S. That's what I freaking typed. Oh. Oh, I was searching for it. Duh. Okay, sorry. Yes, there we go. That's how you do it. Okay. That's like pretty fast once you get used to it. It's just what are you guys saying? Why are we adding the render exactly? I promise it's more scary. It looks more scary than it is, by the way. That's good, because it does look scary, but it doesn't look like too insufferably bad, so hearing that is reassuring. Yeah, 3D stuff lags the game. Did no one tell me 3D stuff is in software? No, I know it's in software. I want to send 3D render to the GPU, yes. So I don't want to do that for everything. So for the 2D stuff, I still want that to be software. But for 3D, so let me show you what I want to do, specifically, Wham. So what I've narrowed it down to is like this. So most of the game performs great, but whenever it tries to draw something 3D, it lags pretty badly. So the special stages lag, that's the biggest point of concern right now. But not just them. Stardust Speedway, like the boss fight, has like a little like 3D model in the background that like moves around as you run, right? And that level lags too, just because of that one freaking 3D model, right? So just doing any 3D stuff at all is lagging the system down pretty bad. Sorry, hold up. So if you go, for instance, like the UFO shadow thing right here, I put a little return here just because I was testing. Actually, let me remove that. So like you can see, whenever they draw something in 3D, there's like several steps. So first of all, they do like matrix math, right, to get the matrices how they want them, right? So they can do the calculations necessary to figure out where to put the freaking vertices at. And then they do the calculations necessary to figure out where to put the vertices at, right, using those matrices that they computed earlier. And they add all those vertices to a list in the final scene. And then finally they draw the scene. And this is all done in software. All of this is software. This and everything here, but the drawing is too, right? As you know. So I was trying to figure out what's like the bottleneck, right? And it seems like it's honestly all of it, which I know is a weird thing to say. It doesn't seem like it's any one part of this. It seems like all of this is freaking slow. Because if you just remove some of it, you would expect it to get better, but it's like it seems to be really weird as to like what actually makes it faster or whatever. I get the feeling that it's just the fact that so much of this is happening on the CPU. Like, that's what I'm gathering from all the tests I was doing, is that the CPU itself is just overloaded with all this crap every frame. And so the more I can take off of the CPU and put onto the GPU, the better it'll be. So you mentioned the matrix transformations because they're slow. Yes. So I've definitely noticed that. And I know that that's a huge part of it. But here's the problem with that. So my first thought actually was, I'll just freaking improve the matrix functions. I'll just use like intrinsics instead, right? Like I'm going to use the paired singles on the Wii U, right? Instead of doing it all manually in software without any, you know what I mean? Like the normal C way. So I thought I'll do that, right? But here's the problem with that. So here's, for example, the implementation of matrix multiply, all right? And, you know, it's not really that involved, but for the Wii U, that's probably really horribly slagging it down because of all the loads and stores and stuff. So, here's the fun part. Look at this. The matrix struct? Yeah, they use ints. They use 32-bit ints in the matrix struct. So, the paired singles, which is the optimization I was going to do, you know, it deals with singles, it's floats, right? It's not ints. So, what do you do about that, right? So there's an instruction that loads values from memory into the paired singles that are not, you can actually pass in something that isn't a single to begin with, which is amazing. And it does the conversion automatically in the hardware, which is good. But it accepts all signed and unsigned integer types up until and including 16 bits, but it doesn't go above that. So you can do like 8 bits, you know, you can do 16 bits, that's all good. You can't do 32. And this uses 32, right? So, exactly what you just said. And conversion from float to int is also very slow. I observed that. I tried that. I thought, well, let's convert these to ints. Fricking slow. It's really slow. And you can find out why really easily. Without even having to run it on the actual hardware, you can tell that it's going to be slow. Because all you have to do is go to Godbolt, right? You know, and just freaking be like, hey, so I want it to be a float, right? Do that, and then get the power, get a PowerPC compiler and turn on optimizations, and look at what it does. So this is as good as GCC can possibly optimize this code. This is one little cast to a float. That's all that it's doing. It's literally just casting it into a float. I'm only doing pointers because that way, you know, it doesn't get optimized out, so I can show you what it does. And this is the freaking assembly for that. So like, look at how many instructions there are for this. If you compare that to like x86, right? Any of these are fine. Well, I would probably want to use the wrong compiler flag. Yeah, look at how much smaller that is, right? Because there's like dedicated instructions in the x86 architecture for doing this. But not really in PowerPC. So yes, it's slow. And so I'm like, what do I do about that? So I thought, well, what if I just make the matrix type use floats? But then, of course, you know, the game is designed around the fact that it's using ints. And so all the math they do is like expecting that. And so you'd have to change a lot of the game to make that happen. And at some point you're going to need to convert to a float anyway, because what I found out is that the game loads data from files straight into these structs, and the data starts out as ints. So like your position, x, y, and whatever, it's like an int, right? And then they multiply that against these, you know, they use them to create the matrices and whatnot. And so if you want to use floats, you're going to at least have to do conversion once. Now that would be a lot better than having to do it every frame, but it's like a lot of work to do. to optimize this, right? I can't think of any other better way to do it. Can anyone else think of a better way to, like... Because if so, I'd like to do it. You have to do it on GPU? Yes. So here's what I was thinking. I think this is slow. But I don't think cripplingly slow. I don't think it's impossible for the Wii U to do all these Matrix things every frame and not lag, right? I think it absolutely can do this. It's just gonna be pushing it, right? It's like, if you do a little bit more on top of this, then it lags. But if you do just this, and then that's basically the most taxing thing you're doing in the entire frame, I think it will be okay. I hope. So what I want to do is keep this part in the code, but basically replace all of this. So we're replacing the draw calls, but not just the draw calls. We're also replacing the part that adds it to the scene. Which I know you might go, how are you going to do that? Well, here's how. Because it's like, that's usually a CPU driven thing, right? Like, if you add to a scene graph, right, you're going to do that on the CPU. But what they're doing is not quite that. What it looks like to me is they're basically just, based on the model type, every type is doing a very similar thing. They're going through all the vertices in the models, and then they're just doing matrix math on it. So they're multiplying it by the world matrix, and then they're storing the result of that computation in this array. And they're repeating that for every single vertice of every single model. Some of them have normals as well, so they do the same thing with the normals, it looks like. No, they multiply the normals by the, something else, I don't freaking know. I have to look into that. But, actually, that's multiplied by the materials? I don't know. Oh, no, it's another matrix for... I got it. So, yeah, it's just matrix math. That's all they're doing. And it's the same for all of this. So if I could instead make it so that this... Okay, so, like, replace all this code here, right? With, like, this. What was I doing? Let's see. I didn't actually forget. Sorry. I just said the wrong thing. That, I think, is what I want. Yes. And then repeat for, you know, Y and Z, right? You get the idea. Just literally just copy it into this array. That's all we're doing. And then do the actual matrix math on the shader. I think that'll be a noticeable difference. Just that alone. So I'm hoping that... Because that'll reduce a lot of the matrix math that we're doing, right? Because all this matrix math that we're doing for every single vertex goes away. That just happens on the GPU now in the shader, right? So that's what I want to do to begin with, and then hopefully that will solve the problem. If it doesn't, then I'll have to look into more stuff I can optimize. But either way, I don't think I'm wasting time doing this. Because, frankly, I want to do it like this instead of STL anyway, for a number of reasons. The STL implementation is just a little weird on the Wii U. It's not bad at all. No offense to whoever made it. I'm sure they, it's amazing that we have that at all. But, I could make it faster. I'm confident in that. Because obviously, right? Because whoever, like, when you make an STL implementation, you don't know who's going to use it and how they're going to use it. So you have to accommodate for, like, every use case, right? But when you make a render implementation for one specific game, you know exactly how you're going to use it, right? So obviously, if you're going to make a renderer for one game, it's going to be, you can do more optimizations than if you want to make a renderer for 100 games. You know what I mean? That's like more generalized. So that's one reason I want to do it. And the other big reason, massive one, like the CRT shaders and all those like custom, filters you can put on the screen, that's done in hardware. That's done with the shaders. So with STL, that just doesn't work. Because they just didn't implement that in the STL version of this. So if I want that to work, which I do, I'm going to need to do a hardware implementation anyway. So why the frick not? Okay, how are you planning to test this, by the way? I've been running it on my actual Wii U. Like, I have it up right now. It's going to sleep, but I have the Wii U here with a capture card, and this is the last version of it that I built. So I've just been FTPing it over to the Wii U because I'm too freaking lazy to take out my SD card. But yeah, just getting on the SD card basically is what I'm doing. And then I'm just running it, and it takes a long time to load. I want to fix that too. Part of that's just because I'm logging every single F read because I was trying to fix file system bugs. I did fix them, to my knowledge. It seems completely fixed now. It was really awful at first. It's just slow, so I need to improve that. But I can run it on the actual system like this. There it goes. And I can also do it on CMU, yes. So I think I'm going to do CMU first, and then once it looks like it's working on CMU, I'm going to send it over to the Wii U again and test it there. Let's see. The way things blend is going to make this complicated. Yeah, I'm worried about that. I saw some of the blend stuff in the, whoops. In the, shaders and whatever, and I'm actually I'm worried about it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it's going to look exactly the same as it does on other consoles, right? It might look a little different. If it looks like 90% the same, I'll honestly be happy with that. Because I don't think it has to look exactly the same. If the shading is slightly different, then like, who cares? You know what I mean? It'd be nice to get it to be exactly the same, but I don't see that as a requirement. So I'm gonna aim for that, you know, if possible, but I'm not gonna stress too much about that. The main thing is I just want it to look similar enough, right? It needs to look like Sonic Mania. It doesn't need to look pixel perfect. That's the thing. No one's even gonna freaking notice, like, if it's like 90% the same, you know what I mean? Like, I guarantee you, people will be like, oh, it looks like it's Sonic Mania, and it's like, yeah, did you know that it's doing blending totally differently? You didn't, did you? Anyway, so it runs really well in game, but then the special stages are the problem. They don't even, it's like totally playable, but they're kind of laggy, right? It's hard to tell. Again, my capture card, I'm certain does some smoothing, because when I look at the OBS stream of this, it doesn't look that bad. When I look down at the gamepad, it's like laggy, and also on the TV, right? So it's you know, it's actually worse than it looks by a little bit. If you're looking at it going, oh, it doesn't look too bad, it's like, yeah, it's a little worse than it looks. So I need to improve this. It's not that bad though, like, not gonna lie. It's like better than I remembered it being. I don't remember, this is probably one of the optimized versions. I think I got rid of the shadows in this. And the shadows make it, the shadows lag it down a lot. Because it's funny, because you hear that and you go, duh, shadows. But it's literally just, oh wow. I started talking about shadow right as the shadow level theme played. Sorry. You hear shadows and you go, oh duh, but it's not like a real-time complicated mesh shadow, it's literally just a circle. It's a little circle underneath the mesh, that's it. So I don't even understand why they'd have to do that much math to figure that out. It's like, it's just like a sprite, just draw it there, right? How hard is that? Yes, I did the funny STD sort stuff. Well, this build doesn't have that, but I did that in the previous build and it didn't really seem to... I don't know, I should try it again, why not, right? But I think the real solution is going to be this. Wii U isn't that slow, I don't know why it's struggling so hard. I know, right? It's kind of blown my mind. Because you would think that even if what you're doing is inherently slow, it should work okay on here though, right? Because like, this is not like a super ancient like device. This is like a pretty decently powerful system, you know? I don't know. Hear the Vita port's laggy? Yes. I played the Vita port, and it's really well done, but yeah, it has the same issue. On the special stages, it's very slow. So I wanted to I mean, I could have done that. I could just release this now, I guess, right? And just say, yeah, it's laggy, I'll fix it in an update. But I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe people want that. But I honestly, I feel like I know it's not what people probably want to hear, but I get the feeling that first impressions do kind of matter, though. You know what I mean? And so when your first impression is, oh, it's laggy as heck, you know, it's like that. I don't know. It'd be better if I could like take a day or two to make it really good and then release it, right? I don't want to keep people waiting forever, but just like a tiny bit. I don't know. I get MSVC, etc., but yeah. Improve your frame rate by 40% on ARM? Holy frick. Wow, that's really insane. I wonder why. Yeah, it's some bizarre, like, silly little thing that's causing this to lag. I swear. It's like something with the software, I don't know, right? Okay, so I'm assuming that this returns, you know, like true, if it succeeded, false if it failed. Yes, okay. Oh, also the input devices are handled here, so that's gonna break unless I fix that. And I'm currently using SDL. Maybe it is better to just call this like Wii U render device instead of DX2, and then like handle the I don't know. Maybe I should just handle inputting here as well, because I wanted to fix that too, because I want to support other controllers. I don't know. Let's just jump into this though. Let's stop wasting time. They were doing a bubble sort? Yeah. I mean, true, but like, still, holy frick, it's like not that much of a... Like, they're not sorting like 800,000 things, you know what I mean? Shouldn't be that freaking slow, but it is, so alright. I mean, I guess it isn't on the hardware that it's meant for, right? When you run this game on, like, you know, the platforms it's been officially released for, it runs great. Maybe it could run even better if it wasn't a bubble sort. Okay, so we're gonna use, no? Frick. Are there like, is there like a Wii U example package, or... No? Alright, so I think I just need to look at the, what repository for this. It's gonna be fun to figure this out, isn't it? So I know a bit about GX2, what to GitHub, yeah. I'm not going into this totally blind, and to be honest with you, I know more than you might think about this. I don't know how to say it, but I'm gonna try to learn from here. Okay, hang on. Yes. So here's a GX2 example. This just puts a triangle on the screen. So it's 157 lines of code to get a triangle on the screen. That's, you know what? That is not bad at all. I'm like, that's actually really good for like a console low-level API. That is not bad. Vulkan is like so much worse than this, I swear. Alright, GFX init. This is not real GX2, this is like what? Though. Which is fine, I think. But my experience with what so far has been very... There's some parts of it that are like amazing, and then there's other parts where I'm like, well, I didn't want it to do it that way, but that's how it does it. So it would be great if, let's see how this is implemented. Yeah, they allocate some memory for the command buffer pool. Oh! Oh, they're handling that for you. Okay, so you get to choose if you want to use this or if you want to do it in the low-level way. And the low-level way looks terrible. That looks more like Vulkan, yeah. Honestly, this wouldn't be any slower to do it this way, the simple way. It shouldn't be anyway. So like, I probably just want to do it like this if I can help it, and not have to run all this stuff myself. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look that bad, I guess, actually. Looking at it more, it's just a lot of code, but it doesn't look like complicated. It looks like it's pretty self-explanatory what it does. It's gonna be like 10K. I guess I'm not actually sure. It's enough that sorting algorithm matters. That's true. Good point. Am I waiting a little longer if it's to have the best experience possible? Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll try to hurry, though. In the UK, every if in the code is actually swapped with init. That's funny. So GFX init is imported code that actually means if GFX. Oh, wow. Which is kind of what you're doing if you think about it. Because you're like, is GFX working? Right? GFX2 init. That's pretty funny. Okay, so I mean, actually, it doesn't look that bad. Maybe I should just do this. Because here's the thing, I want to use the higher level stuff if I can, so I don't have to deal with all this nonsense myself. But the one issue is that, you know, if the high level stuff doesn't let me do what I want to do, then I need to do this, right? And I think it will let me do most of what I want to do, but I am concerned about this because, like, it looks like they're setting up the TV and the DRC, which is the gamepad, automatically for you. They're doing both for you. Which is fine, but I want to have an option to switch between which screen you're using or both, right? And so if I want to implement that, it's like, how am I going to do that? I think I can do that with this, though. I don't think this interferes with that, but I'm a little concerned seeing that. So let's see what they do here. While it's running, they say begin render. I don't know what that does. I'll have to figure that out too. Begin render TV. Oh, yes. Okay, you can control it. Alright, so I can just use the high level stuff, I think. Oh man, I'm gonna be happy if I can just use this and it just works. I'm gonna be really happy about that, because that's gonna be pretty simple, actually. Okay, so... let's say... Can you, like, include... Yeah, you can include whatever you want, that's fine. Okay. Because I know the way that they're including this is freaking weird, so I wanted to make sure. I think it's probably this. Is the include. Let's see. Maybe. GFX. Okay. Yeah, same. Whoopsie. When I get a little tired, I start typing slower. You'll probably notice. I've noticed that for the past few days now. I don't know. Whenever I get tired, I start typing more slowly. That's funny. So what the frick is this though? Load. Oh no, more of this. Hang on. There we go. Sorry about the spam. I hate that. I wish YouTube would do something about it. I found the proper chat. I was trying to talk on Twitch. I'm so sorry. Twitch is fine too. I just didn't pull up the Twitch chat this time because I just forgot. Sorry. You should use WeLoad instead of FTP. The homebrew launcher runs a WeLoad server at all times, so you can just WeLoad your binary straight over. Oh. I didn't know about that. Thank you. Holy frick. It's crazy to me how many things there are that are just built-in that are wonderful that I don't know about. Because, I don't know, it's hard to like find documentation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. How do I do that? I'm assuming there's like a program I have to run. I guess it's called Reload. Yeah, here we go. Does it work with RPX files as well? Is it? I'm assuming it does. It looks like it. I mean, it works with ELF, but I don't know if I don't think this game will actually work over ELF because the ELF is 30 megabytes, which I think is too big for is far too big for the homebrew launcher. I don't know. At least it was when I tried it. At some point, it told me it was too big. If I strip the debug info from it, which I'm assuming is there, it'll get a lot smaller, but I still think it's going to be too big. So the RPX would be preferred. But yeah, seriously, thank you so much. It does RPX. Awesome. That's wonderful. This looks great. I had no idea this was a thing. Wow. Thank you. Let's see, there's like a whole bunch of different programs that do this, apparently. Okay, so, oh, I knew about SendElf. That's like an implementation of this. But it's been a long time, and I completely forgot that was a thing. Wow. Yeah, thanks once again, I really appreciate it. Let's see if I can find a download for this. Oh, there's like an old, ancient one. Is this like the one that... Is this like a program that people still use, or is there like a more modern replacement for this? Because this is on Google Code Archive, so this is definitely like old. Oh yeah, 2009. Woof. Yeah, there's probably a newer... I mean, I don't know if it matters. But there's just probably like a better solution now, right? Transmit Me, maybe? But this looks a lot newer. Maybe not. 2010. A lot newer, he said. I mean, I guess any of these will be fine. I just need to download that'll actually work. Let's see. Oh, I remember Wii Builder as well. Why, I like heard about that once. Forgot it was a thing. There's really a lot of ways to do this, so I'm just being silly. But okay, so hang on, what is this? Turn on the Wii. You want to make a variable name called WiiLoad in your environment variables, and the value is TCP and then your IP address, where your IP is the Wii IP, oh, the Wii's IP. Click OK here and in the system properties. Okay. Do I still need to do that? Or do these, programs, the like GUI versions, handle that for me? I assume they probably handle it for you. But anyway, I think I'll do SendElf, even though it's ancient. Because it seems like it still probably works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sure, let's just do the C drive. Yep. Okay. Let me have this play for a second. It was originally built for the original Wii, I figured. I still use an ancient build from a billion years ago, but there's probably better options by now. Hey, if it works for you, it works for me. Cool. Here we go. Alright, I don't think the Wii IP is like something, is like private information. Because it's just like the local IP address, it's not like a... Right? Or am I being silly? Let me figure that out, though. I forget how to... You can actually see your Wii's IP address in just the settings? There's probably a better way, but I'm just gonna check that. There's like a homebrew way to do it, too. It's been a while, actually, since I've needed that. Protocol is this. I'm assuming I want to use the newest homebrew channel one. Newest, from 2009. View MAC address. Okay. But what about my IP? Yeah, right, cool. It's just the internal network IP. Nice. Yeah, exactly, that would be a bigger problem. Okay. I'm just always super paranoid about showing anything, because the internet's a scary place. Okay, well, it doesn't show me in settings, so I'm being silly, so, how do you do this again? I'm sorry, I'm... It's funny, because I've actually, like... I've done a certain, like, a considerable amount of stuff with the Wii U, I just forget stuff like an idiot. The Wii U menu is loading. There's like a program, I think, that is homebrew that literally just tells you your Wii U's IP address and then closes. I think that's literally... I seem to remember that being a thing. But I don't know. I don't know if I have that anymore. Let me just look it up. I don't know. Find Wii U IP address. Sure. Oh, there's a support page on the Nintendo site for this. What the frick? Oh, no, it's for finding your network's IP. No, I want to... There's a GBA temp, thread. Let's see. Can someone tell me how to figure out the IP address on the Wii U? You could look it up by your router's DHCP leases. Well, I mean, true. You can use any of these programs. All right. I think I'm just gonna do that. Hang on. I'm gonna just go to my router and just look at all the freaking local IPs, and then I'm gonna do an educated guess. It shows you the names next to most of them, if I recall. So this is a really stupid way of me doing this, but this should honestly work. Oh, it literally says Wii U. Yes, that's it. Okay, nice. It's that. Oh, it was the same IP as the FTP. Ah, duh. Duh, of course it would be. Such an idiot. Alright, sorry everyone. You can tell, it's funny, right? It's like... I can do, like, all this programming stuff or whatever, but then the minute that I need to do something stupid and basic and obvious, I'm like, huh? What is the port for this? Does it matter? Probably just the basic port, probably the default will work fine. Alright, cool. Let's just try that. Oh, it actually installed itself as... Alright, that's kind of funny. I think it will probably... It sounds like it'll accept an RPX file. Yes, loading file from my local IP. Okay. It's doing something. That looks like, that's like how Mania starts. It's just a black screen for a while, so... We'll see. What would you do if you searched find Wii U IP address and Google just gave it to you? Well, is it just an Instagram? Yeah, Google just knows. That'd be amazing. Don't you have the IP? I do, I'm just an idiot. Sorry. Oh yeah, it worked. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. My gosh. Are you Wooden Rad? Hey, Kinesis, how you doing? I guess you could say that. It's really just these special stages that need to be optimized at this point. Everything else is like working pretty well. And they're not like terrible, it's just... They're kind of terrible. When you consider the fact that this is the Wii U and it absolutely should run fast, right? This is terrible. Like, look at this. Oh. So, I need to fix that. But that's really about it. Thank you, that's way better. Thank you so much. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Alright, so I'm gonna try to figure out how to use GX2 enough to implement this. So I don't need to do that. So this is something that I'm gonna need to look into. I don't actually know the shader format very well. I know that there's like they use GLSL, and then they compile it into this bytecode, which is like, I guess it's the GFD files is what it's called. And then the Wii U like can read that bytecode, and it just works. So, you know, but I don't know what the homebrew toolchain is for doing that. I don't know if there is one. I mean, there probably is one, right? I don't know how you like. Well, what's in here? Actually, hang on. Oh, wait, WeLoad.exe. Sorry. Are you freaking... Oh, no, this just sets the environment variable. Okay, that makes me feel better. It doesn't actually send it over. I think. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna ignore that. Doggone it. It works like this. So I'm wondering if any of these, I don't know. There's got to be like a tool to generate these, because how else do they do it, right? I don't know. They're loading a shader, but where are they? How are they generating this file though? Right? That's what I'm saying. This is so path. Okay, it's what content and then this. Okay. Well, I don't think I have. Yeah, but it's probably on the GitHub repo. No? Unless I'm just missing it. Let's see. I already forgot how to search file names on GitHub. I know you can search like this, but oh, go to file. That's probably it. Yes. Well, I don't know the shortcut key. Okay, here it is. So what's this? Is this a binary file? Most likely. Wait, I already downloaded this? When the frick did I do that? I have no recollection of that at all. It was probably like years ago. Okay, so is this a binary file or a text file? It's binary. Okay. So yeah, it's in the GFX 2 like bytecode format. But but what I'm saying is, how do you compile one of these? Right? Oh, hang on. They assume that this is installed in there. Okay. Oh, hang on. What's this? Hey! Oh! Is this assembly? I think this is freaking assembly, and then this is the binary that was generated from the assembly for both of these. Oh no! I mean, sure, that I can still do that, but I need to, like, I've written assembly before, but like, it's pretty hard when you don't know the instructions that you're supposed, like, is there documentation anywhere, or like, you know, that would be nice, just saying. Okay, there's this docs folder, but it doesn't really have any, there's this. That's it. Okay. Fascinating. So they have an entire, like, a shader assembler, but they only show you how to use... Oh boy. Shaders on Wii U, that's a problem? There's no public shader compiler. Yeah, I'm aware of the Nintendo tools. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty tempted to try that, but I know that's not the homebrew way, but I don't know how the frick else I'm gonna do this. Because this is not gonna happen. Like, I guarantee you, I'm not gonna be able to write shader assembly when I don't even know the language. Like, if there was a reference I could look up where I could, like, find all the instructions, then I could do this. It'd be hard, but I could do it, and I would. But I don't think there is. The other solution they have is using the Latte assembler, which you can use to assemble shaders handwritten in assembly. Isn't that what this is, or is this is this not assembly? Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. I think that's literally the only solution, other than the Nintendo tools. It's infinitely better than the lack of Sonic Mania for Nintendo Wii U. Sure, I guess. Is Sonic model animated with skeleton animation and vertex weights? To be honest, I'm not sure. I think they just are... No, I think they're just rotating the vertices. I think it's just like the old-fashioned way of doing it. You made the Wii U gamepad and Wii remotes. Oh my gosh, you're still at that? Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I didn't know. I really appreciate that. Holy frig. And you have the updated banner as well that like fixes some things. I got the small Sonic. This looks great. Like, I really love that. Oh my gosh. That's wonderful. That's like exactly what I was picturing, but I couldn't draw that myself. Wow, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that a lot. If I was more energetic, I'd totally also make a GameCube controller, Wii Classic controller, Wii U Pro controller, and a Wii Nunchuck, but not today. I mean, you know, I won't tear it down if you want to, but it's all good. This is great. This is more than I could have asked for, you know? I really, really appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be so cool. Let me make sure, that I get this in, like, the, you know, I get this right. But seriously, I know I'm just repeating myself, but thank you so much. That's wonderful. Like, they're so good. I can't believe how good those look. Hang on a second. Where did I, extract the... Oh yeah, I put this, here we go. I was looking for the, base image from the original. I literally already forgot. Oh, here it is. Alright, so this is the original, and this is the Wii version, the Wii edited version. It's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I could totally just, like, I think I could actually just, like, use that already, because, like, it's going to map, well, it's going to map to the Wiimote icon, so I'm going to have to, like, change which one it maps to, right? But, like, it's so awesome. I wonder if I could, so I don't know how to make, are Mania mods just, like, are they, like, the same file layout as, like, you know, Sonic Generations or, Hedgehog Miniature stuff? You know, is it, like, a mod.ini and then, like, just a bunch of files? Or is it, like, different? I literally don't know. I have to, like, look up a... I can probably just, like, actually find, like, any random Mania mod and just look at how it's structured and instantly figure it out. So why don't I do that? Let's find, like, a texture editor or something, because that's gonna be really simple, which is what I want. Well, this one's more complicated than a texture edit, but it will have it in the textures in it. It's a Metal Sonic mod, so sure, let's just download that. I want to test the mod loader as well, because there's supposed to be built-in mod loader in this, which is amazing. But I need to look at that. You got caught on YouTube's filter? Yeah, you probably did. YouTube's filter is pretty terrible. I'm sorry. He has a... Oh, okay. Gary Older, I'm not sure you say that, but he has a repo with Wii U shaders, which is a text guide to writing assembly shaders. Ah! But you don't know if it's a teacher from scratch. Well, thanks. I mean, it depends on how much is in it. Thanks a ton. I've learned from very little before. But I don't know how complicated these shaders are going to need to be. Honestly, they're not going to need to be too complicated. I mean, the Mania shaders are really, really simple. It's like, oh, I don't have enough. Is this the username? Yes. This is not right though. Hang on, it's here. Yes. Shaders. Yeah. So, like, well, the GL is probably the simplest. This is just, it's just like the most basic, like, the vertex shader is literally just, you know, the most basic possible vertex shader, right? It's just literally like setting the position, and copying over the color in UV, basically, so that the fragment shader can use that, and that's it. And the fragment shader does some more stuff, but it's really simple. That gets the texture, well, okay, so they have something for... I don't know enough about GL to know. You know, maybe I should actually... I know DX11 better. so they just have a constant buffer here that has the pixel size, texture size, and hue size, and then they have a screen dim float, which is a neat little thing that was added in later revision. They have a diffuse texture and a sampler for that, and that's it. It's literally just one texture for the screen, that's all they need. The vertex input is just position and texture, that's it. Vertex output is just basically the same thing. Pixel input is this. And then what they do is vertex shader is just, you know, freaking copying it over as a float 4. That's basically it. And then the pixel shader is doing all this. So they're computing the scaling based on these values they got from the constant buffer. I don't know what this is. Oh, they're sampling the texture, which is like the main. Like these two parts right here is really the majority of this shader, right? Wait. Oh, yeah, it's returning. I was like, wait. Sorry, it's only going to return if the view scale is an integer scale. Okay, so in that case, they just simply give you the pixel and that's all they do. It's literally that simple. Otherwise, okay, they do some pixel filtering, so that's what this part is at the bottom. And I'm not sure I understand exactly why. It's like to make it look better. That's literally all that they're doing. So this is like this isn't that difficult, I wouldn't think, to port. This is a very basic shader. But I'm gonna need to know a decent amount of instructions if I'm gonna do it that way, so like, you know, let's see if I can find it. Use shaders. Okay, here we go. Okay, there are two files. There's a README and then a shaders NMD. This is intended to be a quick introduction. Okay, it's not complete at all. Right. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Okay. Right, okay. So, how much is in here? Alright. Fair amount. Oh, this is who ported that. Yeah, it's pretty undocumented. Yeah, they're pre-compiling it at one time. Okay. So, we'll write our shaders in assembly and use latte assembler to make it GSH format. That's reduced to texture data, which can be read by GFD, which is what that was. Okay. This part decaf emu, right? Okay, I can maybe use that if this built in. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything built in to do it, or not. Probably not. It's probably still that. When he refers just to me this time, sure. I have no clue how sprite systems and Mania work because I worked with what I was given. No, that's fantastic. You know, I can totally work with that. It's great. To assemble a shader, we need the vertex and pixel shader. Right. You're gonna make two files, VSH and PSH. We're gonna simply write a shader that takes position and color. That's literally all that I need. Comments are prefixed with a semicolon. Right. So here's how vertex shader looks in the end. It's okay. GSO colon would look like this. So this is taking the input position, which is vector 4, and the input color, and it's just sending them out. GL position is like a special variable that it outputs to. So this call fs no barrier, exp done. Okay, position 0 R1. So I'm assuming I'm sure he's going to explain it more in this document, but I'm just trying to guess just based on my initial glance. So position 0, I guess, is like the equivalent of GL position. It's like a special register, I guess, that you're writing this into. And then R1 is, I think, like the first input register, or like general purpose register. So like, and I wonder what all this, because he said that the lines beginning with semicolons are comments, but is there an exception for, like, is this all a comment, or if you have like the $sign something, maybe it like has, because this looks like it's like a comment in terms of, it's not code, but it's like metadata, right? Maybe it's just for us to read. Yeah, I don't know, but it looks kind of like metadata or something. So it reads R1, which is the input position, I'm assuming. Basically just copies that in position 0. I don't know what exp done is about. I would think it would say something like move, right? But it says that instead. And then we have this second part here where it does the same thing, but into another output called param0, because this one is not a special variable, it doesn't have its own name, it's just param0, it's just like a generic param. And that's the same thing. And the pixel shader is going to read position 0 and param0. No, yeah, it's not just a comment, it's yeah, it's like it does something. And since the uniform mode of the shader, this one doesn't have any uniform, so this doesn't matter. Okay, these are the attributes. Yeah, this is the inputs from the CPU side. Each attribute is specified in the attribute bars array with an index. The name is the name of the attribute. Yes. Okay, you need that from the CPU side. Oh yeah, so this is definitely used. It's used by probably the DSH assembler to figure out. Gotcha. Okay. The type is a variable type, in this case vec4, which is a vector because, yes, I know what a vec4 is. But thanks for clarifying, because that can be confusing, I guess. For the position, it stores the X, Y, Z, and W coordinates. For the color, it's RGB and A. Location refers to location, right? Attributes in location 0 will be placed in register 1, R1. Attributes in location 1 will be R2, etc. So it starts at 1. Okay. The next few, well, how many, I don't know how many registers there are, but doesn't really matter. I just like to know that. I don't know why. Helps me to, if I want to like optimize, it's nice to know what I have available to work with. But for what I'm doing, this is a simple shader, so I really shouldn't need more than like 2 or 3, you know. So the next few lines are up to semantics. I'm assuming there's probably a lot of them, by the way, but I don't know. Okay, semantics are the values passed from the vertex shader to the pixel shader. Oh, so this is the output configuration for the vertex shader. And there are 0 out exports, apparently. It's the amount of semantics exported minus 1. Why? Why minus 1? In this example, we use 1 semantic, so the value is 0. I wonder why it's minus 1. Okay, this is the amount of VS out IDs we use. Every one of them can store 4 semantics. Okay. And then here's where we initialize the semantics. Man, this is crazy. Each semantic should be initialized to its index. If there would be another semantic, it should be set up like this. Alright. So this just starts the program, I guess. Yeah, it's like main or whatever. Okay, sorry, I don't know why my internet keeps lagging like that. Is it back? Because it's like the music's paused. Wait, is it downloading something? Oh. I forgot it was still downloading that. That's why my internet got bad. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. I didn't know this was this big. I thought this was just going to be a tiny texture editor or something. Maybe that's a really terrible one to use as an example. Well, I just want to see... It's a mods.ini. Okay. It's like literally exactly like I was expecting it to be. So I didn't even need to download this. I could have just guessed it. But hey, that's cool. Okay, so I guess if I want, so I can make this as a mod in a second. But first of all, let me keep reading this. Okay, so this outputs R1 into the vertex position and passes R2 to param0. Yeah, so I got that. What I don't get is like the syntax of this, right? So I mean, I get the number at the beginning is like the line number, which is funny. I don't know why you need that, but I get that. I get that that's what that is. I don't understand this. Like exp done? Like what are you talking about? What does that mean? Right? I want to know what that means. So this is how the pixel shader looking at. Like I don't know how to like multiply numbers, for example, yet, right? So I need to like learn that. Okay, so this is the pixel shader. Oh, that's like really, really simple. So it's just outputting it's just copy pasting the color. Yep. It's the inputs, it's semantics. Okay, yeah, I like it. But the part I want to know is this. Assembling the shader, use latte. Yep. And that's it. Okay. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of info in here, but it's better than nothing, but some examples. Are there more than that one? Okay, there's more than one. Okay, good. Okay, I can learn more from this. Oh. Oh, good lord. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, that's why you need the numbers. Okay, so these are not... It's not just, like... Each line is a new command. It's like each line is like a command block, I guess, is what I'm gonna call it, for lack of a better term. And then within the block, there's like all these other like instructions that run. And you need to understand the freaking hardware. Oh no. Okay, ALU is terrible. That's a great one to use, is it? Cool. Alright, well I'm gonna have to go through this, but I'm definitely not gonna be able to wrap my head around this all just tonight, because if you know, I've got to stop soon. But I'm gonna have to like figure this out. We have, so this is like multiplying, and I don't know, is R0 the input? It looks like, yeah, so R0 is a color register, R1 is a texture, R2 is a fog value. So R0, so we're multiplying R0.x times R1.x, we're storing the result in R0.x, I assume. And then the same thing is kind of happening here, so this is all the multiplications. I think the ALU is used for pretty much all math operations. And then text is used for for textures. I just spaced out for a second. Text is used for textures, so it's like, this is just sampling R1, which is a texture, yeah. So, we're sampling XY0X. I'm not sure why that in particular. That's, what is it, RG, and then 0, and then R again. I think, is R the alpha value or something? Is that what they're trying to do? I'm not sure I entirely understand what's up with that. But they're like sampling that, and then that's like a texture, right? That's like a register, I guess. Is that used anywhere else? No, it's just here. Alright, so there must be like a texture register and like a sampler register. And this is just using those, I guess. I'm not totally clear on why that's needed, but the result is in R1 you get a color that's sampled from what used to be the texture. I think it's something like that. And then we're here. So I don't understand this either. So there's like address, and then there's some number. C and T is a count, maybe? And then there's a count. So, how many instruments? This is 2, and then there's just 1 here. This is 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, there's 10. So I'm assuming the count is the number of bytes that's required to encode this block, maybe? Because otherwise, why would this be a count of 2, right? I'm assuming it's because this... Well, no, I don't know. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Because, like, they have add instructions here, and those don't take 2. Oh, wait, but they don't use the output, so maybe this is a different... But, like, why would I have to type that? Like, it should be able to figure out the count on its own, right? So this is probably not that, it's probably something else entirely, and I just have no idea what that is. I don't know this either. Man, this is insane. But like, clearly somebody does understand this, because somebody wrote a freaking open source, like, I'm assuming at least, assembler for this. So like, why didn't the person who wrote that, like, document it anywhere? They probably did, right? But I'd like to see some of that. Okay, this is... Whoa. Dude, this is insane. This is insane. You can do loops. Nah, I can't. I can't do much with this. You can do extremely simple shaders, and by that I mean like this, right? do that. But anything more complicated is like, this is insane. Wrap your head around this. So, I mean, I get what it's doing. It's just like, oh, good lord. 103. Yeah, I don't know. That's a pain. So I'm gonna look into this more later. I'm gonna try to figure out some way to do shaders. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I can do. For the time being, I'm gonna need to stop for tonight because it's already like almost 1 a.m. here. It's not super late, you know, but it's like, whoa. I don't think that's actually the file structure. I know I don't have to use FTP anymore, but I want to just use it real fast just to verify that I somehow didn't actually screw up. Obviously, you can't have files with the same name, right? Yeah, FTP just bugged out. Okay. Neat. Also, okay, so here's what we're gonna do tonight. We're gonna stop. Just literally one more thing, right? So what I want to do is, yeah. So I want to take the new texture from a blob, and I want to put that on there. So here's the old one, here's the new one. So we like fix some various things. That's cool. All right. Hit save. Yeah, puts it here. Gotcha. And then put that on here. Can you look at the Crony Frontier stuff before you end? Sure. Okay, I can watch the trailer too. Yeah, sure thing. Sure. Just give me a moment. One more thing I want to test. I want to get like a mod working. I think that'd be super cool. But so I'm a complete idiot when it comes to this. Where do mods even get read from in Mania? I literally know nothing about how the mod API works. I could try to figure it out. This is the mod function table, sort mods. It reads the mod.ini, but like, where does it read it from? Moddir, which is the moddir path, which is de.path, which is this is a directory iterator. Oh, I don't know if this works. This is a C++ 17 thing. I don't know if that works or not on here. I should add some like prints to this, but folder called mods next to the binary. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Does the casing matter, or I can't make a new folder apparently. Wait, yes I can. I wonder why that button's grayed out to do that. Alright, thank you. So that's mod path. It's user filter, and then it's mods. I don't know if the casing really matters, but it looks like it might. Okay. And then you just put all the mods in there, I guess. And then also a mod.ini file. Well, no, mod config.ini. Maybe I should test this on normal Mania first before I, like... I don't know. I think it'll be... whatever. I'm getting tired, so I'm just gonna, like... Oh, this is a readme. Put them in the same folder to select media.exe, open the mod manager, select it, select save and play. Okay, but I want to do it like this. How does... I think I'm supposed to like make a new folder, like called like the name of the mod. Let's just call this Nettle because I don't know how it's gonna deal with weird file names. And then like, will this work? Ugh. Yeah. sure. Shouldn't matter. Mine's uppercase though. Yeah, it's all good. On Windows, I don't think it matters on Windows, but on the Wii U it might, because I think the Wii U's file system is like case sensitive rather. But I'm not sure actually. I just, you know, would rather be safe. This is probably gonna take forever. How big is this? Like 200 megabytes? Is that what it said? That's that. That's probably not worth the time. I should like probably copy it differently, but I just wanted to do a test of a mod. I think mods and I needs an edit too. For DeemCop mods, they need a line added. Target version equals 5. Ah. Why are like all the stages there? I don't know. It's a good question. I was trying to figure that out. They probably edit stuff in the stages. All right, I'm not gonna do that one. I'm gonna just delete this folder for now. I'm gonna just send like one file edit. Oh, they added controllers.gif. Okay. Like I can just do that, right? What else do they do? I don't know. I could have read the description, but yeah, I don't know, right? They probably edited something about the this. I don't know. Yeah, what did they do? Well, they definitely didn't change most of these. Like this. That's like the same as the base game, I'm assuming, right? That's like the same freaking thing. So like, there's no reason to include this file, right? And I believe that it operates on a per file basis, right? Like you can be like, I just want to replace ballcannon.bin, and you can only have that in your mod. Like that's the whole point, right? You don't actually have to have all the files in a stage to edit one thing about the stage, right? So yeah, why? So I think that whoever made this mod probably just, it was like an accident, or they didn't know that or something. I'm just guessing. I don't know. This is taking time to delete now. Oh my gosh. Me when I FTP. I probably shouldn't. I'm immediately regretting this. I gotta check out dkoldies.com on stream. Is it Donkey Kong? This is either gonna be the best thing ever, or it's gonna be outright like something that'll get me banned. There's no in between. Again, end up editing the controller to show that yes, that's the plan. Right now, I just want to do a test of the mod loader, though, so I'm not gonna like do anything in depth yet. I just want to see if it works, and then go from there. Oh, it looks like they have there's probably like a .bin file somewhere that controls the layout of the like here's the actual Mania. They literally did not change this, by the way. This is in the freaking Metal Sonic mod for some reason, and it's literally just a copy paste of this. So it looks like they basically included the entire Mania game in their mod. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they included the entire contents of Dead Artist DK to edit like one file. Can I see? Let's see. Wait, no. Show me the whole folder. No. I want... Sorry, what am I doing? I'm being an idiot right now. theirs is actually larger than Sonic Mania. The Metal Sonic mod is larger than base Sonic Mania is in its entirety. So why is that? Why is that the mod that I chose to download? Out of all the mods I could have used as a test, I got the one that concludes all of Mania. And now I've frozen my Windows Explorer because the FTP client is apparently really slow at deleting files. Oh! It's done! Holy frick. Nobody move. Sus. No, test. Okay, so how do I do this? Let's see. I make a mod deny an I. Let's just edit this one. Name, test, author, sus. Description, Windy, version 1. I don't think I need that. Main menu. What's this? Yeah, I don't need that. Alright. And then in here, what I want is... Oh, where is it? Oh, sorry. I forget every time. It's in... Okay, sprites. UI. Yeah, and then we go in there, and then this. I want to replace that with the custom one from a blob. So here's the custom one. So it's actually going to be like, it's gonna try to read this one. So it's actually gonna like show you the Wiimote, right? Even though I'm using the gamepad, right? So I'm gonna need to obviously like change the code of the game in order to change which one it maps to, right? Which I will do, but for now I don't. I'm just gonna do this as a quick test, and then I'm gonna go to bed, right? That's the plan. So does it need to be GIF? I guess it needs to be a GIF file for some reason. I wonder why. It's like controllers.gif. Does it matter like what settings I use? I don't think it really does. I mean, it's going to change how it looks, but I don't think it's going to change the format too much. Which is like the better one. I don't know if it matters. I think it's going to look fine. Watch me, play the night away, watch me, save the day. I saved it here. That was dumb. Why did I do that? Put that there. Alright. So that might just work, but I don't know. I'm probably gonna need another INI file to tell it about the mod. How much work is left for the port, by the way? So, a good amount. But not like a ton. So, it's like fully functional at this point. I believe you can play from beginning to end. I haven't actually tested that yet. I need to do that. I want to do a stream where I just play it from beginning to end, and then after that, if I don't have any serious issues, I'll release it. Right? So that'll be really soon. I want to release it like within a few days if I can. So I'm trying to do this as fast as possible. Right? I don't want people to have to wait. But the big issue right now is that the special stages lag, right? Which is not terrible, but it's really not, you know, ideal. So I need to fix that. And then really most other things are not. So I do want to support other controllers. Right now it just does the gamepad. So I'm going to need to put that in as well. The controller stuff doesn't look that complicated though. Like when I'm looking at homebrew examples of controllers, it looks really simple, right? So it shouldn't be too hard to get just my own custom input handler rather than using the SDL one, because I want to be able to control what input I'm talking to and everything, right? There's like a split screen, right? And I'd like to get that to work. I'd like it so you can play with like 2 people, right? Like that would be sick. So I need to figure that out. I forget where the freaking homebrew example we did, but there's one somewhere. I swear, I've seen it before. There's really not as many Wii U samples as there are like other consoles. But there are Wii U samples. I just don't remember where. There's one that's like W-pad or something. Oh, I don't remember. I've seen it before. It's not that complicated. So I'd like to support as many controllers as possible. In the first release, I might just do like a Wiimote sideways and a gamepad. I don't know. We'll see, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm doing too much for one release. Like maybe people would be happy with just it lags a little bit. It does gamepad only. That's it. More soon, right? Maybe that's fine. Maybe I should just do that. I just kind of want the first release to be like okay, you know what I mean, and then build from there. But I don't know. I don't want people to have to wait too long. So so to speed up the special stages, I'd like to do GX2 stuff directly rather than using STL because, well, that's one reason. The other reason that I want to do that is because I really would love to port the like CRT filter and whatever, like those shaders, over to the Wii U. Because they're not that complicated like GLSL rather. I lost the tab. Here it is. These are like all the shaders that I'm aware of. So this is the CRT. One of these is the CRT one. I'm not actually sure which one the game uses, but maybe there's like 2 different methods of doing it, I guess. But it's like this is basically all that it's doing. It's like a bunch of samples, right? And that's basically it. So if I could just get like, you know, I'd like to port this, but of course shader stuff seems to be really tough for the Wii U. So that's gonna be doing this in Wii U shader assembly is gonna be freaking impossible, right? If there's another solution, then that'd be cool. And I'm aware of one, but well, we'll see. But it's possible. It's just gonna be tough. So that's another reason I want to do that. Really, that's the biggest thing right now, GX2. If I can get that working, I think that everything will actually... Like, the only other difficult thing, and I say difficult, like, the only other slightly difficult thing at that point is, like, input. Because I want it to support different controllers, and I want options for that. And I think at that point it's done? I really can't think of anything else that's really that big of a deal. Because, like, the file system stuff works now. I mean, the game is playable. What can I say? I believe mods work, but I want to test that. I haven't actually tried that out yet. They might not. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. I need to figure this out, though. So, do you make, like, a INI file or something? So there's a path, modconfig.ini. Hey, thank you so much, Shari. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Do you need custom icons over the title screen load screen for the Wii U menu itself rather than the homebrew channel? I'm down to make one if you haven't. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So to be honest with you, I have no freaking idea how to do that. I saw someone, like, I'm sure it's possible. I'm sure people have done it. I saw someone saying that you can do it. But it's like, I forget how they said to do it, but it's I don't know where to begin with that, so I'd have to figure that out first. I don't know, like, what the resolution would have to be for those sets or whatever, because I don't know the exact method of how to do it yet. I assume you're basically lying to the Wii U in some way. You're, like, telling it, like, that it's a real game even though it isn't. I don't know, right? Because, like, I don't know, right? Because I assume... Oh, we got more of those. Hang on. Sorry. I'd have to look into that. I don't know how that works, but I don't know, like, the thing that worries me about that is I would assume that it would be, like, you know, signed. Like, the code is supposed to be signed in some way, right? And you can't have, like, an installed, well, like, it wouldn't allow you to boot it unless it was signed, right? And I can't sign it myself. The way that the homebrew works is that it like has an exploit that it runs that gets around the checks for that, right? And so then from that point on you can run unsigned code, right? But I don't know if like having a icon on the menu, because here's the thing, right? So I can show you something. Well, but I have this open right now. Maybe I shouldn't. Let me read this first. Mods Wii U Pro Controller example mod equals n. Pretend those are new lines. Like /n, right. Thank you. So is this what I put in the mods config? Yeah, mod config.ini. Oh yeah, I see it right there. Literally, it's like mods. I see it's reading that. Oh duh, okay. And then it reads the mods.ini. Alright. Sick. That actually looks like a really simple. Thank you. I guess I just put that here? Sorry. I'm losing track of my freaking windows again. Let's make a, here we go. Mod. I'm just gonna type that out. Well, this would be the name of it, so I think it's test for now. Oh, so this is just whether the mod is enabled or not. Got it. So it's like the same, it's like very similar to like gens or whatever. Cool, cool. And I think that just goes in here. I assume it might go next to the exe, but I think it just goes in there. Let me see. I can easily figure that out just by looking at this. Yeah, it goes in there. It goes in the mouse folder. Okay, cool. So I don't know if that'll work. Honestly, I doubt it. There's a few things I'm seeing that make me think it's not gonna work. I've had a lot of issues with the file system on the Wii U, right? And these like C++ standard library functions that should work just have not been working really for me. So when they're doing stuff like this, fs exists or whatever, I get the feeling that that's not going to work. But we'll see. Maybe it does. And that would be cool if it did. Let's give it a shot. I mean, why the frick not, right? But anyway, yeah, Cube, if it's possible to do that, then, you know, and it's not, like, overly difficult, then that would be awesome. I'd love to do that. And I would absolutely love, like, a sets for that. But I don't know, right? I don't know if it is or not. Because I think that the way that Haxchi works, if you're familiar with that, it's like you can install it to the Wii U menu, and then you just tap that and it opens up the homebrew launcher, right? Or whatever. But I believe that the way that that works is that you install it into another game, if I remember correctly. So you have to like buy a game from Nintendo from the Wii U store, right? And then once you buy that game, you like are doing some hack where you're like injecting it with another executable instead. And so it's not like signed, but somehow you trick it into it. I don't exactly get how it works, but I don't know. It seems like that would be tough to replicate, but who knows. So I don't think it's like working out of the box. Yeah, so there's a thing here that says mods. Oh. Okay. How do I... Just like, how do I get out of this menu? Did it freeze? Oh, I think it might have froze. Oh, game will restart on resume. Oh. Did it work? How the frick could that have worked? I wonder if it would detect it with a free gamer app. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, thanks to try. Oh, you don't need to buy this game anymore. Really? Wait, when was that? Holy frick! I didn't know about that. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is possible then. No, I don't think. Yeah, maybe it is easy then. Oh, I still need the target version 5. Oh, is that why it's being disabled? Maybe. Okay. Right, you did say that. I'm being dumb. Okay. In your mods on INI. Alright, cool. Let me get that. Hold up. It's recent. Earlier this year. Wow. Yeah, I have not heard of that. Cool. Because I heard of, like, Haxchi, like, a couple of years ago. It wasn't that long. So I'm, like, surprised. That's awesome. Okay, so maybe it's totally possible then. I'm gonna have to look into that. Tiramisu. Okay, so let me look that up. And also cancel this. Just freaking cancel. Why do you have to process? Just... yeah. Oh, jeez. I know. It's good. It's good, man. Alright. I think it's the same file, but I forgot. Okay, so you said RSDK version. Let me look at that again. Target version equals 5. Is that, like, necessary? That's interesting. Because I would have assumed that, like, I wonder why. Alright, I mean, worth a shot. Why freaking not? It's from December 2021. I see. It's a light version of Maschilla's upcoming Aroma. The setup is the same, so it's worth setting up now to be ready for Aroma anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm trying to find it, but there's like apparently a lot of other things named that, even on GitHub. So let me try to filter it down as I boot up Mania again. Okay. Random homebrew developing. Let's see. Here we go. It's not Aroma. Aroma will still take some time. Okay. But what this is a homebrew environment to mimic a free Haxchi such as BHC with some extra features. Ooh. In my last blog post I talked about FailST, an exploit to bypass runtime signature checks. Oh! Oh! I see. That's very interesting. Okay, so yeah, maybe it's totally possible then. My initial plan was to release it together with my upcoming homebrew environment. Here's what I'm reading, by the way. Where freaking was I? Because without a payload, it wouldn't be really useful. Unfortunately, FailST got leaked before Roma actually was finished. Since then, FailST was fooling around without anyone actually using it, giving Nintendo plenty of time to patch it, which is really stupid. Luckily, they didn't fix it. Yeah, that is... oh man, that's upsetting. I can feel the stress of this poor developer. I understand how that feels. I'm sorry, my gosh. However, at the end of this blog post, I promised to release a user-friendly installer as soon as possible to be a free Haxchi alternative. Now, over a year later, it's finally time to release it with some extra bits. Alright, it's only really useful with the payload that's taking advantage of it. So you have to develop the payload, right. Alright, so the problem with this is that you need a payload to develop. Okay, so what I want to know is, like, so... This is really interesting. I'm not trying to just, like, you know, but I'm curious as to what exactly you can do with this. Because this installs the payload, and so I believe you can just use this instead of Haxchi or whatever. What I'm wondering is, can you use this to install custom, like RPXs or whatever, that somehow use this FailST bug to break the signature check? You know what I'm saying? What's this? Okay. It's a modular legacy environment for the Wii U. This automatically runs a modified custom firmware. Bleh. I forgot the term for a second. It's a modified version of Mocha. Oh, okay. Interesting. I used Mocha a long time ago. This allows you to boot the homebrew channel, provides an auto boot menu. Paired with Payload Loader, it's a free and modular CBHC alternative with some extra features like full support, the quick start menu, the gamepad, and Blocking updates. Okay. Awesome. So I think you could actually use... You could actually use at least the technology behind this, certainly, to do that. It sounds like it's totally possible now, but I don't think there's really like an easy way to do it yet. Maybe that's what Aroma's going to help with as well. Yeah, so this is like specifically for the homebrew launcher, but I wonder. Okay, Aroma has stuff like always on reload server. Ooh, oh, that's sick. Always on network debugging? Oh, holy frick. Holy frick, that's gonna be incredible when that comes out. Whoa. FTP apps you put on the SD card automatically get added to the Wii U menu. Oh, that's incredible. So the high-level explanation is that it gets installed into the health and safety channel, right, and then the console boot up is edited so that it boots into HSS on startup. I see. You then run the Mocha custom firmware, which bypasses signature checks. Ah, so then you can install whatever apps you want to the Wii menu. Oh, so it just boots Mocha. Okay. And then at that point, you don't have the signature checks anymore. Got it. Okay, so it's... Right, so that's how it's bypassing it. Cool. That's amazing stuff. Look at this. So, the mods, it's enabled, right? I checked, it's like, why? But, interesting. I wonder why that is. Hey, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. See people not playing Sonic no more. I'm playing it. Well, I guess I don't count, so... I'm just kidding. Right now, one of the coolest modules for Tiramisu is Blue Pair. I don't know how you pronounce it, but... yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it does. Like, just a high-level, super simple explanation of it. I saw, here we go. That allows cold booting, cold booting into Blue Pair. What does the Blue Pair do, though? Allows connected controllers from other consoles. Oh. Okay. To the Wii U. Sick. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so good. Wait, I love this. Holy frick. It does all the... Dude. Oh, I've got to use that. Oh my gosh, it's incredible. So you can use the Switch Pro controller, the Joy-Con, the online SNES N64 controller, the Xbox One S and S controllers, well, except for the latest firmware apparently, for now. The DualShock 3 controllers, DualShock 4, and DualSense controllers with this on your Wii U. That's so good. So the pairing for DualShock 3 is like a little involved apparently, but it doesn't look bad at all. You just basically plug it in, it's just paired, and then you can just use it like a wireless controller from that point on. You just gotta pair it once. That's fine, that's easy. Oh, this is incredible. I love this. I gotta try that. I can't tell you how many times I've actually wanted to do this. That's so good. It even has, like, freaking supports Rumble, and it has, like, battery levels in, like, the home menu, I'm assuming. Oh my gosh. This looks really, really good. Well, I'm gonna start this, first of all, because the work that went into this is probably insane. This looks, like, really good. Oh my gosh. Thank you for telling me about this. I did not hear about this at all. That's really awesome. You can downgrade the firmware on the controllers if you really need to use them. Yeah, right. I don't know if I don't know what firmware version I have on the Xbox controllers that I have, but this is awesome regardless. I mean, like, the fact that this works at all is incredible. That's really tough to get something like that working. It's progress? Yeah, it's something. I mean, it, like, clearly tried to replace it right? But it didn't replace it correctly. So I'm assuming it's like file system stuff, right? Well, okay, so what's this? So load mod, trying to load mod, okay. Yeah, that's just all the okay, scan mod folder. Okay, here we go. So it checks all of these different folders. Oh good, it does like case sensitivity. Cool. So data, so if it finds any of them, then it handles it, I guess. So let's see. File map insert. Alright, well I don't know. Okay, so I'm assuming when you say open data file, it checks that file map or something. Before it pulls from the RSDK, and that's how it works. But I don't see anything like that. I don't know. It's like honestly confusing, right? Is it like not an oh here? If retro use mod loader, is that enable? Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it is because it has like sys mods and everything in the debug menu, which it didn't before. So okay, then what it does is all this. So what the frick is this doing? Mods and then 2 paths. User file dir, the mod ID, and then okay, so it's like the SD card path, and then it's like the name in the mod, and then what's at the end? Buff, which is the full file path. Okay, so it's just getting the path to the file that it's trying to load, but within the mods directory instead. And then, does it like do anything with that, or script? These are scripts. Okay, that's not related. I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep looking at this to fix the mod loader. The problem is that if you can probably tell, right? So for the past few hours, I've been like stupider than usual. Which is saying something coming from me. No, but really, because I'm getting tired is the thing. So, I don't know. I'm gonna look at this and figure out what's going on with that. Again, it's probably file system stuff, is what I'm assuming. I'm probably gonna need to replace some of this as well. I'm gonna need to do a lot of logs, right, to like figure out why it isn't loading. But I'm gonna definitely get that going, because I want mods, right? I think that would be freaking awesome. Why not? So, but yeah, so I guess so we got a lot to do, right? Still, the main thing is this, we gotta implement all this, right? And for that I'm gonna need to learn shaders, so that's that's gonna be really fun. But that's really the hardest part of this, right? Because if that works, then all that's left is the custom input, which looks simple, looks very simple. I need to fix the mods, not loading, which I think will just be a simple file system bug. I don't think that'll be hard to find. I'm gonna say, I don't want to like overestimate myself, but I'm gonna say the goal that I want to set is like within a week is when I want to release this. So I don't think I'm gonna have everything that I want to working in that release, like when I release this, right? But I'm gonna have enough of it to where I'll be satisfied, right? Like that's what I want. So the biggest thing is fix the special stage lag and make the input work with different controllers, right? Those are the two biggest things that I want. If I can get that, I'll be happy. Can confirm that if can be a mod do anything. Yeah, mods are great. Yeah, if I can get mods going, then that'll be really cool, because then you can do a ton of stuff, yeah. I want it to be really dead simple, like you toss it on the SD card and it just works. Which it looks like it's already, it's pretty close to that, it's like pretty close to that out of the box, right? Which is really cool. So, I don't know. It's like, it's funny, because it's like, it's a lot of work, but it also isn't. I'm way slower when I code when I stream, like 100 times slower easily. Because I get distracted every 2 seconds because I'm an idiot. But if I'm just doing this on my own, I think I can get this, like, honestly. So, I'm gonna say like next week. So was it September 1st? I'm gonna hold myself to that. There will be some version of this available by then. That's the goal. That's the release. So I'm gonna work on that, and I'm gonna post updates on Twitter, right? Every little thing that I fix, I want to tell you about. But yeah, progress. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I'm getting closer. So anyway, with that said, though, I'm gonna need to stop tonight. But I said I was gonna do something before I stopped, and I forgot what. I remember Taz sent me a trailer link that I'm gonna show, and there was something else, and I can't remember. Let's see. I think this is the trailer. Oh, Taz posted it again. Thanks. Oh, and then this is it, the Corone Frontier stuff. I think I already looked at this actually at Blob, but no, I didn't. Okay, I looked at one cropped screenshot of this. I didn't look at the full thing. So thank you. Alright, so this is the Corone Sonic Frontiers stuff. I don't know the details of this. Okay. I'm assuming that says Inagami Corone, collaboration DLC, SE, and then Inagami Corone again. That's what it looks like to me. This is the DLC that turns the sound effect in the game into the voice of the dog god Corone. That probably translated entirely accurately. I think it said Kami is probably the thing. Anyway. Chaling! Wow. It's Amazon something. I don't know that kanji. It's... yeah. Yeah, it's the same kanji. It's Inagami Corone, but this, for some reason, this time they spelled it out. Kara... I don't know that. Kodaga... I guess Kara is like short for collab, maybe? Kodaga, DLC, SE, and then Inagami Corone. Cool. Let's see. Gameu, something, no SE. I can't read all that. Inagami Corone, ne. No, Corone, sorry. No, and then what's this? Voice no. So it's like voice. It's the same thing as this, essentially. So the sound effects turn into the voice of Corone. That's crazy. What the frick does that mean? Like, wait, so like, instead of Roger Craig Smith, it's gonna be Corone? Is that what they're saying? Is that can't possibly, because how many lines would they have recorded that they'd have to replace, right? That would be so much voice work they would have to do. So I'm assuming it means it's a sound effect. So I'm assuming it means, like, instead of rings, it's like Corone saying "ba-da-boom" or whatever. Oh, you know what they probably did? Corone likes to make a lot of sounds when she plays Sonic games. So whenever Sonic hits a spring, she goes like "ba-dum," you know. So they probably freaking replaced the spring sound with her going "ba-dum," you know, and just a bunch of random sound effects. Okay, that's probably what this is. I actually love that. Like, I really love that. That's really fun. We don't usually get DLC like this in Sonic games, so that's honestly really cool to have like collabs with other people like that. Okay, they have an original acrylic panel. This is an acrylic panel using Shark Fin Sensei drawing graded Sonic X Dogjin. Sorry, Dogjin. See, that's the joke. Corone collaboration illustration. That's cool. And they're doing the DLC shoes. I saw this one earlier. They refer to her as the doggy god every time. That's incredible. Oh, what? No way. How? My gosh, man. This is really surreal to me. I feel like I'm tripping. I'm not gonna lie. How is this real? This is beautiful. So if you've never seen a Korone stream before, this is her little mascot character. It's the best way I mean, that's how they describe it. Probably the best way to put it. She uses this to like represent the audience usually. So it's like she'll have this little image of this guy, and she like moves it on screen, and it'll be like, this is supposed to represent you, right? And so she'll have this character like say something, and it's supposed to be like the chat's telling her something, you know, or whatever. And so they put it in the game. Whoa. So someone at Sonic Team had to sit down and go, yep, we're gonna make a mod for our own game, basically, right? It's DLC, you know. But this is basically like a freaking, you know, like a Forces mod. They went into a pack file and they freaking edited it, replaced it with a new dot model that's just the Korone. Like, that's incredible. I kind of love this, I'm not gonna lie. It's like different DLC than we usually get, you know? I don't know, it's cool. Alright, oh, Pyon Sugoi! Yeah, exactly. That'll definitely be in there. Okay, so we've got the Cory and the Dead 3.5 trailer from Taz, and I think I'm just gonna show this, and then I'm like literally gonna stop. Like I think like right after that, because I'm tired. I'm gonna keep working on this Mania port, but I'm gonna gonna let you know the progress. If I don't get, I just want to say before I start this really fast, if I don't get the GX2 stuff working within a day or two, then you'll know that I'm probably not going to meet that deadline, and I'll probably end up rethinking what I'm doing, right? But, so I'm really going to try hard to do that. So, you know, basically what I'm saying is, if by August, let's say, 27th, if by the night of August 27th, you don't see a tweet from me saying that GX2 is working, then basically you should just yell at me. Karsu, Rad, you promised! You promised us! That's basically what I'm saying. Anyway, so hopefully I get it working for my sake. Visit coringthedead.co. That's so funny. Oh... Sorry, oh my gosh. I'm like laughing like a boomer. We got the Mania-esque trailer. He may never recover. That's true. But now... Oh wait, actually I don't know. But as we discover what's... Wait, hang on, let me look at that again. As we discover what the hell happened to this man, we've decided to go back to bring you with him. Not Sega proudly presents, in association with, I don't know why I'm reading it, Autumn. Oh, that was really good. Bryce Taz. No. Oh no. Oh yo, holy frick. Yo, Taz, that's looking good. That's looking freaking good. Windows XP. Reimagined classics. Whatever that means in this context. New zones, I guess like Cory and the Dead, because you have a level based on that, like the first game. Too many characters. Oh, the way that's edited, that was perfect. I love how that was edited. Ultimate Celebration. Taz, let's freaking go. This is where the logo goes. Something's gonna happen. Okay, we're fading. You don't even know the half of it. Is it gonna... It's not done yet. No, there was something at the end. Oh. YouTube bugged out, I think. What the frick? I've never had that happen to me before. Okay, that wasn't your fault. I don't know what the frick happened. Let's try that again. Okay, that's what's supposed to happen. Why did YouTube... Whatever. Demo coming to a stage 2022 near you. Wow. Trailer by Autumn, I see. Because I was wondering, I was like... Because who edited this? Because there was some really good, some good editing in there. Taz, I'm actually really excited for that. That's awesome that it's like actually... It's like it's happening. It is happening. Because you've worked on this for a long time, so it's really awesome to see it, like, coming together. Like, you know, good job, man. Like, seriously. I'm really excited to try it out. Game of the century? Yeah, let's go. Why? Who would want to play as Rad? Lol. Nah. Who would want to play as Rad? But seriously, really great stuff. Thanks for sending that to me. I'm excited for it. Thank you, Smiley Face. Taz, I'm tired enough right now that I actually read that as though you were thanking a person named Smiley Face. I was like, who is that? Are you talking about this? Are you talking about this guy? Oh. You're just saying Smiley Face in text form. That's what my brain did. So that's probably a good sign that I should stop. Whoa, it's been almost 8 hours. Holy frick. No, it hasn't. It's been 1 hour. What the frick do you mean 8 hours? Good lord. Well, I'm gonna have to stop for tonight. But you're obligated to let me onto your save stream in a voice call. I need to do live developer commentary. I'm gonna have you on a save stream, and then the joke is that we just pretend that this is like another game by someone we don't know. And it's like, huh, this is interesting. I don't know. Who voiced this? Oh, who voiced this Rad character? What was he thinking? That sounds nothing like Rad. You know. I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, actually, like live developer commentary would be really cool. This is a nightmare. Wow. Sorry, I just looked at this again and I'm like, holy frick. So, you know, because I actually want to hear what you have to like say about some parts of it. But, you know, whatever you want to do. But yeah, regardless, I'm probably gonna. I think I'm gonna. What? Why am I saying probably? Why am I saying think? I'm going to end the stream. It's going to happen anyway. I'm gonna. I don't know. I know it's I didn't show much, but I swear, right? This is gonna have to freaking happen. I'm gonna like work on this hard, and I'm really gonna try to really meet that date that I set. So I'll keep you updated. I really will, like on Twitter. You know, I'm gonna tweet out every little bit of progress. Hopefully it comes soon. But with that said, I'm gonna head off for now. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you all soon. Hopefully really soon. It'd be cool to do another stream like this, but like where I focus more, right? Because in this stream I had to like clarify where I was, and I had to talk about the Frontiers trailer, and there were some other things like that. And I had to like figure out what the frick I was doing with this problem, and now I kind of know what I'm doing, so hopefully if I stream it again I can actually just get it done. Just be like, alright, here we go, right? But we'll see. I'll either do that or I'll just stream again when I feel like this is ready to release, and I'll stream the final playtest, because there's gonna be a point. I'm gonna shut up, but seriously, there's gonna be a point where, obviously before I release it, where I'm going to have to I want to play through the whole game, right? To make sure that it works. And that should only take like, an hour or two, because it's not a super long game. But I figure let's stream that, right? That'd be a fun stream to do. So I'll probably stream that. But that'll probably be the next time you see me. But we'll see. One of those two. Anyway, thanks for the stream. Great to see things happening regardless of the speed of progress. Yeah, thanks for saying that. I appreciate it. And thanks for all the help. Like, seriously, right? Because, it's funny because I've certainly done homebrew stuff before, but like, I'm not super familiar with a lot of times the landscape of it. I don't know if I'm wording this right, but it's like hard to figure out, like find documentation on stuff and like figure out like what the best like current method is to do something, right? Like, for instance, when I first was trying to get a log working for this port, I didn't know that there was a built-in like a what function to do that. So I was just desperately trying to figure out how to get a log, and at some point I think I was like trying to write it to a file and all this stuff. I was trying all this stuff, and then I found out you could just do that, and I'm like, oh, I'm an idiot, right? So there's been a lot of I'm an idiot moments. But I appreciate it. It's a good thing, because it means that I get to do things better now. I don't have to continue to be an idiot, which is good. So yeah, seriously, thank you for all the help. I appreciate it a lot. We get one more of those just for good measure. Ah, yes. I love spam. It's so good. Anyway, I'm gonna end it there. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you soon, hopefully. If life doesn't kill me again. Later, all.